As soon as Duanling Tian made a move, he injured and defeated the divine monk, Yu Hao, with just a strike. Even Hong Dongchuan and Jiang Haishan were shocked, let alone the others. They were in utter disbelief, and it took them a while to recover their senses. None of them expected Duanling Tian to possess such terrifying strength. After recovering his senses, the old man, who was leaning on his crutch, expression was indescribable. He wished he could dig a hole to hide in when he recalled how arrogant he had been earlier. How can he be so strong? Ta Yi, the bald and burly man dressed in a black robe, looked at Han Zheng, who was standing next to him and holding a folding fan, in confusion as he asked through voice transmission, Han Zheng, I thought you said you found everything there was to know about him? Is this what you mean by knowing everything? The corners of Han Zheng's lips twitched before he said helplessly, he hid too well. Look, apart from Jiang Haishan and Hong Dongchuan, it's obvious that the others from the Surging River Divine Kingdom also didn't know he was a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Moreover, based on Jiang Haishan and Hong Dongchuan's expressions, it seemed like they also didn't know that he was so terrifyingly strong. They're clearly shocked that he was able to defeat Divine Monk Yu Hao with just a strike. They probably assumed that he was only a little stronger than Divine Monk Yu Hao. Yu Hao remained silent, but his gaze was complicated when he looked at Duanling Tian. He did not expect that even with 2 aces, he would still lose to the Surging River Divine Kingdom that had 1 ace. Han Zheng looked at Duanling Tian with a wry smile on his face before he said, the people of the Surging River Divine Kingdom really hid too deeply. With the strength of the God-defying sword, if he had stepped in the arena first, he could have defeated all 5 people on our side on his own. At the same time, after regaining their composure, Xiao Jinnan and Hua Ruo from the Surging River Divine Kingdom looked at Duanling Tian with respect in their eyes. After this competition, there was no doubt that Duanling Tian, the God-defying sword, was the strongest person below the realm of Dao merging powerhouses in the Surging River Divine Kingdom. It would not take long for his name to spread throughout the Divine Land. It was said that there were quite a lot of Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land, but in fact there were only a few dozen of them. As one of the strongest people below the Dao merging realm, Duanling Tian would certainly become famous in the Divine Land, just like the Temple of the Bitter Seas Yu Hao and the Surging River Divine Monks Jiang Haishan. Those who paid attention to the powerhouses in the Divine Land all knew them. Lord Haishan, the Temple of the Bitter Sea, sincerely admits defeat this time, Yu Hao said after composing himself. Then, he continued to say helplessly with a bitter expression on his face. Initially, I thought we'd be able to obtain the remaining Dao merging tablet from your Surging River Divine Kingdom. I, along with everyone else, really didn't expect to lose. The Surging River Divine Kingdom really surprised us with its dark horse this time. Unlike Yu Hao, who wore a bitter expression on his face, Jiang Haishan was smiling brightly. However, he still said modestly, Divine Monk Yu Hao, I thought we'd lose as well. Fortunately, an old friend recommended Brother Ling Tian, allowing us to turn the tide. My apologies. Yu Hao could not help but feel the urge to punch Jiang Haishan when he saw the smug expression on Jiang Haishan's face. At the same time, he thought to himself worriedly, what are we going to do if this God-defying sword continues to represent the Surging River Divine Kingdom in the Dao establishment competition 1,000 years later? That'll be really troublesome. Despite the defeat, Yu Hao still did his duty as the host. He invited Duanling Tian and the others to the main temple of the Bitter Sea. Duanling Tian knew that this was a customary practice after the end of the Dao establishment competition. Participants would have the opportunity to listen to the opposing forces' Dao merging powerhouses' Dao insight. He naturally looked forward to it. 1,000 years ago, when the Surging River Divine Kingdom lost the Dao establishment competition, the members of the Temple of the Bitter Sea stayed as guests and listened to the Dao teaching of the Dao merging powerhouse from the imperial family of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. Previously, when Duanling Tian was wandering the Temple of the Bitter Sea City, he had enlightenment. With that, his limitless Dao was very close to a breakthrough. He was now just a step away from breaking into the 9th stage of the Sword Dao. Once he succeeded, he would be able to merge it with his Sword Dao, creating the limitless Sword Dao. As Duanling Tian followed the others to the main temple, he asked Zhang Haishan through voice transmission, "What Daos did the Dao merging powerhouse from the Temple of the Bitter Sea merge?" Zhang Haishan replied immediately, "The powerhouse from the Temple of the Bitter Sea merged the Sanskrit Dao and the limitless Dao." Duanling Tian could not help but feel excited as soon as he heard this. This was his first time hearing about the Sanskrit Dao, so he naturally did not have any feelings about it. What he was excited about was the limitless Dao. After all, he comprehended the limitless Dao, and it was only second to his sword Dao now. It was very close to the 9th stage. The Temple of the Bitter Sea is truly a blessed place. Hopefully, I'll be able to improve my limitless Dao to the 9th stage after listening to the temple's Dao merging powerhouse. Duanling Tian did not think about representing the surging river divine kingdom 1,000 years later in the Dao establishment competition. After all, if his limitless Dao successfully broke through, he was certain he would not be just a Dao establishment cultivator 1,000 years later. Coincidentally, at this time, Yu Hao sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. "Brother Ling Tian, if you don't represent the surging river divine kingdom 1,000 years later, the Temple of the Bitter Sea will grant you a request within our ability." Yu Hao had personally experienced Duanling Tian's strength. He did not think he would be a match for Duanling Tian even after 1,000 years had passed, let alone Bai Yen, who was even weaker than him. Duanling Tian was briefly stunned. When he recovered, he was overjoyed. This was too convenient. It was as though someone had given him a pillow just as he was about to fall asleep. "I'll think about it. I'll give you an answer before leaving the Temple of the Bitter Sea." Despite his words, Duanling Tian had already decided to agree. After all, he was confident he would not be a mere Dao establishment powerhouse 1,000 years later. He did not agree immediately because he was still thinking about what request to make. Duanling Tian had two plans now. First, he planned to see if the Dao teachings of the Temple of the Bitter Sea's Dao merging powerhouse could help improve his limitless Dao and allow it to break through to the 9th stage. After that, he planned to make his request. After all, his request would depend on whether his limitless Dao improved or not. Led by Yu Hao, the divine monk, Duanling Tian and the others soon arrived at the main temple of the Bitter Sea to meet the Dao merging powerhouse of the Temple of the Bitter Sea. The other party was an old monk with white eyebrows. He was dressed in a simple gray and white kasaya. He was seated in an old and simple Buddha hall, and he looked inconspicuous. Not only that, but if one closed their eyes and only relied on one's divine consciousness, it would be difficult to detect his presence. At this moment, he was sitting down and meditating. Yu Hao bowed respectfully and said, "Ancestor, the guests have arrived. I'm Zhang Haishan. These are the other 4 Dao establishment powerhouses from the surging river divine kingdom. Greetings, divine monk Yongyi." Zhang Haishan took the lead to say. His tone was very respectful. After all, the other party was a formidable and strong powerhouse. No matter how strong he was as a Dao establishment powerhouse, he was nothing in front of a Dao establishment powerhouse. Duanling Tian was extremely strong as a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse who had mastered 3 Daos. However, he might not even be able to withstand a single strike from Yongyi. He would either die or be severely injured. At this time, everyone from Duanling Tian, Hongdong Chuan, and the people from the surging river divine kingdom to the people from the Temple of the Bitter Sea, excluding Bai Yen, looked at Yongyi in awe. Yongyi was not just the strongest person in the Temple of the Bitter Sea. He was also worshipped by everyone in the Temple of the Bitter Sea. In their eyes, no one could replace him in their hearts. Even the reclusive old man, who was leaning on a crutch, only came out of seclusion after so many years because of a chance to hear the teachings of Yongyi. It did not matter if he won or lost the competition as long as he could meet Yongyi. At this time, Duanling Tian studied the old monk with white eyebrows in front of him. This was his first time meeting a Dao merging powerhouse, whose strength surpassed all Dao establishment cultivators. Moreover, even in the myriad worlds, whether it was before or after the historical gap, the most powerful people were only level 9 Dao establishment cultivators. There was no record of anyone stronger than that. According to the Void Elder, a level 7 supreme powerhouse whose memories he had obtained, one could only possess powers comparable to heaven when one became a level 9 supreme powerhouse. Previously, in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, Duanling Tian found heaven mysterious. It was not until he arrived in the divine land that he discovered that heaven was just the rules of the life creation chart controlled by a Tao merging powerhouse. In a way, the master of the life creation chart could also be considered the heaven of the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Duanling Tian also discovered that the life creation chart was controlled by different people before and after the historical gap. The master of the life creation chart before the gap in history had cultivated the sacrificial Tao to the 9th stage and was just a step away from merging it with an already merged Tao. If he succeeded, he would have become one of the strongest people in the divine land. The merging of 3 Taos was the pinnacle for powerhouses in the divine land. Currently, in the divine land, there were only fewer than a handful of people like that. Alas, the master of the life creation chart before the historical gap failed to make that last step. Before he could succeed, he was besieged and severely injured, which led to his death. After that, the life creation chart was taken away and divided into several parts. For this reason, the world within the chart collapsed. It was also at that time that the Void Elder died, leaving his memories in his realm of origin, which Duanling Tian obtained later on. After coming to the divine land, Duanling Tian finally found out that the Void Elder's speculation was wrong. The Void Elder had speculated that heaven feared supreme powerhouses with the potential to become level 9 supreme powerhouses, which was the highest cultivation base in the world within the life creation chart, so heaven wanted to kill them. Many years later, someone gathered the parts of the life creation chart and reassembled it to cultivate the sacrificial Tao, becoming the new master of the life creation chart. With this, the world within the chart was recreated. That person also captured many natives of the divine land and threw them into the world within the life creation chart to propagate the world. Duanling Tian was the descendant of those people from the divine land. Naturally, it was not just him. Everyone in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary after the gap in history was a descendant of those people. Just as the new master of the life creation chart reached the 8th stage of the forbidden sacrificial Tao, he was captured and suffered an almost similar fate to the former master of the life creation chart. The difference was that he was only severely injured and he managed to escape with the damaged life creation chart. Back to the present, Yongyi opened his eyes. His gaze was dull, and his appearance was ordinary, but no one dared to underestimate him. After all, he was a Tao merging powerhouse. He said, "Greetings, everyone." Following that, Yongyi looked at Duanling Tian and said, "I didn't expect to meet someone from the world within the life creation chart. I can sense the unique vitality energy of the world within the chart on you. Previously, I didn't participate in the attack against the new master of the life creation chart. But when the chart was damaged, I could sense many people with unfamiliar energy arriving in the divine land. It was also due to the unique and unfamiliar aura of the world within the life creation chart that Yongyi was able to quickly determine Duanling Tian was from the world within the chart." Yongye's words also satiated much of Duanling Tian's curiosity regarding this matter. At this time, Yu Hao said with a sigh, "Ancestor, our Temple of the Bitter Sea lost the competition this time." Based on Yu Hao's expression, it was clear that he blamed himself. Yongye's expression did not change when he heard those words. He looked at Duanling Tian again and calmly asked, "Because of him?" "Yes," Yu Hao replied with a nod. "Brother Ling Tian's strength far surpasses mine. Not only has his sword Dao reached the 9th stage, but his limitless Dao and mastery Dao are also at least at the 8th stage." Upon hearing this, Yongye's dull gaze seemed to brighten slightly. Meanwhile, everyone except for Jiang Haishan, Yu Hao, and Bai Yan was shocked. Even Hong Dongchuan, who knew how strong Duanling Tian was shocked. None of them expected that Duanling Tian had comprehended another 2 Daos to such a high level. With this, it meant that as long as one of the 2 Daos reached the 9th stage, Duanling Tian could attempt to merge his Daos. If he succeeded, there would be a new Dao merging powerhouse in the divine land. Yongyi looked at Duanling Tian and said kindly, "The people within the world of the life creation charts are descendants of people from the divine land after all. Their talents are naturally not inferior. However, based on the fact that you're able to cultivate to this stage, It's clear that your talent is extraordinary. It should not be difficult for you to merge the Daos. Duanling Tian bowed slightly and said with a smile, I hope that I'll be able to gain some insight after listening to your teachings, so I can further improve my limitless Tao. Yongyi, the divine monk, chuckled and said, It seems that I can't keep any secrets when I share my knowledge later. Yongyi knew that if he could help Duanling Tian take the next step, it would be beneficial to both him and the Temple of the Bitter Sea. After all, it meant that Duanling Tian would owe him a favor. At this moment, Jiang Haishan asked with a smile, Divine Monk Yongyi, based on what you just said, it seems like you weren't planning to share all you know? Yongyi laughed and replied, I was just joking. However, since Duanling Tian is here today, I'll go into more details. I hope I'll be able to help him progress further. Yongye's expression was very friendly when he looked at Duanling Tian. He was very willing to do Duanling Tian a favor. Naturally, he also knew that his willingness to help did not guarantee that Duanling Tian was willing to accept his help. Nonetheless, he still wanted to try. Thank you, Divine Monk Yongyi, Duanling Tian said, expressing his gratitude. Now that Duanling Tian easily defeated Yu Hao, the Divine Monk, he had replaced Jiang Haishan as the most outstanding person in this group of people from the Surging River Divine Kingdom. Subsequently, everyone listened attentively as Yongyi spoke about the Tao. During this time, Duanling Tian could also see that Yongyi was not being perfunctory with his words earlier. It was obvious that Yongyi was sincere in helping him to comprehend the Tao based on how thorough Yongyi was with his analysis when he spoke about the limitless Tao. Duanling Tian naturally seized the golden opportunity and listened attentively. He was engrossed in listening and analyzing what he had learned. As time passed, his knowledge of the limitless Tao deepened, breaking through the bottleneck and progressing smoothly. Swoosh! Before Yongyi finished sharing his knowledge, Duanling Tian finally broke through, comprehending the limitless Tao to the 9th stage. With this, he comprehended 2 Daos at the 9th stage, which made him an imminent Tao merging powerhouse. Once he successfully merged the 2 Daos, he would become a Tao merging powerhouse. The others had yet to react when Yongyi said, Congratulations, young friend. With this, the others also returned to their senses and congratulated Duanling Tian one after another. Even those from the Temple of the Bitter Sea who had conflicts with him earlier, like the bald and muscular man and the old man, congratulated him in a friendly manner. Clearly, they were trying to mend their relationship with him. After all, it would not do them any good to provoke him. For someone like him, even if they could not befriend him, they could not make an enemy out of him. In the end, Duanling Tian did not return to the Surging River Divine Kingdom with Jiang Haishan and the others. Instead, he stayed on under the pretext of exchanging insight with Yongyi. However, the truth was he wanted to look at the Temple of the Bitter Sea's Tao merging tablet. In fact, this was one of the conditions he had proposed to Yu Hao earlier. In exchange for studying the Temple's Tao merging tablet, he promised that he would not participate in the next Tao establishment competition between the Surging River Divine Kingdom and the Temple of the Bitter Sea. After all, if Duanling Tian continued to represent the Surging River Divine Kingdom in the competition, the Temple of the Bitter Sea would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. There was no doubt that they would lose their only Tao merging tablet if Duanling Tian represented the Surging River Divine Kingdom in the next competition. Before his limitless Tao broke through to the 9th stage, Duanling Tian originally planned to ask Yongyi to continue sharing his knowledge of the limitless Tao. However, since he had a breakthrough, he naturally had to change the condition. At the same time, after the group from the Surging River Divine Kingdom left, Jiang Haishan asked Hong Dongchuan, Dongchuan, do you think Brother Duan will already be a Tao merging powerhouse 1,000 years later? Hong Dongchuan shook his head and said, It's hard to say. After all, there were many people like him who had comprehended 2 Daos to the 9th stage. However, they failed to enter the Tao merging realms even after thousands or tens of thousands of years had passed. Hong Dongchuan paused for a moment before he continued to say, However, in terms of talent and comprehension skills, those people can't compare to Brother Duan at all. I'm confident he'll be able to break into the Tao merging realm within 1,000 years. Jiang Haishan said with a sigh, If that's the case, he won't be able to help us in the next Tao establishment competition. It seems like I have to plan ahead. It's not a big issue if we lose the next competition, but if we lose the one after that, we'll lose all our Dao merging tablets. In fact, Yu Hao, the divine monk, also had a feeling that Duanling Tian would be able to become a Dao merging powerhouse within 1,000 years because of how readily Duanling Tian accepted his proposal initially. Nonetheless, since he had already spoken, he naturally could not go back on his words. Moreover, Duanling Tian was now someone the Temple of the Bitter Sea wanted to befriend. Even Yong Yi regarded Duanling Tian as a friend despite their age gap. Duanling Tian ended up staying in the Temple of the Bitter Sea for 3 years before he decided to leave. Yong Yi personally saw Duanling Tian off. "Brother, I'll take my leave now. If there's a chance, I'll visit you again," Duanling Tian said before he bade farewell to Yong Yi. Duanling Tian returned to the Duan residence after leaving the Temple of the Bitter Sea. He stayed for a month to accompany his family. Following that, Duanling Tian went to the capital to meet the royal family to study one of the 2 Dao merging tablets in their possession. Duanling Tian also met the old ancestor of the Surging River Divine Kingdom's royal family, a Dao merging powerhouse. The other party was very friendly and even shared his knowledge with him. However, the other party comprehended a different Dao, so Duanling Tian did not gain much from it. "Young friend, you can choose between the 2 Dao merging tablets," the old ancestor said, allowing Duanling Tian to choose. This was not mentioned by Zhang Haishan in the past. After all, Zhang Haishan did not have the authority to make such a decision. "I'll choose this one then," Duanling Tian said. He did not choose the tablet that had nothing to do with the Sword Dao and the Mastery Dao. He chose the tablet that contained the Mastery Dao. Time passed by very quickly. In just a blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. On one fine day, boom! A thunderous explosion, which seemed capable of shaking the sky, resounded in the capital of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. A few phenomena appeared in the sky. They were not only visible to those in the capital, but they were also visible to those near the capital. At this time, Yong Yi walked out from the Temple of the Bitter Sea and looked at the dazzling phenomena in the direction of the Surging River Divine Kingdom as he muttered to himself, "A new Dao merging powerhouse? I wonder if it's Ling Tian. He broke through so quickly?" Zhang Haishan, the level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse of the Surging Divine Kingdom's imperial family, stood next to a robust and dignified middle-aged man. At this time, they were looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky above the central area. A storm was raging, and peculiar noises rang in the air. It looked extremely mysterious. Zhang Haishan was not unfamiliar with this scene. After all, he had seen such a phenomenon before because of the man next to him. This was the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared when someone entered the Dao merging realm. In the divine land, the heaven and earth phenomenon would appear when someone successfully broke into the Dao merging realm. It was unlike the world created by the life creation chart where heaven and earth phenomena were rather common, which was due to the rules set by the owner of the life creation chart. In the divine land, the space was very stable and strong. Even powerhouses had a hard time tearing the space apart. As such, heaven and earth phenomena were not common in the divine land. "I didn't expect his talent and comprehension skills to be so extraordinary," the middle-aged man next to Zhang Haishan said with an emotional sigh. The middle-aged man was Zhang Tianzheng. He was the Dao merging powerhouse of the Surging River Divine Kingdom's royal family. His status was very high in the royal family, and Zhang Haishan had to address him as ancestor. The buildings that stood in the middle of the storm, which was brought about by the heaven and earth phenomenon, were in ruins. At this moment, the figure of a person sitting cross-legged in the air could be faintly seen. The figure belonged to a handsome purple-clad young man with an extraordinary bearing. Although his eyes were closed at this moment, his aura was extremely intimidating. Many people did not dare to look directly at him. Boom! A thunderous noise echoed in the sky. It was as though the world was coming to an end. Streaks of light shot out before they formed a giant sword in the sky. Smaller swords, which were increasing in numbers, could also be seen surrounding the giant sword. They were like the stars surrounding the moon. The giant sword that towered up into the sky emitted a terrifying aura as the number of small swords continued to grow. Not only did they cover the sky above the surging river Divine Kingdom, but they also began to spread to the surrounding areas, covering half of the sky above the area near the Temple of the Bitter Sea. This naturally alarmed everyone. This phenomenon indicates that someone broke into the Tao merging realm. Based on the phenomenon, it seems like the other party merged the Sword Tao and the Limitless Tao. It's the Limitless Sword Tao. In the Divine Land, there were only dozens of Tao merging powerhouses, and there were only a few of them in the surging river Divine Kingdom and its surrounding areas. Nonetheless, many Tao establishment powerhouses knew that the heaven and earth phenomenon was an indication of the birth of a new Tao merging powerhouse. Based on the phenomenon, they could also tell the two Taos that had merged. In a city in the distinct province, in the Duan residence, a group of people were looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon. Yu Xiao and Zhao Yi, who knew what the heaven and earth phenomenon meant, could not help but gasp in shock as they looked at the phenomenon with a hint of anticipation and excitement in their eyes. After all, the Tao merging realm did not exist in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Although they were both at the 7th Tao establishment stage, which was not far away from the Tao merging realm, they were not confident that they would be able to break into the Tao merging realm before they reached the end of their lives. Zhao Yi sighed emotionally before he said, "I wonder who broke into the Tao merging realm. How unexpected." Zhao Yi and Yu Xiao had no idea that the heaven and earth phenomenon was caused by Duanling Tian. They were still under the assumption that Duanling Tian was a level 8 Tao establishment powerhouse. They did not even know that he had broken through to the 9th Tao establishment stage previously. When Duanling Tian returned 22 years ago, he did not tell them about his breakthrough. Unlike the others, Duanling Tian's wives were aware of his breakthrough. As such, when they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon and heard about the birth of a new Tao merging powerhouse, Kur, Li Fei, Huaner, and Feng Tianwu thought about him immediately. He's the 2nd Tao merging powerhouse in the surging river Divine Kingdom. There's no doubt that it's him. It's been a long time since the birth of the Tao merging powerhouse in the surging river Divine Kingdom. It must be him. When he left 20 years ago, he said he was going to break into the Tao merging realm. It seems like he's succeeded. The women were rather excited as they spoke. After staying in the Divine Land, they knew that the Tao merging realm was the pinnacle of cultivation in the Divine Land. In the entire Divine Land, there were only a few dozen Tao merging powerhouses, and all of them were powerful in their own right. For example, Zhang Tianzheng, the Tao merging powerhouse of the surging river Divine Kingdom's royal family, was a powerful figure in this region. With his presence, the surging river Divine Kingdom would continue to stand strong. Individually, other Tao merging powerhouses would not easily look for trouble with the surging river Divine Kingdom unless they were confident they could kill him with a single strike. He did not have to worry unless he offended several Tao merging powerhouses, and they decided to join forces to attack him. At the main Temple of the Bitter Sea, swoosh, Yong Yi, the divine monk, walked out and flew toward the surging river Divine Kingdom. Apart from congratulating the new Tao merging powerhouse, he also wanted to confirm his speculation of Duanling Tian being the new Tao merging powerhouse. On a huge island, which was like a paradise, in the sea near the eastern border of the surging river Divine Kingdom, a man flew up into the sky, making his way to the heaven and earth phenomenon with the intention of congratulating the new Tao merging powerhouse. This man was the guardian of the Sea Vault Island, and he was also the only Tao merging powerhouse of the island. I didn't expect another Tao merging powerhouse to appear in the surging river Divine Kingdom. I wonder if it's Zhang Haishan. However, with his talent, it should be very difficult for him to break into the Tao merging realm. I should go and have a look. This is Hong Dong Chuan, who had rushed over to the royal palace in the capital of the surging river Divine Kingdom, was shocked when he learned from Zhang Haishan that Duanling Tian had broken through. He did not expect that Duanling Tian would enter the Tao merging realm so quickly. Eastern Fantasy. How long has it been? When I sparred with Duanling Tian, he was only at the 8th Tao establishment stage. It seems like not more than 30 years have passed since then. Right? When Duanling Tian finally opened his eyes, Jiang Tianzhang, the Tao merging powerhouse of the surging River Divine Kingdom's royal family, congratulated Duanling Tian enthusiastically. Congratulations, fellow Tao merging powerhouse. Duanling Tian opened his eyes, revealing a burst of light as dazzling as the sun and making it difficult for people to look at him directly. As he slowly regained his senses, he nodded and smiled amicably at Jiang Tianzhang, a strong Tao merging powerhouse from the surging River Divine Kingdom. He said, "Thank you for guarding me, senior." Duanling Tian was capable of protecting himself during his breakthrough, but he could sense that Jiang Tianzhang was guarding him earlier through his divine consciousness. "It's a small matter." Jiang Tianzhang shook his head and said with a smile, "You've broken through into the Tao merging realm, so there's no need for you to address me as senior. We can be considered peers after all. If you don't mind, you can just address me as Brother Jiang." Duanling Tian smiled and said, "All right, Brother Jiang." After breaking into the Tao merging realm, Duanling Tian felt that his view of the world had changed. He could now faintly see the limitless sword Tao on the horizon. The limitless sword Tao was the Tao he had merged. It was an ancient Tao with an intimidating, mysterious, and unpredictable aura. The Tao that one chose to merge was crucial in determining one's strength. If the Tao was weak, one would naturally be in a disadvantageous position when competing with other Tao merging powerhouses. There were also new merged Taos, which meant that the Taos were the first of their kind. The creator of the new Tao would possess strength that surpassed ordinary Tao merging powerhouses due to the completely new path. The new path allowed for smooth progress, unlike the old paths that countless people had taken, causing them to be worn out. Each time a cultivator followed an old path, the path would take damage. Tao merging powerhouses' greatest source of strength was the Tao merging energy, which came from the path they had chosen. Before Duanling Tian's breakthrough, he had learned this from the divine monk from the Temple of the Bitter Sea, who was also a Tao merging powerhouse. "Surprisingly, there's no change in my internal energy compared to when I was at the 9th Tao establishment realm. A breakthrough now doesn't guarantee a qualitative change in internal strength. Apart from my Tao, which has grown stronger and will help me face stronger enemies, my soul has changed as well. After becoming a Tao merging powerhouse, one's soul would grow stronger, while one's internal energy remained the same. Needless to say, one would also have access to the Tao merging energy. The paths from old Taos are worn out, so the energy they provide is inferior compared to new Taos. However, it's not easy to merge a completely new Tao. Otherwise, there won't be people taking shortcuts all the time. People like the two masters of the life creation chart, who chose to comprehend the sacrificial Tao and sacrifice beings in the chart, were examples of those who took a shortcut. The sacrificial Tao was rather special among the Taos. Ordinary people would not come across it, let alone comprehend or master it. Only the master of the life creation chart could comprehend the sacrificial Tao. For this reason, whatever Tao one used to merge with the sacrificial Tao would create a new Tao. Apart from that, merging three Taos would also create a new Tao. However, only those who possessed extraordinary innate talent and comprehension skills were capable of merging three Taos. After merging two common Taos, one could still merge a third Tao with it, creating a new Tao. Needless to say, the names of all of those who succeeded in merging three Taos were recorded in history. The limitless sword Tao is a common Tao comprehended by many in the past. According to the divine monk from the Temple of the Bitter Sea, among the Tao merging powerhouses in the divine land, there were quite a few who comprehended the limitless sword Tao. Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. "Congratulations, Your Excellency." At this time, Zhang Haishan and Hong Dong Chuan bowed, paying their respect to Duanling Tian. In the divine land, after breaking into the Tao merging realm, one would be considered a top powerhouse. After all, Tao merging powerhouses were considered invincible. Even a strong Tao merging powerhouse would not find it easy killing a weaker Tao merging powerhouse, unless the gap between their strength was extremely big. For this reason, in a show of respect, people in the divine land would use honorifics such as Your Excellency for Tao merging powerhouses. Although Hong Dong Chuan had grown familiar with Duanling Tian, he was not a close friend of Duanling Tian, nor did he know Duanling Tian for long. For this reason, he adhered to etiquette after Duanling Tian became a Dao merging powerhouse. Duanling Tian was naturally aware of this, but he did not comment on it. He only nodded and smiled in response before he fell deep into his thoughts again. Seeing this, the duo no longer disturbed Duanling Tian and fell silent. As for Jiang Tianzheng, he stood at the side and waited patiently as he guarded Duanling Tian. Not long after, Jiang Tianzheng, a voice rang from the east. It was not loud, but Jiang Tianzheng, Jiang Haishan, and Hongdong Chuan heard it clearly. Duanling Tian returned to his senses and looked to the east as he extended his divine consciousness. He quickly sensed the presence of another Dao merging powerhouse. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with the other party. The other party was not from the Temple of the Bitter Sea. In just a moment, a young man flew over and landed in front of Duanling Tian. He was handsome, and he was dressed in a cyan robe. He held a fan in his hand, looking graceful. Zhou Qing Chuan. Jiang Tianzheng looked at Zhou Qing Chuan and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that an apathetic person like you would come to my surging river divine kingdom to join the fun." This was Duanling Tian's first time meeting Zhou Qing Chuan. But he had heard of the latter from the Temple of the Bitter Sea's divine monk and the surging river divine kingdom's Jiang Tianzheng. Since there were only 3 Dao merging powerhouses in and around the area of the surging river divine kingdom, the trio interacted with each other often, exchanging ideas. Zhou Qing Chuan was the strongest person in Sea Vault Island, and he was an extremely strong Dao merging powerhouse. Old Jiang. The surging river divine kingdom is really impressive. Another Dao merging powerhouse has emerged from the kingdom, Zhou Qing Chuan said with a laugh before he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian and continued to say, "An unfamiliar face? However, I'm not surprised. I didn't think it could be Jiang Haishan since he's still far from reaching the Dao merging realm." Upon hearing this, Jiang Haishan only smiled bitterly and did not say anything. In fact, Zhou Qing Chuan was from the same generation as Jiang Haishan, which meant that Zhou Qing Chuan was much younger than Jiang Tianzheng and the divine monk from the Temple of the Bitter Sea. In Jiang Haishan's youth, he was often overshadowed by Zhou Qing Chuan. He tried his best to keep up with Zhou Qing Chuan's cultivation but failed. Currently, Zhou Qing Chuan was comparable to the ancestor of the surging river divine kingdom's royal family. "This person can't be considered a cultivator from our surging river divine kingdom," Jiang Haishan said with a smile. "At best, he can only be considered half a member of the surging river divine kingdom. It's a coincidence that he happened to end up in the kingdom." Upon hearing Jiang Tianzheng's words, Zhou Qing Chuan looked at Duanling Tian in amazement. "Oh? Based on my understanding of your words, are you saying that he's from the world within the life creation chart? When the new master of the life creation chart was discovered a few years ago, he was severely injured and the life creation chart was badly damaged." Zhou Qing Chuan was aware of this, but since it did not happen in the vicinity of Sea Vault Island, he did not participate in the matter. Otherwise, the other Dao merging powerhouses would have definitely invited him along. Jiang Tianzheng replied with a nod. "Yes, Brother Ling Tian is indeed from the world within the life creation chart." Zhou Qing Chuan's eyes lit up, and he cupped his fists together at Duanling Tian as he said, "Greetings, Brother Duan." "Greetings, Brother Zhou," Duanling Tian responded. Following that, the two of them conversed casually. When Zhou Qing Chuan learned that Duanling Tian still had friends and family members whom Duanling Tian had yet to reunite with, he promised to help Duanling Tian spread the word in Sea Vault Island. If there were any friends and family of Duanling Tian on the island, he also promised to send them back. Duanling Tian naturally expressed his gratitude. Although Sea Vault Island was only located in the east of surging river divine kingdom, the harsh conditions of the sea made crossing the sea dangerous, which limited the island's communication with the outside world. As such, most people on the island lived a life of seclusion. For this reason, although Duanling Tian had gained fame in the surging river divine kingdom and its surrounding areas, Zhou Qing Chuan had not heard of Duanling Tian. Otherwise, he would have guessed the person who had broken through earlier was Duanling Tian. While Duanling Tian, Zhou Qing Chuan, and Jiang Tianzheng spoke among themselves, Jiang Haishan and Hongdong Chuan stood respectfully at the side. After a while, the divine monk from the Temple of the Bitter Sea arrived. Earlier, he was more than 90% certain that Duanling Tian was the one who had broken through, and now he finally confirmed it with his own eyes. With Duanling Tian's breakthrough, he naturally changed the way he addressed Duanling Tian. "Congratulations, Brother Duan," the divine monk said. His expression turned solemn as he continued to say, "Brother Duan, it's good news that you've entered the Tao merging realm, but I have a reminder for you. There's another Tao merging powerhouse in the Divine Land who has merged the Sword Tao and the Limitless Tao. In the Divine Land, when Tao merging powerhouses who merged the same Taos make a move simultaneously, they won't be able to fully utilize the Tao merging energy. For this reason, even if they're not enemies, it's very difficult for them to be friends." Jiang Tianzheng's expression turned solemn as well upon hearing the divine monk's words. He muttered, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about that person." Similarly, the gentle smile on Zhou Qing Chuan's face also vanished when he heard the divine monk's words. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was puzzled when he saw the trio's reaction and expressions. He asked, "Gentlemen, what's going on?" "Brother Duan, previously, there was another person who merged the Sword Tao and the Limitless Tao. I'm sure you already know that if two people who merged the same Taos make a move at the same time, it'll affect their performance. Imagine this. If one person were engaged in a life-or-death battle with someone else, and at the crucial moment the other person, who merged the same Taos, also made a move, forcibly seizing part of the Tao merging energy. It would definitely weaken the former's attack, which could result in defeat and even death." Duanling Tian frowned as he thought to himself, "In that case, that would make those who merged the same Taos natural enemies, right?" Jiang Tianzheng looked at Duanling Tian and warned, "Brother Duan, if it's just that person alone, there's no need for you to be wary of him. However, the problem is that his grandfather is one of the few Tao merging powerhouses alive in the Divine Land who has successfully merged 3 Taos. I'm worried he might ask his grandfather to deal with you. Even if you manage to escape, you'd definitely be injured. Once you're injured, if you're targeted again, you'll definitely die. Although it's rare for Tao merging powerhouses to be killed in the Divine Land, it's not completely unheard of." Zhou Qingshan and the divine monk also echoed Jiang Tianzheng's words. The trio clearly expressed that they were helpless and would not be able to help Duanling Tian confront those people. All they could do was to help him prepare in advance and advise him to go into hiding to avoid being caught. Duanling Tian remained silent, feeling a hint of frustration in his heart. He thought that entering the Tao merging realm would place him at the peak in the Divine Land. Unexpectedly, soon after his breakthrough, he might have to face a disaster. "The triple Tao merging realm," Duanling Tian murmured to himself with a dark expression on his face. At the same time, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. In the Divine Land, the most powerful people were triple Tao merging powerhouses, followed by Tao merging powerhouses who managed to merge new and unique Taos. Although Duanling Tian had entered the Tao merging realm, the Limitless Sword Tao was not a new Tao in the Divine Land. As such, the Tao merging energy he could harness from the path of the Limitless Sword Tao was limited. It was only natural that the other person who had also merged the Limitless Sword Tao wanted to get rid of Duanling Tian. After all, even Duanling Tian was unhappy about this matter. His mood worsened when he learned that the other party's grandfather was a triple Tao merging powerhouse and that he might be targeted. With this, the longing for power rose again in his heart. He was determined to merge the Limitless Sword Tao with his Mastery Tao, forging a new path for himself in the Divine Land. Currently, his Mastery Tao had reached the 8th stage. Once it reached the 9th stage, he would be able to merge 3 Taos and become a triple Tao merging powerhouse. I hope he stays rational and doesn't provoke me. Otherwise, it won't matter if he has a grandfather who's a triple Tao merging powerhouse. I'll still kill him, Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone with killing intent. He was not a pushover after all. Otherwise, he would not have been able to come so far. His cultivation journey was one that was filled with bloodshed after all. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he looked at Jiang Tianzheng and continued to inquire about his possible enemy. When he learned that the other party had a big family, he felt slightly relieved. At the very least, he did not have to worry about the other party venting his anger on his family and friends if the other party could not find him. Jiang Tianzhang and the other two spoke very frankly and reassured Duanling Tian. They told him that the other party had more wives and children than Duanling Tian did, and that usually, the other party was not someone who acted recklessly. Moreover, conflicts between Dao merging powerhouses that implicated their respective family and friends would incur displeasure from other Dao merging powerhouses, especially those with families of their own. Although it was easy for a Dao merging powerhouse to lose reason and vent his or her anger on the family and friends of another Dao merging powerhouse, they all adhered to the unspoken rule of not implicating their enemy's family and friends. At this moment, Jiang Tianzhang said, "Brother Duan, if you're still worried, why don't you bring your family to the imperial city? I'll watch over them on your behalf." "Thank you, Brother Jiang," Duanling Tian said, sincerely expressing his gratitude. His family and friends were definitely safer with Jiang Tianzhang's protection after all. In fact, even if Duanling Tian did not have to go into hiding, he had no plans of staying in the Surging River Divine Kingdom. This was because after he entered the Dao merging realm, he felt the aura of his homeland. He naturally knew that it was the aura of the damaged life creation chart. Needless to say, he was surprised. After all, based on his knowledge, the master of the life creation chart, whom everyone thought of as heaven in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, was ambushed and narrowly escaped death with the damaged life creation chart in his hands. After that, the other party disappeared without a trace. To this day, no one had been able to find him. However, after entering the Dao merging realm, Duanling Tian could sense the other party's location. To be precise, he could sense the location of the life creation chart. "I wonder if it's because I'm from the world within the life creation chart. Is that why I can sense my homeland after entering the Dao merging realm?" This was the only reason Duanling Tian could think of at that time. Due to this matter, Duanling Tian planned to leave and looked for the master of the life creation chart after he made arrangements for his family. He was not afraid of the other party. After all, it had not been too long since the other party was severely injured. If the other party was at the peak of his strength, then he would have reasons to be wary. However, since the other party was injured, there was no need for him to be afraid. "Let's see if I can snatch the life creation chart from him." Duanling Tian had no interest in comprehending the sacrificial Dao, which could be comprehended after he obtained the life creation chart. He was just curious about the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, wondering if they still existed within the life creation chart. Previously, when the master of the life creation chart was attacked, Duanling Tian witnessed the collapse of heaven and the crumbling of the heaven-traversing pagoda before he was forcefully transported away. He speculated that all the living beings in the pagoda had become nourishments for the master of the life creation chart. "I hope that the myriad worlds and the outer boundary still exist." Although the divine land was good, it was naturally no match for his homeland. Even after becoming a Dao merging powerhouse, he still could not forget his homeland. If it was possible, he wanted to return to his homeland to cultivate and spend time with his family, living a peaceful life. Before becoming a Dao merging powerhouse, he had already planned to try and obtain the life creation chart. He wanted to see if he could restore his homeland. At that time, he would bring those who were willing back to the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Needless to say, Duanling Tian did not mention his ability to sense the life creation chart to the trio in front of him, since it would only bring him trouble. After all, the life creation chart was a sensitive matter in the divine land. He knew that if he successfully obtained the life creation chart and news spread about it, even if he did not intend to comprehend the sacrificial Dao, it was likely that the Dao merging powerhouses in the divine land would not let him go. To be precise, they would not let the life creation chart go. "Everyone, I'll go and look for my family and friends first. I hope we'll meet again in the future." After bidding farewell to the trio, Duanling Tian used his limitless sword Dao and flew toward the distinct province. With the Dao merging energy, it would not take long for him to arrive at the Duan residence. Is that person using the Dao merging energy now? Just as Duanling Tian was approaching the distinct province, he felt the energy from his limitless sword Dao weaken. It was not difficult for him to figure out that another person was also using the limitless sword Dao at this moment. Meanwhile, in an ancient city nestled deep in the mountains far away from the surging river Divine Kingdom, a person stood in the air as terrifying sword rays flew around him, making others afraid to approach him. He was a young man dressed in a long cyan robe. He looked dignified, and he had an extraordinary bearing. At this moment, a frown could be seen on his face as he muttered to himself, "Someone has also entered the path of the limitless sword Dao?" Although a phenomenon appeared during Duanling Tian's breakthrough, it was only visible in the surging river Divine Kingdom and its surrounding areas. It was naturally impossible for the phenomenon to be visible in such a distant place. Moreover, news of Duanling Tian's breakthrough had yet to spread to this place. Even so, it was not difficult for him to find out that someone had also mastered the limitless sword Dao once. He tried to mobilize the Dao merging energy from the limitless sword Dao. Who is it? The young man's expression was gloomy and his gaze was cold. After all, this was undoubtedly a huge problem for him. In the Divine Land, those with the potential to enter the Dao merging realm know that I master the limitless sword Dao. How dare someone choose to master the limitless sword Dao as well? Does he think I'm a pushover? The Divine Land was vast, seemingly boundless. Even for Dao merging powerhouses, traveling at full speed around the Divine Land would take months. However, it had to be said that the speed of Dao merging powerhouses was incredible. For example, Duanling Tian had just entered the Dao merging realm, but it took him less than 15 minutes to travel from the capital of the surging river Divine Kingdom in River Province to the capital of the distinct province, where his family resided. To the north of the surging river Divine Kingdom was the endless sword domain, while to the east and the south were the vast oceans. The Sea Vault Island was located beyond the eastern seas, while there was a vast land far from the southern sea. The distance to that land from the surging river Divine Kingdom could circle the borders of the surging river Divine Kingdom at least 10 times. The surging river Divine Kingdom, the endless sword domain, Sea Vault Island, and the Temple of the Bitter Sea to the west of the surging river Divine Kingdom were just a small part of the Divine Land. There was a triple Dao merging powerhouse and several dozen Dao merging powerhouses in this region. It was rather safe here, so many settled here. There were even outsiders who just came from dangerous places and were reluctant to leave after spending some time here. Most places were treacherous in the Divine Land. However, these places also usually contained fortuitous encounters. After surviving these dangerous places, many powerhouses managed to comprehend new Daos and forge new paths of their own. The Chun clan was an ancient family that had long existed in the Myriad Mountains and was one of the top forces in the Divine Land with Dao merging powerhouses. Not only that, but the clan also had a triple Dao merging powerhouse, who was one of the few triple Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land. At this time, Chun Ming Hao, the young man dressed in a cyan robe who was also one of the 2 Dao merging powerhouses in the Chun clan, said to his grandfather, "A triple Dao merging powerhouse. Grandfather, someone has chosen the path of the limitless sword Dao. For most people, even if they have a high comprehension of the sword Dao and the limitless Dao, they would choose to merge different Daos when they break into the Dao merging realm to avoid offending you. How dare that person choose the limitless sword Dao? Is this person trying to provoke our Chun clan?" Chun Jiushao said with a dark expression as killing intent flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, even if the other party did not think much of Chun Ming Hao, the other party should have considered him. He found the other party's actions unforgivable. After a moment, Chun Jiushao asked, "Do you know who it is?" Chun Ming Hao shook his head. "I don't know for now. It'll probably take some time before we can find out who the other party is." Chun Jiushao nodded and said with a cold gaze, "Very well. Once we find out who he is, I'll kill him when the opportunity arises. If we join forces, even if we can't kill him the first time, he'll be severely injured. As long as we can find him again the second time, he'll be as good as dead." Chun Jiushao was naturally very confident about his strength. Meanwhile, Chun Haoming's expression eased slightly after listening to his grandfather's words. He changed the topic, asking, "Grandfather, is there any news about you Luo He, the master of the life creation chart?" "No, Chen Xiao said with a sigh as he shook his head. That guy values his life a lot. Not only was he equipped with many life-saving methods when we ambushed him, but he also managed to escape with the life creation chart. When he escaped, I knew it wouldn't be easy to find him again. It seems like I was right. Upon hearing this, Chun Minghao sighed as well. If only we could secretly find him and snatch the life creation chart away from him. If the two of us manage to merge the sacrificial Tao with our existing Taos, no one in the divine land will be a match for us. A hint of greed could be seen in Chun Minghao's eyes when he spoke. It's easier said than done, Chen Xiao said, shaking his head. Although everyone publicly condemns the sacrificial Tao, how many of them secretly wish to comprehend it? They just don't want another person to comprehend the sacrificial Tao, so they banned it. After all, the sacrificial Tao is unique among the many Taos. Not only that, but it's also a new path in the divine land. One can only imagine how powerful it'll be taking a new path. After entering the Tao merging realm, most Tao merging powerhouses would become indifferent to the world. However, the Tao merging powerhouses were anxious to take the master of the life creation chart down because they feared that he would surpass them with the help of the life creation chart. Not only did Chen Xiao participate in attacking the master of the life creation chart, but he also partook in attacking the former master of the life creation chart. However, at that time he was just an ordinary Tao merging powerhouse in the divine land. In the end, the former master of the life creation chart was killed by other triple Tao merging powerhouses. Chen Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed before he said, "This reminds me of something." Back then, before attacking the former master of the life creation chart, he mentioned the world within the life creation chart. He said that the beings in that world had strength equivalent to a level 9 Tao establishment cultivator. In the end, all those people became his nourishment. Needless to say, that helped him comprehend the sacrificial Tao to the 9th stage and also brought him closer to the triple Tao merging realm. Chen Xiao continued to say, at that time, no living beings from the world within the life creation chart were transported to the divine land. However, this time, after the life creation chart was damaged, many beings from the world within the chart were transported to the divine land. It's likely that there are many who are comparable to level 9 Tao establishment cultivators among them. After a beat, Chen Xiao added, I wonder if the person who chose the path of the limitless sword Tao is from the world within the life creation chart. Perhaps he only successfully entered the Tao merging realm after coming to the divine land. If I'm right, then everything makes sense. After all, he might not know about you and that choosing the path of the limitless sword Tao would offend the Chun clan. Chun Minghao nodded in agreement after listening to Chen Xiao's words. His gaze was murderous as he said, regardless of whether he was aware of it or not, he must die. If he doesn't die, he'll always be vying for the Tao merging energy of the limitless sword Tao with me. The Chun clan dominated the myriad mountains, and it was also one of the top forces in the divine land. It was not surprising that their intelligence network spread far and wide. About half a month later, they managed to gather information about the new Tao merging powerhouse from the surging river divine kingdom. The timing of the emergence of the new Tao merging powerhouse matched the description of one of the ancestors of the Chun clan, a Tao merging powerhouse who chose the path of the limitless Tao sword. After receiving information about Duanling Tian, the two powerhouses of the Chun clan, Chen Xiao and Chun Minghao met again. So Duanling Tian, the god-defying sword, is indeed from the world within the life creation chart. He was in the surging river divine kingdom. Grandfather, you were right. He really did come from the world within the life creation chart. Chun Minghao said in a low voice as his eyes shone murderously. It's not that hard to guess, Chen Xiao said indifferently. Nobody in the divine land would choose the path of the limitless sword Tao in fear of offending our Chun clan after all. Only an ignorant outsider from the world within the life creation chart would dare to choose this path. However, whether it was intentional or not, he has to die since he affects your cultivation. After a moment, Chen Xiao added, I'll accompany you to the surging river divine kingdom, and we'll try to kill him at that time. At the very least, we must severely injure him. With this, as long as we can find him again in a short time, We'll definitely be able to kill him. Chen Minghao's eyes lit up and a sinister smile appeared on his face when he heard these words. He thought to himself, Duan Ling Tian, you can only blame yourself for unknowingly choosing the same path as me. Otherwise, you'd have a place in the divine land. Alas, offending me and the Chun clan is a death sentence. It did not take long before Chun Jiushao and Chen Minghao left the myriad mountains for the surging river divine kingdom. Although the two places were far away from each other, they arrived in the surging river divine kingdom in just a few days. As soon as they arrived, they quickly made their way to the capital city. Based on the information they received, Duan Ling Tian had moved his residence in the distinct province to the capital city after entering the Dao merging realm. Above the Duan residence, Chan Minghao stood alone in the sky, looking at the area below him as he said in a voice that echoed through the capital city, Duan Ling Tian, I'm Chun Minghao, a Dao merging powerhouse from the Chun clan in the Myriad Mountains. I've come to challenge you to determine the owner of the path of the limitless sword Dao. The arrival of a Dao merging powerhouse shook the Duan residents. Previously, they had been delighted when they learned that Duan Ling Tian had joined the ranks of the Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land. The increase in Duan Ling Tian's strength meant an increase in their chances of survival in the Divine Land after all. Alas, they did not expect that in less than a month after moving to the capital city of the surging river Divine Kingdom, a Dao merging powerhouse would show up to challenge Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, in the Hong residence, Hong Dong Chuan's expression changed slightly before he exclaimed, It's Chun Minghao. He came so quickly. Although Hong Dong Chuan was only at the 8th Dao establishment stage, as a native of the Divine Land, he was naturally familiar with strong Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land. He knew that Chun Minghao would naturally come to look for trouble, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. At the royal palace, Zhang Tianzheng frowned. He was the guardian of the surging river Divine Kingdom, and he was the only Dao merging powerhouse in the kingdom before Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough. As soon as he sensed Chun Minghao's presence, he quickly flew over to Chun Minghao. In just a flash, Zhang Tianzheng stood across from Chun Minghao. Zhang Tianzheng? It was not surprising that Chun Minghao recognized Zhang Tianzheng. Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land naturally knew each other. Chen Minghao nodded at Zhang Tianzheng and greeted the latter before he said, I came for the new Dao merging powerhouse. This matter has nothing to do with you. Chun Minghao might not be a match for Zhang Tianzheng, but it would not be easy for Zhang Tianzheng to defeat Chen Minghao either. Moreover, Chun Jiushao, a triple Dao merging powerhouse, was hiding nearby, ready to make a move. Zhang Tianzheng shook his head and said with a smile, Brother Chun, I have no intentions of getting involved in the matter between you and Duan Ling Tian. I only came to inform you that you're a step too late. Duan Ling Tian is no longer in the surging river Divine Kingdom. He left with a few of his close relatives over half a month ago. Chun Minghao frowned and his expression darkened immediately. Following that, he extended his divine consciousness and swept it through the Duan residence, confirming that there were no traces of Duan Ling Tian in the residence. Subsequently, he glared at Zhang Tianzheng and said with an unsightly expression on his face, Zhang Tianzheng, I'm certain Duan Ling Tian was unaware that I've also mastered the limitless sword Dao. Did you tell him about me? Did you tell me to leave? Zhang Tianzheng frowned. Although he did not want to provoke Chun Minghao and make an enemy out of the Chun clan, it did not mean that he was afraid of Chun Minghao. Moreover, he was slightly stronger than Chun Minghao because the path he had chosen was relatively new. If it were not for the fact that Chun Minghao's grandfather was a triple Dao merging powerhouse, he would have already attacked Chun Minghao. After a moment, Zhang Tianzheng said expressionlessly, Chun Minghao, it's best not to speak without evidence. How can you blame me? In the Divine Land, how many people do you think know that you've mastered the limitless sword Dao? Apart from Dao merging powerhouses, even those Dao establishment cultivators know about it. Perhaps the only people who aren't aware of it are those who live in seclusion. Just as Chun Minghao was about to reply, Chun Jiushao, who was hiding nearby, appeared. After confirming that Duan Ling Tian was not around, there was no more reason for him to hide. As soon as he appeared, he said, "Brother Jiang, my grandson has acted rashly. Allow me to apologize on his behalf." Upon seeing Chen Jiushao, Jiang Tianzheng narrowed his eyes imperceptibly as he thought to himself, "As expected, this cunning old man is here." "Greetings, Senior Chen," Jiang Tianzheng said politely. Inwardly, he was cursing the other party for being treacherous. After all, despite being a triple Dao merging powerhouse, the other party actually hid in the dark, waiting to launch a sneak attack. Considering how bad Brother Chen's temper was earlier, I had already guessed that Senior Chen was present. Jiang Tianzheng continued to say politely, "As for compensation, there's no need for that." Jiang Tianzheng and Chen Minghao were both Dao merging powerhouses. Even if he were not Chen Minghao's match, he would not be much weaker than Chen Minghao. Moreover, he was also confident that the triple Dao merging powerhouse would not join forces with Chen Minghao to deal with him over such a trivial matter. Not only that, but he was also confident that if the duo attacked him, he would be able to escape with minor injuries. It was also unlikely that they would harm the other members of the royal family of the Surging River Divine Kingdom in order to kill him. After all, that would only bring chaos to the Chen clan. All in all, Jiang Tianzheng was certain the duo would not attack him now. After all, there was no real conflict between them. It was unlikely that the verbal dispute earlier was going to escalate into a life-or-death situation. The duo only came to look for Duanling Tian because Duanling Tian's limitless sword Dao affected Chen Minghao's interest, hoping to get rid of Duanling Tian. Alas, their visit was in vain. After all, Duanling Tian had left long before their arrival. Not only that, but Duanling Tian had also taken precautions to ensure his loved one's safety. In fact, Jiang Tianzheng felt that Duanling Tian was overly cautious. In his opinion, the two Dao merging powerhouses from the Chen clan were unlikely to harm Duanling Tian's loved ones. After all, doing so would only make them enemies of the Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land. Meanwhile, Chen Jiushao took a deep look at Jiang Tianzheng before he said, "In that case, we'll take our leave first." After saying that, Chen Jiushao and Chen Minghao left. After leaving, Chen Minghao said in a deep voice, "Grandfather, Duanling Tian came from the world within the life creation chart. There's no way he could have known that I comprehended the limitless sword Dao as well. Not only that, but he also could not have known that we would deal with him after he became a Dao merging powerhouse. There's no doubt that Jiang Tianzheng was the one who told him about it." Chen Minghao was certain that without Jiang Tianzheng's reminder, Duanling Tian would not have been so well prepared. "So what?" Chen Jiushao said calmly. "We can't force him to admit it if he doesn't want to. Don't forget that he's also a Dao merging powerhouse, and he's also stronger than you. Unless we're certain we can deal with him, it won't be beneficial to the Chen clan if we take action against him." Chen Minghao's expression darkened even more upon hearing these words. A hint of unwillingness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. However, he knew there was nothing he could do even if he felt unwilling. Although the Myriad Mountains Chen clan contributed greatly to Chen Minghao's success, the clan had also become a constraint on him and also his grandfather. They naturally could not abandon the Chen clan. After all, his grandfather had many direct descendants in the Chen clan. How could they disregard the lives of those people? In comparison, Jiang Tianzheng did not have any direct descendants. He guarded the royal family of the Surging River Divine Kingdom because the Jiang family had long been based in the kingdom. As such, it was much more difficult for Chen Jiushao to disregard the Chen clan compared to Jiang Tianzheng. This was also the reason Jiang Tianzheng was able to remain unyielding in front of Chen Jiushao earlier. After all, Jiang Tianzheng did not have any fetters tying him down. "Grandfather, now that Duanling Tian is aware that we want to kill him, it won't be easy for us to find him. It makes me angry whenever I think about him sharing the Dao path with me," Chen Minghao said unwillingly. Chen Jiushao said with a sigh, "There's nothing we can do about that. We can only take one step at a time now. Now that Duanling Tian has fled, we can only continue to search for him and look for information. Once we confirm his whereabouts, we'll take action immediately. That's all we can do now." Chen Minghao nodded as his eyes shone with resentment. Although Jiang Tianzhang, divine monk Yongyi, and Zhou Qingchuan assured Duanling Tian that the duo from the Chun clan would not harm his loved ones, even if he left them in the capital, Duanling Tian still felt uneasy. As such, he brought his loved ones to a remote place north of the Endless Sword domain. The place was like a paradise. In this remote place, Yu Xiao was invincible. It was enough to ensure his loved ones' safety. Currently, those who remained in the Duan residence in the Surging River Divine Kingdom were mostly people who sought refuge from Duanling Tian after being transported to the Divine Land from the Myriad Worlds and the Outer Boundary. Led by Zhao and Yi, they stayed in the residence to intercept acquaintances from the Myriad Worlds and the Outer Boundary. It was impossible for everyone to leave the Duan residence. After all, Duanling Tian still had many missing loved ones. For example, his son, Duan Yen Tian, was still missing. Li Ro often shed tears in secret, worried about Duan Yen Tian. Whenever Duanling Tian saw Li Ro cry, he would feel distressed. Nonetheless, he still remained optimistic. Now that he had become a Dao merging powerhouse, he was confident that Duan Yen Tian would come to the Duan residence as soon as Duan Yen Tian heard about him. After making the arrangements for his loved ones, Duanling Tian said before bidding farewell to Yu Xiao, "I'll leave everyone in your care then." Duanling Tian did not tell anyone about his intention to look for the owner of the life creation chart. Yu Xiao was unaware of his intention and only assumed that he had left to make a name for himself in the Divine Land to reunite with his loved ones. He's still injured, so this is a good opportunity for me. If I can kill him and obtain the life creation chart, it'll be perfect. Duanling Tian followed the aura of the life creation chart, which he could sense after he entered the Dao merging realm. He knew that there would be a fierce battle once he met the owner of the life creation chart. It was no surprise that obtaining the life creation chart would be challenging even if the odds were in his favor. He was confident that he would be able to defeat his opponent due to his opponent's injuries. However, he knew it would be unlikely for him to be able to kill the other party even if the other party was injured. After all, the other party was stronger than Duanling Tian when the other party was in his prime. The thunderous storm sea, a perilous realm within the Divine Land, was notorious for its year-round storms and relentless thunderstorms. This treacherous environment deterred even the bravest of Dao powerhouses, making them think twice before venturing into its chaotic depths. At this moment, in a cave hidden in the depths of the central region of the thunderous storm sea, the cave was simple with only a stone platform inside. At this time, a thin middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue robe with an ordinary appearance and a pair of piercing eyes sat on the stone platform. He held a strange disc in his hand that projected images in the air. "Finally, I stabilized the world inside." "You Luo," he sighed in relief. His eyes flashed coldly as he muttered, "Next, I can use the living beings in the life creation chart to heal my injuries. Now that my sacrificial Dao made progress, I don't have to be so cautious anymore." Previously, his sacrificial Dao was not strong enough, so he had to set up many restrictions to control the living beings in the life creation chart. One of the restrictions was the fatal heavenly tribulation. With the fatal heavenly tribulation, even extraordinarily talented beings would have a hard time breaking past the 6th Dao level. After all, it would be difficult for him to control a large number of level 7 Dao powerhouses with the level of his sacrificial Dao at that time. His sacrificial Dao was a long way behind that of the previous master of the life creation chart. The life creation chart is truly a divine object. Even as a Dao merging powerhouse, I can't ignore its rules without destroying it. Although Yuluo he was the master of the life creation chart now, he still needed to follow some rules until his sacrificial Dao reached a certain level. For example, he could not directly kill the living beings in the world within the life creation chart. He could only exploit loopholes by using the heaven-traversing pagoda. The life creation chart was damaged previously, causing the loss of many lives in the chart. Not only that, but many of them were also transported to the Divine Land. Yuluo he felt a little distressed when he thought about that incident. If his whereabouts had not been exposed, he would not have been surrounded and ambushed by a group of Dao merging powerhouses, forced into a passive situation. Not only was the life creation chart damaged, but he was seriously injured as well. What a pity! There were some high-quality sacrifices in that world, but most of them ended up being transported to the divine land. Luo he felt even more vexed thinking about the sacrifices who had reached the 7th Tao level. Luo he had just extended his divine consciousness when his expression changed drastically. This is bad. I sense a Tao merging powerhouse. Luo he did not expect to be found in such a remote place after hiding for so many years. It was also clear to him that the other party had come for him. Swoosh! A terrifying sword ray descended into the sea, splitting it into two. The might of the sea seemed insignificant before the sword ray at this moment. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang in the air as Luo he left the cave, dodging the fearsome sword ray. His expression was extremely grave as he muttered, "The limitless sword Tao. Is it Chun Ming Hao from the Myriad Mountains Chun clan?" A hint of wariness could be seen in Luohi's eyes when he mentioned Chun Ming Hao. However, he was not wary of Chun Ming Hao since Chun Ming Hao was no match for him. The person he was wary of was Chun Jiuxiao, a powerful triple Tao merging powerhouse. Chun Jiuxiao and Chun Ming Hao were also part of the group that ambushed him in the past. If it's Chun Ming Hao, then there's a high chance that Chun Jiuxiao is also here. Luohi's first thought was to escape. He had no wish to engage with the other party at all. With astonishing speed, he quickly left the area, knocking away many marine creatures. Not only that, but many of them were also reduced to dust due to his power. The sea surged as a terrifying force wreaked havoc in it. He runs pretty fast. A young man, shrouded by a dazzling and huge sword ray, arrived at the depths of the sea. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he chased after Luohi. This young man was naturally not Chun Ming Hao. Luohi was unaware that another Tao merging powerhouse who comprehended the limitless sword Tao had appeared in the divine land. After all, he had been hiding in this place. Duanling Tian continued to chase after Luohi, and the distance between the two also began to narrow. His eyes burned with desire now that the life creation chart was within reach. He had very little doubt that the person in front of him was the master of the life creation chart, Luohi. At the same time, while Luohi was running away, he extended his divine consciousness again. To his surprise, there was only one person chasing after him. He searched again and confirmed that there was no second person in the area. He thought to himself mockingly, "Alas, a man who has lost power has to suffer indignities. If I were in my prime, Chun Ming Hao wouldn't have the courage to chase me on his own." Previously, Luohi managed to escape the ambush by the Tao merging powerhouse thanks to his trump card. He no longer had a trump card. Moreover, he was injured now. If he fought Chun Ming Hao, he had very little chance of winning. Seeing that he was about to catch up with Luohi, Duanling Tian asked, "Back then, you were the one behind the heavenly texts in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, right?" Duanling Tian did not expect that one day, he would be hunting down heaven. A storm roared, and lightning flashed. The surging water suddenly parted as a figure shot up, stirring up humongous waves. Luohi rushed to the surface of the sea with a grim expression on his face. In his opinion, his highest chance of survival lay above the sea. In the depths of the ocean, things were relatively calm. On the contrary, a storm raged above the sea. Luohi knew that as long as he got out of the sea, it would not be easy for others to track him. Apart from affecting visibility, storms could also, to a certain extent, affect one's divine consciousness. If one's divine consciousness were affected, it would naturally affect one's ability to sense and track one's target. Damn it! I can't believe Chun Ming Hao actually has the guts to come after me alone. Luohi felt very aggrieved. He was a renowned figure in the divine land, after all. In the past, when he faced the group of cultivators, everyone was certain of his death, including the group of cultivators who ambushed him. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, he managed to escape. Nonetheless, his escape and survival came at a cost. He was severely injured, and the life creation chart was also damaged. However, despite his injuries, he was rather pleased with himself. After all, he was one of the rare few, or perhaps even the only one in the divine land, who managed to escape from a group of top cultivators. For example, even the former owner of the life creation chart died when he was ambushed by a group of top cultivators. This, in Yu Luohe's mind, proved that he was stronger than the former owner of the life creation chart. Although Yu Luohe's attainment in the sacrificial Dao was not as high as his opponent's respective Daos, his reputation had far surpassed theirs. As for his sacrificial Dao, as long as he could survive and as long as he had time, he would definitely be able to raise the level of his sacrificial Dao through the life creation chart. He not only wanted to comprehend the sacrificial Dao to the 9th stage, but he also wanted to merge the sacrificial Dao with his other 2 Daos. Once he successfully merged 3 Daos, he would not have to fear anyone in the divine land. Even if he was ambushed by the same group of people again, he could easily retreat without using any special means. During this period of time, Yu Luohe had hidden in the depths of the sea to recuperate from his injuries and repair the life creation chart. He had planned to comprehend the sacrificial Dao after that, continuing with his unfinished task. He was looking forward to the day when his 3 Daos would dominate in the divine land. At that time, no one would be able to kill him. Alas, he did not expect someone to find him at this time. Moreover, it was someone who was weaker than him. How could he not feel aggrieved and frustrated? Wait, something's not right. Upon hearing the other party's words, Yu Luohe suddenly felt that something was amiss. The heavenly text in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary was from you, right? It was strange for Chun Ming how to say such words. After all, he was not from the myriad worlds or the outer boundary. Of course, it was possible that he had heard about it from the people who were transported to the divine land. However, it seemed strange for him to ask such a question. Yu Luohe instinctively turned to look back, and he finally saw the appearance of his pursuer. Such words, if spoken by Chun Ming Hao, would seem somewhat abrupt. After all, Chun Ming Hao was not from the myriad worlds or the outer boundary. Yu Luohe had forcibly created a path of sorts as he rushed to the surface of the sea. His pursuer, who was chasing after him, was naturally on that path as well. This made it easier for him to see his pursuer. Duan Ling Tian? Yu Luohe recognized his pursuer with just a glance. After all, the other party was a famous figure in the world created by the life creation chart. In that world, the other party was peerless. Not only that, but the other party was the first person to break the limit he had set in that world. After all, he forcibly broke through a passage in the stormy sea, and the opponent was also inside this passage, unaffected by the special environment of the stormy sea. He clearly saw the appearance of the opponent. With the life creation chart, Yu Luohe could easily monitor everything in that world. Alas, due to the rules, even if he was the owner of the life creation chart, he could not directly interfere in the life and death of the inhabitants in that world, unless he killed everyone inside. Yu Luohe naturally would not kill everyone inside in one go. To him, the inhabitants of the world created by the life creation chart were precious resources. If he killed everyone in one go, the life creation chart would become useless. Of course, he could bring or lure his target out of the world created by the life creation chart to kill his target. However, that would expose the portal of the life creation chart in the divine land. At that time, there was no doubt that the other cultivators in the divine land would closely guard the entrance in hopes of catching him. For example, the existing portals that connected the divine land to the world within the life creation chart were already closely guarded. He did not dare to approach them, worried that he would be caught. One thing to note was that those existing portals were not opened by him or the former owner of the life creation chart. They were opened by several top powerhouses using the fragments of the life creation chart they obtained after the death of the former owner of the life creation chart. It was also at that time that the gap in history appeared in the world within the life creation chart. At that time, those people who lived before the gap in history met with a calamity, unaware of the secrets behind the mysterious entrances that led to the divine land. How's this possible? He actually merged his Daos. Yu Luohe felt a shiver run down his spine. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to merge his Dao so quickly. After all, it had not been that long since Duan Ling Tian was transported to the divine land. Not even 100 years had passed since he had gotten injured. He also clearly remembered that several decades ago, Duan Ling Tian was still at the 8th stage. He would not have been shocked if Duanling Tian had become a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. It was truly shocking that Duanling Tian entered the Dao merging realm so quickly. After all, it was extremely difficult for someone to break into the Dao merging realm. However, Duanling Tian, someone from the world created by the life creation chart, managed to merge his Dao so quickly. Damn it! No wonder he managed to find me. After all, he was born in the world within the life creation chart. Before entering the Dao merging realm, he couldn't sense the aura of the life creation chart. However, since he has broken through, he can naturally sense the aura of the life creation chart that he couldn't sense before. Yuluo he grew desperate when he saw Duanling Tian drawing closer and closer. He wondered if he, the owner of the life creation chart, was going to be killed by what he once considered resources. He was unwilling to die in such a manner. Although Duanling Tian was a genius, Yuluo he did not pay attention to Duanling Tian, only viewing Duanling Tian as one of his resources. Unexpectedly, less than 100 years had passed since he was ambushed and the life creation was damaged. Someone whom he once considered as a resource had caught up with him, entering the highest realm in the divine land, the Dao merging realm. Duanling Tian made his move. Swoosh! Above his head, the deep sea roiled as the power of the limitless Dao swept forth as dazzling as the stars. This power was terrifying, as though a single strike could destroy everything. The sword ray shot toward Yuluo he who was fleeing. Duanling Tian's icy gaze flashed with a hint of anticipation. As long as he killed Yuluo he would obtain the life creation chart. The chart contained the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, after all. It was where his hometown was located. Was there anyone who did not want to return to their hometown? He wanted the life creation chart not to cultivate the sacrificial Dao, but to see if his hometown still existed. If not, could it be repaired by the chart? He thought the likelihood was high. After all, the myriad worlds and the outer boundary were created by the life creation chart. Duanling Tian, if I weren't injured, you wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly. Yuluo he bellowed. He continued to flee at lightning speed as he spoke. At the same time, a saber ray shot out to meet Duanling Tian's sword ray. When the sword ray and saber ray collided, a terrible force erupted, wreaking havoc in the sea and creating huge vortices. In the end, the sword ray destroyed the saber ray, causing Yuluo he, who was still injured, to spit out blood. However, he did not stop moving and continued to flee and attack at the same time. Duanling Tian also continued to chase after him. Meanwhile, Chen Ming Hao, who had gone to the surging river divine kingdom with his grandfather, had just returned to the Chun clan in the Myriad Mountain, when he felt a disturbance on the path of the limitless sword Dao. Clearly, someone was using the limitless sword Dao now. In the entire divine land, before Duanling Tian's arrival, he was the only one who comprehended the limitless sword Dao. Only Duanling Tian, this outsider from the world of the life creation chart, was ignorant enough to also comprehend the limitless sword Dao. This was naturally disadvantageous to him since it meant that he would have to share the power of the limitless sword Dao, which would affect his strength. Moreover, if the other party used too much energy from the limitless sword Dao, his strength would be even more affected. The energy is so turbulent. Who is Duanling Tian fighting? In the entire divine land, no one was as familiar as Chen Ming Hao was with the limitless sword Dao. Duanling Tian, who only recently comprehended the limitless sword Dao, was naturally no match for him as well in this regard. After all, he had comprehended the limitless sword Dao long before Duanling Tian did. For this reason, as soon as he sensed the abnormal movements, he instantly deduced what happened. The energy of the limitless sword Dao is so turbulent. He must be fighting with another Dao merging powerhouse. If it were a Dao establishment cultivator, he would not have used so much energy from the limitless sword Dao. Chen Ming Hao's eyes glinted coldly as he narrowed them. At the same time, a smirk appeared on his face. You tried to hide from me, huh? Do you think you can hide from me for a lifetime? Do you think you can use the Dao energy as much as you please? Dream on. Chen Ming Hao immediately left the Chun clan and found a secluded place. Then, he unleashed his power without reservations, using the limitless sword Dao to compete for the Dao energy with Duanling Tian. At the same time, Duanling Tian's strength weakened significantly. Yuluo He quickly noticed the sharp decline in Duanling Tian's strength. He had already resigned himself to death just a moment ago. He knew he was no match for Duanling Tian due to his injuries. Unexpectedly, the situation turned around. When Yuluo He realized that Chunming Hao was using the limitless sword Dao at this time, he laughed. Duanling Tian, it seems like today's my lucky day. I forgot that you're not the only one who comprehended the limitless sword Dao. It seems like Chunming Hao is intentionally helping me. Earlier, he had assumed it was Chunming Hao who was chasing him when he sensed the limitless sword Dao. He only discovered that it was Duanling Tian later on. It was not hard for him to deduce that Chunming Hao was helping him because it was a bad situation for two people to merge the same Daos. Before making a move, Duanling Tian had already considered the possibility of Chunming Hao seizing the energy of the limitless sword Dao. However, he did not think the possibility was very high. After all, if Chunming Hao provoked him so blatantly, he could also retaliate and do the same the next time he sensed Chunming Hao using the limitless sword Dao. In the end, this would only result in a never-ending cycle. As such, under such circumstances, it was best for both sides to compromise. Unexpectedly, Chunming Hao defied his expectations and deliberately seized the energy of the limitless sword Dao at this time. Duanling Tian, if you don't merge a third Dao, you'll have a hard time killing me unless Chunming Hao cooperates with you. However, clearly, he's very upset with you for also merging the limitless sword Dao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the limitless sword Dao at such a critical moment. Yuluo, he said with a laugh. Then, Yuluo, he shot upward at lightning speed, breaking through the surface of the sea and disappearing into the stormy horizon. Due to Chunming Hao's intervention, Duanling Tian, who could have killed Yuluo He, failed, falling short by a step. He continued to chase after Yuluo He but soon found that his speed was now inferior to that of Yuluo He. With Yuluo He getting farther and farther away, he finally gave up on his pursuit. After all, he knew only failure awaited him if he continued. He would have to wait for another chance. Moreover, unless Yuluo He discarded the life creation chart, he would be able to find Yuluo He again. In fact, he did not care much if he killed Yuluo He or not. His goal was to obtain the life creation chart. Chunming Hao, thinking the culprit behind his failure, Duanling Tian's expression darkened, and his eyes shone with killing intent. After all, he did not offend the other party, but the other party provoked him blatantly. Although Yuluo He managed to escape, Duanling Tian could still sense the life creation chart. This meant that as long as Yuluo He did not abandon the life creation chart, Duanling Tian would be able to find Yuluo He no matter where Yuluo He fled. Duanling Tian decided to give up on his pursuit of Yuluo He because he knew that as long as Chunming Hao kept stirring up trouble by using the limitless sword Dao, he would not be able to defeat Yuluo He. As such, continuing the pursuit was meaningless. I could sense it when he used the limitless sword Dao. I supposed it's the same vice versa. Otherwise, he wouldn't have interfered and used the limitless sword Dao when I was attacking Yuluo He. He knew my strength would decline sharply. Duanling Tian, who was hovering above the stormy sea, wore a gloomy expression on his face as he looked in a certain direction. It was the direction of a place that Zhang Tianzhang from the surging river Divine Kingdom had told him about, the Chun clan of the Myriad Mountain. The Chun clan was a force with two Dao merging powerhouses, and one of them had even merged 3 Daos. This made them one of the top forces in the Divine Land. This is really annoying, but there's nothing I can do about it, Duanling Tian said through gritted teeth as a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. After all, the life creation chart had just been within his grasp. But due to Chunming Hao's interference, he could only watch the chart slip away. Duanling Tian had 2 choices now. First, he could continue to grow stronger by attempting to merge the 3rd Dao with his limitless sword Dao. This would put him on equal standing with the powerhouse of the Chun clan. Not only that, but if he was successful, he would no longer have to contend for energy when using the Dao, since what he comprehended would no longer be just the limitless sword Dao. However, it would take some time for him to achieve this feat. Needless to say, It was far more difficult to merge 3 DAOs compared to merging 2 DAOs. Moreover, he was not quite certain how he should go about it yet. Previously, he managed to merge 2 DAOs thanks to his visit to the Temple of the Bitter Sea where he was enlightened. It was a series of good luck that led to the merging of his DAOs. Apart from his enlightenment, he had the guidance of Yongyi, the divine monk of the Temple of the Bitter Sea, and he also had the Dao merging tablet. The combination of these things helped him successfully break into the Dao merging realm. As for the other choice, it was rather straightforward. Duan Ling Tian could look for someone to help him. He would be in charge of finding Yu Luo He, and the other party would help him deal with Yu Luo He to seize the life creation chart. However, there was a huge problem with this. Was there anyone who did not covet the life creation chart? It would be difficult for him to find a helper who had no interest in the life creation chart. Duan Ling Tian did not feel like he could trust the Dao merging powerhouses from the surging divine kingdom, the Temple of the Bitter Sea, and Sea Vault Island with whom he was familiar. Even if they claimed they were not interested in the life chart creation, he would not dare to trust them. It was similar to how, back on Earth, there were people who claimed they did not care about money when that was clearly not the case. Unless his family members or good friends became a Dao merging powerhouse, he could not trust anyone at all. This meant that if he wanted to obtain the life creation chart now, he could only rely on himself. The divine land was vast but not boundless. Even then, for ordinary people it was difficult to traverse it. In a remote area in the divine land beyond the perilous sea, there was a deserted island with abundant mineral resources. This place was under the control of a force with a level 4 Dao establishment powerhouse. A group of prisoners were captured and forced to mine here tirelessly and endlessly. In the center of the deserted island, a young man with feminine features shook his head and said to a tall and imposing young man standing next to him, "Nian Tian, you really had a hard time. After avoiding the fate of being killed by the sacrificial Dao, you were transported from the world within the life creation chart to this place. Then, the Mountain Alliance forcefully sent you here, effectively imprisoning you here." Duan Nian Tian smiled bitterly. "There's nothing I can do about it. The daughter of the deputy leader of the Mountain Alliance. With such a reputation, if I marry her, my father will probably skin me alive." After being transported away from the myriad worlds, Duan Nian Tian was sent to a territory of the Mountain Alliance. The Mountain Alliance only had a level 4 Dao establishment powerhouse, but in this remote place it could be considered a small overlord. As soon as he arrived, he wanted to explore the place to gain a better understanding. However, while he was wandering around, he caught the eye of the daughter of Wuxia, the deputy leader of the Mountain Alliance. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the appearance of Wuxia's daughter. It was just that her reputation was rather bad. Before meeting him, she had been involved with many men at the same time. Strangely, when she saw him, she became serious about him, unlike the other men she had been involved with. Perhaps it was love at first sight. She was ready to settle down, and to prove her love to him, she even killed all the men she was with. Duan Nian Tian could not help but feel a chill running down his spine when he thought about that scene. That woman was really terrifying. Apart from her involvement with many men in the past, he was also put off by her cruelty. He knew he could not accept her. Putting himself aside, even his parents would not be able to accept it if he married her. Originally, he had prepared to die, thinking that the other party would surely kill him for refusing. Unexpectedly, the other party did not kill him and sent him to the deserted island instead, planning to imprison him here for the rest of his life. "Someone's coming." Duan Nian Tian's expression changed immediately, and he quickly pulled the young man next to him aside. They had snuck here, and if they were found, they would be punished. The young man took a peek and saw an old man and a middle-aged man. He said in a hushed voice, "It's Lord Shui Ping and Lord Sheng." The two men did not lower their voices when they talked, so Duan Nian Tian and his companion could clearly hear them. "I heard that a strong Dao merging powerhouse had appeared in the surging river Divine Kingdom. Is it true?" "Yes. I heard that he's from the world within the life creation chart. He came to the divine land only decades ago, but he has already entered the Dao merging realm." "How terrifying!" In just a blink of an eye, The two men who had forced Duan Yen Tian and the young man to hide had gone far away. Duan Yen Tian and the young man, who had clearly heard their conversation, exchanged a look. After a while, the young man broke the silence, saying, Yen Tian, I remember you mentioned that you and the others from the world within the life creation chart came to the divine land several decades ago. I'm surprised that someone has already entered the Tao merging realm so quickly. Also, didn't you say that in your world, the most powerful person was comparable to a level 8 Tao establishment cultivator? Duan Yen Tian had discussed matters regarding the world within the life creation chart, the myriad worlds and the outer boundary with his friend. However, he did not disclose much about his family and did not mention the most powerful person in the world within the life creation chart was his father, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Yen Tian nodded. As far as he knew, before the upheaval in the life creation chart and the migration to the divine land, his father was the only level 8 supreme powerhouse, which was equivalent to a level 8 Tao establishment powerhouse in the divine land. His grandmaster, Feng Qingyang, might have become a level 7 Tao establishment powerhouse ahead of Duan Ling Tian. He still remained at the same level before they ended up in the divine land. Duan Yen Tian nodded. As far as he knew, before the upheaval in the life creation chart and the migration to the divine land, his father was the only level 8 supreme powerhouse, which was equivalent to a level 8 Tao establishment powerhouse in the divine land. His grandmaster, Feng Qingyang, might have become a level 7 Tao establishment powerhouse ahead of Duan Ling Tian. He still remained at the same level before they ended up in the divine land. Could it be father? Duan Yen Tian wondered inwardly as his eyes lit up with excitement. In his opinion, among the people who came to the divine land, his father had the highest chance of becoming a Tao merging powerhouse first, followed by Feng Qingyang. The young man continued to speculate, Yen Tian, is there a hidden powerhouse you're unaware of in the world within the life creation chart? After all, it's unlikely even for a prodigious level 8 Tao establishment cultivator to enter the Tao merging realm in such a short time, unlike becoming a level 9 Tao establishment cultivator. It's difficult to enter the Tao merging realm after all. There are only a few dozen Tao merging powerhouses in the divine land as it is. On the other hand, there are hundreds of level 9 Tao establishment cultivators. There were many Tao establishment cultivators in the divine land. Even powerful level 9 Tao establishment cultivators were numbered in the hundreds. For instance, in the Surging River Divine Kingdom and the Temple of Bitter Sea, although there were only 3 level 9 Tao establishment powerhouses known to the public in reality, there were still many of them who were not known to the public because they had left. They left the Surging River Divine Kingdom or the Temple of Bitter Sea because the Tao merging powerhouses in those two places could not help them comprehend the myriad Tao due to the differences in their Taos. They left to look for opportunities or to join forces with Tao merging powerhouses who could help them comprehend the myriad Taos. Out of 10 level 9 Tao establishment cultivators, perhaps only one would successfully become a Tao merging powerhouse. The others are doomed to fail until the end of their lives. At the same time, Duan Yen Tian wondered if the new Tao merging powerhouse from the Surging River Divine Kingdom was Duan Ling Tian or Feng Qingyang. He also wondered if perhaps there was someone from the myriad worlds or the outer boundary who was stronger than his father and grandmaster. In any case, perhaps this is my chance to leave this place. Duan Yen Tian thought to himself as his eyes flashed with determination. Duan Yen Tian was to be confined on this solitary island until his death. The people who guarded the island naturally did not dare to offend the vice leader of the Mountain Alliance. Yu Chang, let's go back first. Duan Yen Tian signaled to his companion and left. Then, when Yu Chang began supervising the miners, he made his way to the two men, whom he had overheard talking earlier. The two men were only level 1 Tao establishment powerhouses, but they were rather important figures in the Mountain Alliance. One of them was in charge of this island, while the other was responsible for bringing people back and forth to collect the minerals excavated from this place. At this moment, someone said to the duo, Lord Xueping, Lord Shingen. Duan Yen Tian said he has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Needless to say, Duan Yen Tian was not qualified to meet the duo directly. Duan Yen Tian? Shingen frowned. This name sounds somewhat familiar. Xueping chuckled. It's not strange that you find his name familiar. That kid was brought here by Miss Gua several decades ago. She had ordered for him to be confined to this place until he died. Oh, I remember him now. Realization dawned on Xianxia. He had heard about this back then and could not understand Duan Yentian's choice. After all, if Duan Yentian had married Miss Gua, he would have risen in ranks in the Mountain Alliance. However, Duan Yentian refused Miss Gua and rather be confined to an island for the rest of his life. However, why is he looking for us? Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. We'll know once he's here, won't we? Xueping smiled. When Duan Yentian was led over, Xueping asked nonchalantly, Duan Yentian, I heard you have an urgent matter to discuss with us. What is it? Duan Yentian glanced at the other people nearby. Seeing this, Xueping narrowed his eyes. Clearly, Duan Yentian did not want others to listen in on what he had to say. This made him very curious, so he ordered the others away. Can you speak now? Xianxia was also very curious, wanting to know what he wanted to discuss with them. My lords, before I start, I'd like to ask you something. The new Tao merging powerhouse from the surging river Divine Kingdom, is his surname Duan? Duan Yentian asked and held his breath, fearing the answer would be a no. After all, his plan to escape this place hinged on the answer to his question. Otherwise, he would have to wait until he had entered the Tao establishment realm before he could leave, and it would take a very long time. Since there might be a chance to leave now, he naturally did not want to wait foolishly. Xueping looked at Xianxia as he had only heard about the appearance of a second Tao merging powerhouse in the surging river Divine Kingdom from him. However, he had no idea about the details. Xianxia stared sharply at Duan Yentian as he asked, Duan Yentian, why are you asking about this? Are you implying that you have connections with that Tao merging powerhouse just because you share the same surname and have almost similar names? Do you think you can deceive us? Before Duan Yentian could respond, Xueping exclaimed in shock, almost similar names? Although Xueping had heard from Xianxia that the new Tao merging powerhouse came from the world within the life creation chart, he did not know the specifics. His curiosity was instantly piqued. Xianxia glanced at Xueping and said, the new Tao merging powerhouse in the surging river Divine Kingdom is said to have made a name for himself in the surging river Divine Kingdom before he broke into the Tao merging realm. His name is Duan Ling Tian, also known as the God-defying sword. Duan Ling Tian was not just famous in and around the surging river Divine Kingdom. His reputation had also spread throughout various parts of the Divine Land, even to its remote corners. As such, even the Mountains Alliance knew about him and his achievements in the surging river Divine Kingdom simply because he had become one of a few dozen Tao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land. Duan Ling Tian? Xueping's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Duan Yentian, who was standing next to Xueping, trembled. Although he was mentally prepared, he could not contain his excitement when he confirmed that his father had broken through and become a Tao merging powerhouse in less than 100 years after coming to the Divine Land. Xianxia naturally noticed Duan Yentian's reaction. With his current strength, he could easily sense Duan Yentian's emotional fluctuations, which seemed like a genuine reaction. Their names are too similar, aren't they? It's just a one-word difference, Xueping said. When he saw Duan Yentian's excitement, he asked, Duan Yentian, you also come from the world within the life creation chart, and your name is so similar to him. Are you really related to him? At this point, Duan Yentian had slightly calmed down. He looked at Xueping and earnestly said, Lord Xueping, Duan Ling Tian is my father. Xueping and Xianxia looked at him in disbelief. After Xueping regained his senses, he said, It's impossible. He looked at Duan Yentian with a scrutinizing gaze and sneered. Duan Yentian, you must have known about the news of that Tao merging powerhouse in advance and lied to us, right? If you're the son of that Tao merging powerhouse, why would you be imprisoned by Miss Gua here? Even though he had only recently become a Tao merging powerhouse, it said that he was already a level 8 Tao establishment powerhouse when he arrived in the Divine Land decades ago. He was suspicious of Duan Yentian. After all, even if Duan Ling Tian was only a level 4 Tao establishment powerhouse, Miss Gua would not have dared to provoke him since their vice leader, Wuxia, was only a level 3 Tao establishment powerhouse. Even their strongest powerhouse, the mysterious leader of the Mountains Alliance, was only a level 4 Dao establishment powerhouse. Upon hearing Xue Ping's words, Xianxia's gaze on Duan Yen Tian also became somewhat skeptical. After all, what Xue Ping said made perfect sense. If Duan Yen Tian really had such a formidable father, would he have fallen to his current state? Would he be forced by the daughter of a mere level 3 Dao establishment powerhouse to this extent? Duan Yen Tian did not panic. He was telling the truth after all. He smiled bitterly and said, "My lords, with Miss Guo's temperament, if I were to tell her that I have a father who is a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse, she would definitely think I'm lying. Even if she didn't think I was lying, by offending me in such a way, she would most likely choose to kill me to silence me." He added, "I wasn't with my father that time. In fact, I don't even know where he is in the divine land now. Even if I wanted him to help me, it would be like trying to quench one's thirst with distant water. Perhaps if she intended to kill me, I might have said something. However, she didn't, so I could only choose to endure the humiliation to survive." Duan Yen Tian looked helpless at the end of his words. Before they could respond, Duan Yen Tian looked at them and said sincerely, "My lords, I'm not asking you to let me go now. After all, I have no evidence, so it's only normal for you to be suspicious of my words. But I still hope that both of you will make a trip to the Surging River Divine Kingdom to verify this matter. I believe if my father knew about my situation, he would definitely come to rescue me himself. At that time, both of you would also receive a favor from my father. A favor from a Dao merging powerhouse should be good enough for you to give it a try. Moreover, you'll only benefit from this matter. As long as you don't inform Miss Guo and clarify this matter secretly, even if it turns out I'm lying, you don't have to worry about offending Miss Guo." Guo Lili, known as Miss Guo by Xue Ping and the others, was the daughter of their vice leader, Guo. Upon hearing Duan Yen Tian's words, Xue Ping and Xianxian exchanged a glance, and they both saw a spark of interest in each other's eyes. After all, this was an opportunity to gain a favor from a Dao merging powerhouse. In the past, in their eyes, their leader, who was a level 4 Dao establishment leader, was extremely powerful, an existence they looked up to. However, even their leader could not compare to a Dao merging powerhouse. Gaining the favor of a Dao merging powerhouse was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for them. "I think we can give it a try. What do you think?" Xue Ping asked Xianxian through voice transmission. "We can give it a try. It just so happens that I need to leave this place for a while, and the Surging River Divine Kingdom is on the way. I'll go and see if I can meet this Dao merging powerhouse and verify Duan Yen Tian's words." As Duan Yen Tian mentioned, this matter was advantageous for both Xianxian and Xue Ping. There was no harm in giving it a try. If it turned out to be true, they would obtain a favor from a Dao merging powerhouse. Such an unexpected stroke of luck was beyond their wildest dreams. After the decision was made through voice transmission, Xianxian looked at Duan Yen Tian with a much gentler expression as he said, "Yen Tian, I'll personally make a trip to the Surging River Divine Kingdom to confirm this matter. If what you say is true, I'll ensure your father comes here to rescue you as soon as possible. You should understand that even if Xue Ping and I believe you, we can't save you. After all, Miss Guo's father is Vice Leader Guo. Although we're also elders of the Mountain Alliance and seem to hold a high status, we're not comparable to Vice Leader Guo. Not to mention, in terms of strength, even if we join forces, we're still far from being a match for him. So, I hope you understand our predicament." Xue Ping and Xianxian's attitude toward Duan Yen Tian had changed greatly. After all, if Duan Yen Tian was the son of a Dao merging powerhouse, they knew they could not offend him and had to curry favor with him. Although they had yet to confirm his identity, they could not mistreat him like before. "My lords, I understand." Duan Yen Tian could easily guess their thoughts, but he needed their help now, so he remained polite. He finally had a chance to escape this place. At this time, he wondered and sighed inwardly. Mother should be with father. I wonder if they had found Xiling and the others. Ever since he was transported to the Divine Land several decades ago, he had been alone. He had companions when he roamed the outer boundary, but he happened to be alone when the outer boundary collapsed. Over the years, life in the Divine Land was not unbearable, but it was extremely boring compared to the time he was in the Myriad World and the Outer Boundary. As such, he would reminisce about the good old days quite often. And now, upon learning that his father, Duanling Tian, had become a Tao merging powerhouse, he realized that perhaps everything he had enjoyed in the past was not necessarily unreachable. Duanling Tian was not only a top powerhouse who could protect him in the Myriad World and the Outer Boundary but could also provide him with a comfortable life in the Divine Land. Now, I'll just have to wait for Xianxia to confirm my identity in the surging river Divine Kingdom. Duanyen Tian was not worried because he was being truthful after all. In the following days, Duanyen Tian lived much more comfortably because Xue Ping took care of him, ensuring that he would not be treated like a mule as before. However, Xue Ping was discreet about it because he could not afford to offend Gualili before confirming that Duanyen Tian was indeed the son of a Tao merging powerhouse. His subtle actions were hard for others to detect, but Yu Chong, who was closest to Duanyen Tian, had long noticed something was amiss. Nian Tian, has Xue Ping been in a good mood lately? He hasn't been bossing you around like before. I guess so. Duanyen Tian nodded as he feigned surprise. He did not plan to tell Yu Chong that his father was the surging river Divine Kingdom's new Tao merging powerhouse for now. After all, it would be bad for him if Yu Chong snitched on him and told Gualili about it. It's really strange. What good fortune did Xue Ping encounter? Yu Chong was very curious about this, but despite racking his brains, he could not figure out why Xue Ping stopped making things difficult for Duanyen Tian. Meanwhile, after dealing with some matters, Xianxia headed for the surging river Divine Kingdom. As a level 1 Tao establishment powerhouse, it took him some time to arrive in the territory of the surging river Divine Kingdom and ask about the whereabouts of Duanling Tian. It naturally led him to the capital of the surging river Divine Kingdom, where the Duan residence was located. He requested to meet Duanling Tian, mentioning that he had news of Duanyen Tian. Duanyen Tian? At this point, although most of Duanling Tian's friends and family members had left the residence, there were still some people who knew of Duanyen Tian's existence. Upon receiving the news, someone immediately went to find Zhao and Yi, the level 7 supreme powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion of the Outer Boundary. Before Duanling Tian left, he had asked Zhao and Yi to take care of the remaining people in the Duan residence. Someone brought news about Duanyen Tian, brother Ling Tian's son? Zhao and Yi naturally knew Duanyen Tian had not been found yet. Now that someone had come with information about him, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. He immediately rushed to the Duan residence. Zhao and Yi was naturally aware that the newest Tao merging powerhouse in the surging river Divine Kingdom was Duanling Tian. When he first learned about it, he was naturally shocked. He was also genuinely happy for Duanling Tian. Even more so, he felt confident, thinking that among the people from the world within the life creation chart, they had a Tao merging powerhouse, comparable to the top powerhouses in the Divine Land. He had decided to ally himself with Duanling Tian long ago. As such, the stronger Duanling Tian became, the more advantageous it would be for him. Do you really have news about brother Ling Tian's son, Duanyen Tian? Zhao and Yi asked bluntly as he extended his divine consciousness toward Xianxia. The domineering energy caused Xianxia to tremble uncontrollably. Not only that, but Zhao and Yi was also staring at him intently, trying to determine if he was telling the truth. He's so powerful. Xianxia was shocked when he discovered that Zhao and Yi was much stronger than a level 4 Tao establishment powerhouse. However, he did not know that Zhao and Yi was a level 7 Tao establishment powerhouse. He quickly pleaded for mercy. My lord, please withdraw your divine consciousness. I know the whereabouts of Duanyen Tian. Where is he? Zhao and Yi's eyes lit up and stopped pressuring Xianxia. After learning about Duanyen Tian's current situation from Xianxia, his expression darkened, and his eyes glinted coldly. My lord, please convey this matter to Lord Duanling Tian, Xianxia added. Although Zhao and Yi was much more powerful than the leader of the Mountain Alliance, his goal was to meet Duanling Tian, a Tao merging powerhouse, after all. How could a favor from Zhao and Yi compare to that of a Tao merging powerhouse? Brother Ling Tian has gone on a long journey and won't be back anytime soon. Zhao Yi glanced at Xianxia and said in a slightly impatient tone, "Don't worry. As long as you help me bring Nian Tian back, I won't treat you unfairly. Although I'm far weaker than Brother Ling Tian, I'm still a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse." At this moment, Xianxia finally came to his senses. Zhao Yi had been addressing Duan Ling Tian as his brother from the beginning, indicating an extraordinary relationship between them. Moreover, Zhao Yi was much stronger than he had imagined, far stronger than the leader of the Mountain Alliance. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Yi before he said with a smile, "Lord Zhao, once young Master Nian Tian returns, I hope you'll put in a few good words for me in front of Lord Duan. My name is Xianxia, and I'm an elder of the Mountain Alliance in Night Forest, east of Carefree Island." After confirming that Duan Nian Tian's words were true, Xianxia addressed Duan Nian Tian as young Master Nian Tian, as if they were very close. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Zhao Yi looked deeply at Xianxia, finally realizing that Xianxia wanted to curry favor over Duan Ling Tian. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. If you help us bring Nian Tian back, Brother Ling Tian and I will reward you accordingly. After all, Nian Tian is his only son. Let alone Brother Ling Tian, even I will reward you." Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect Duan Nian Tian to be the only son of Duan Ling Tian. It seemed like he had struck gold this time. At the same time, he thought about Gua Li who imprisoned Duan Nian Tian on that island. It seems like not only will Gua Li suffer, but Guqiu and the entire Gua clan will suffer as well. Xianxia was no longer afraid of offending Guqiu now. He was certain that even if their leader found out about this, their leader would not be unhappy. After all, he had just saved the Mountain Alliance from a disaster. If Duan Ling Tian found out about the matter and came to the Mountain Alliance, could the Alliance survive his wrath? At that time, the leader would definitely be extremely grateful to him. Moreover, with Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Yi as his backers, he would definitely have a promising future. "Lord Zhao, when will it be convenient for you to come with me?" Xianxia asked. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment and said, "I'll inform the royal family first, and then we can leave." Not only was he looking after the Duan residents, but he also needed to take care of his own people. If he wanted to leave, he had to ask for the royal family's help to look after his people and the people in Duan residence. Based on his close relationship with Duan Ling Tian, the royal family definitely would not refuse to help him. Sure enough, after speaking to them, they even asked if he needed some powerhouses to accompany him. In the end, for safety purposes, Zhao Yi was accompanied by a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse from the royal family. Xianxia was not surprised by the presence of an additional person. It was only normal for the royal family of the Surging River Divine Kingdom to send someone to escort the only son of their other Dao merging powerhouse back. During the journey, Xianxia told Zhao Yi about Duan Nian Tian's situation there. Before Zhao Yi could speak, the powerhouse from the royal family gasped in shock. He could not believe that someone actually provoked Duan Ling Tian's only son. It was tantamount to seeking death. Zhao Yi's expression darkened and killing intent flashed in his eyes. In his eyes, Guqiu and Gua Li were as good as dead. Xianxia led the way, so it did not take them long to arrive at Carefree Island. "Lord Zhao, Carefree Island is just ahead. In the past, there was a Dao merging powerhouse here, but the powerhouse had passed away peacefully 3,000 years ago. Now, the strongest powerhouses on the island are 2 level 9 Dao establishment powerhouses. The Mountain Alliance is just an ordinary force in the Night Forest. Our leader is a level 4 Dao establishment powerhouse. As for our vice leader, Guqiu, he's only a level 3 Dao establishment powerhouse." Soon, Xianxia brought Zhao Yi to a remote island near the coast of the Night Forest, which was also the mining area occupied by the Mountain Alliance where Duan Nian Tian was imprisoned. Seeing Xianxia return with 2 men, Xueping knew that Duan Nian Tian had been truthful. He was indeed the son of a Dao merging powerhouse. "Xueping, bring these 2 gentlemen to see young Master Nian Tian," Xianxia urged. At the same time, he reminded Xueping via voice transmission, "They're both level 7 Dao establishment powerhouses." Xueping's heart skipped a beat. He did not dare to be negligent and quickly led the duo to Duan Yen Tian. "My lords, please follow me." "Nyen Tian, do you still remember me?" Zhao and Yi had met Duan Yen Tian only once, but he remembered the latter. Moreover, Duan Yen Tian resembled Duan Ling Tian greatly. "Your Uncle Zhao." Duan Yen Tian naturally remembered Zhao and Yi. After all, the latter was a level 7 supreme powerhouse from the Azure Cloud sect in the outer boundary. "You're right." Zhao and Yi laughed. "Rest assured you're safe now. I'm taking you home." Duan Yen Tian was naturally excited. He could finally hold his head up high. Since Yu Luo He, the owner of the life creation chart, was indirectly saved by Chun Ming Hao from the Myriad Mountains Chun clan, Duan Ling Tian had chased after Yu Luo He several times, following the energy that the chart emitted. However, Chen Ming Hao would intervene at every critical moment, seizing the Dao merging energy of the limitless sword Dao, greatly reducing Duan Ling Tian's strength and allowing Yu Luo He to escape every time. In the most recent encounter, Yu Luo He's injuries had further healed. Instead of fleeing, he stayed and fought Duan Ling Tian, ultimately ending in a draw. After confirming he could not defeat Duan Ling Tian, he laughed then escaped. "Duan Ling Tian, you better not provoke me again. Otherwise, next time when my injuries recover further, you'll definitely be defeated when Chen Ming Hao intervenes again." Yu Luo He was exceptionally arrogant this time, as if he could not wait for Duan Ling Tian to come looking for him again. Duan Ling Tian's expression was unsightly because Yu Luo He was right. Their recent encounters had made him realize that Yu Luo He's injuries were constantly recovering. Yu Luo He had even recovered to the point where he could fight him on par, with Chun Ming Hao seizing the Dao merging energy. If Yu Luo He's injuries healed again, Duan Ling Tian knew he would be at a disadvantage with Chun Ming Hao's intervention. Although he was frustrated and resentful, there was nothing he could do about it. Chun Ming Hao, after spending nearly 100 years in the Divine Land, Duan Ling Tian felt genuine hatred toward a person for the first time. Murderous intent filled the depth of his eyes as he muttered, "One day, I'll definitely settle the score with you." Duan Ling Tian flashed and disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, at the Chun clan in the Myriad Mountains, Chun Ming Hao stopped using the limitless sword Dao as soon as he sensed Duan Ling Tian had stopped using it. He smiled wickedly as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, as long as I'm alive, you won't be able to use the limitless sword Dao freely." At this time, an old man suddenly appeared. He looked at Chun Ming Hao and shook his head as he said, "This doesn't address the root of the problem. Not only that, but you're also endangering yourself. You can make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian now, but he can also do so in the future." The old man was none other than Chun Jiushao, the Chun clan's triple Dao merging powerhouse. "Grandfather, there's no need for you to advise me on this matter," Chun Ming Hao said as he shook his head. "If I don't do this, I won't be able to clear my mind, and it'll affect my comprehension of the third Dao to the 9th stage, let alone merge it." Moreover, Duan Ling Tian came from the world within the life creation chart. He has no support in the Divine Land and can only rely on himself. "On the contrary, I have you, grandfather. Who dares to bully me?" Seeing how arrogant Chun Ming Hao was, Chun Jiuzhao only remained silent. When the news of Duan Ling Tian breaking into the Dao merging realm finally spread to all corners of the Divine Land, his enemies from the world within the life creation chart also heard about it. Duan Ling Tian actually broke into the Dao merging realm? Lei Hong was still within the territory of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. He was in seclusion, unaware of the affairs of the outside world. He had only emerged today and found out that Duan Ling Tian had become a Dao merging powerhouse. His expression darkened instantly. Although he was not Duan Ling Tian's match during their time in the world within the life creation chart and had even been nearly killed, he was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Not only that, but he was also determined to seek revenge on Duan Ling Tian. This was also the reason why he wanted to make a move at Duan residence when Duan Ling Tian was away. Duan Ling Tian's absence was the only way he could seek revenge. He knew about Duan Ling Tian's heaven-defying talent, but he was not discouraged, seeking to narrow the gap between them and hoping to surpass Duan Ling Tian one day in the future. After all, the Divine Land was vast, filled with opportunities beyond imagination. Perhaps, one day, he would be lucky enough to catch up to Duanling Tian or even surpass him. Alas, before that day could come, he received this news, which filled him with despair. He finally felt it was impossible to catch up to Duanling Tian in this lifetime, let alone surpass him. Dejected, Lei Hong found a tavern and kept pouring himself drinks to get drunk. He drank continuously for several days and nights like a madman before stopping. When he finally sobered up, he reminded himself not to take action against the people around Duanling Tian unless he was absolutely confident. After all, Duanling Tian was in a different league now. Who knew if Duanling Tian had some new tricks up his sleeve? He was still determined to seek revenge, but he was going to be more cautious about it. Lei Hong was not the only one who felt depressed upon learning about Duanling Tian's breakthrough. In a place far away from the surging river Divine Kingdom, Yun Xianfeng, previously known as Yun Qingyan, was in a foul mood upon receiving the news. He had been fortunate since coming to the Divine Land. After several fortuitous encounters, he was now a level 4 Dao establishment powerhouse. He thought that he had narrowed the gap between him and Duanling Tian, and that he might have a chance to kill Duanling Tian again. After all, when he was still in the outer boundary, he did not even dare to dream about killing Duanling Tian due to the great disparity in their strengths. Moreover, there was also the fatal heavenly tribulation that stood in his way. Even if one managed to become a level 6 supreme powerhouse, it would be difficult to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. However, after coming to the Divine Land, he felt like a fish in water, feeling that this place was a blessing in disguise. He had fantasized more than once about confronting Duanling Tian and trampling on Duanling Tian again. He had relived the time when he trampled on Duanling Tian back in the mundane realm countless times. Once he was strong enough, he would kill Duanling Tian decisively to prevent future trouble, learning from his mistake. Even now, he still regretted listening to Xianxia and sparing Duanling Tian's life back then. Hence, upon learning of Duanling Tian's breakthrough, Yun Xianfeng sat on the ground in despair. The confidence he had painstakingly built up collapsed completely. Duanling Tian had broken into the Dao merging realm, becoming one of the strongest powerhouses in the Divine Land. Even if he became a Dao merging powerhouse in the future, it would still be difficult to kill Duanling Tian. Most importantly, he was not confident he could even break into the Dao merging realm, considering how difficult it was to do so. Duanling Tian naturally was unaware of Lei Hong or Yun Xianfeng's current thoughts. In fact, he no longer paid much attention to those two people. At most, he was slightly guarded against them, so as not to be taken advantage of to avoid harming his family and friends. Although he had become a Dao merging powerhouse, he was unable to constantly watch over his family and friends. In the Divine Land, unlike the world within the life creation chart, there was no power of laws, so there was no way to form doppelgangers. Let's go back. Duanling Tian, deciding not to pursue Yu Luohe further, chose to reunite with his wife and parents. After ensuring their safety, he ventured back to the surging river Divine Kingdom alone. Has there been any news about Nian Tian? Within the royal family of the surging river Divine Kingdom, Duanling Tian found out that someone had found his son, Duan Nian Tian. Zhao and Yi had already dispatched a level 7 Dao powerhouse from the royal family to retrieve his son. Duanling Tian's spirits lifted upon hearing this news, and he expressed his gratitude toward Jiang Haishan. Jiang Tianzheng, a Dao merging powerhouse, seldom involved himself in most affairs. Most responsibilities fell to Jiang Haishan, a level 9 Dao establishment cultivator, and the current emperor. Looking at Carefree Island as a whole, the Mountain Alliance was a relatively minor force, nestled in the eastern region's coastal corner by the Night Forest. Among the various forces within Night Forest, it did not rank within the top 3. If one were to discuss the most formidable force on Carefree Island, it would undoubtedly be the Carefree Dao sect. The sect's name itself was intrinsically linked to Carefree Island, which was renamed in honor of the sect. The Carefree Dao sect might not boast the oldest legacy on the island, but it stood as the most powerful force. This reputation was bolstered by the emergence of 3 Dao merging powerhouses from its ranks over the course of history. Even the island's previous Dao merging powerhouse hailed from the Carefree Dao sect. In the current generation, although no Dao merging powerhouses were present, the sect boasted 3 level 9 Dao powerhouses and more than 10 level 8 Dao establishment powerhouses. Most of these individuals were away, seeking their own breakthroughs, leaving behind only 1 level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse and 3 level 8 Dao establishment powerhouses. Among them, a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse named Yang Tian He served as the Grand Elder. Yang Tian He, with his middle-aged appearance, robust physique, and commanding presence, exuded an aura of authority. His son, Yang Chun, shared a resemblance but carried a hint of naivety, indicating his lack of experience. Gazing earnestly at his father, Yang Chun declared, "Father, Yao Yao and I are deeply in love." In love. Yang Tian He responded with a sneer. "It seems to me she's merely drawn to your status. The one you love may not reciprocate your feelings." Yang Tian He had fathered many children, but his affection for his youngest son was unparalleled, making his other children wonder if they were truly his biological children. "Father, Yao Yao is unaware of my true identity," Yang Chun explained earnestly. "I've only revealed to her the level of cultivation that matches hers. Our meeting was purely by chance." Before his father could respond, Yang Chun pleaded, "Please, father, fulfill my wish. With your status, there's no need to arrange a marriage for me. Let me be with the one I truly love." Seeing this, Yang Tian He's frown deepened. In the end, he said, "I'm really curious. What kind of woman would make you so infatuated? Bring me to meet her. If I find her agreeable, I'll personally visit her family to propose marriage and select an auspicious day for your wedding." Overjoyed by his father's concession, Yang Chun exclaimed, "Thank you, father. I'm certain you'll like Yao Yao. Let's go." With that, Yang Tian He swiftly transported them thousands of miles away from the carefree Dao sect. "Her family resides in the eastern region?" "Yes, father," Yang Chun confirmed eagerly. "Her name is Guo Yao Yao, the second daughter of the deputy leader of Mountain Alliance in the Night Forest. She has an older sister." It was quite the coincidence. As Yang Tian He and Yang Chun arrived at the Mountain Alliance and neared the Guo Mansion, they unexpectedly encountered Shang and leading Zhao and Yi, Duan Yen Tian, and the level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse from the royal family of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. Zhao and Yi's voice, filled with formidable power, resonated as he issued a cold command. "Guqiu, bring your daughter out to face her punishment." Zhao and Yi's voice swept through the Guo Mansion, panicking its inhabitants. The majority, over 90% of them, experienced dizziness due to the sonic impact, and in more severe cases, some were bleeding from all orifices, collapsing to the ground lifelessly. After a brief pause, a pale middle-aged man ascended from within the mansion. His gaze locked on Zhao and Yi from afar, filled with terror. Nevertheless, he summoned the bravery to bow and asked, "Sir, may I ask how my daughter and I have provoked your wrath?" Although Duan Yen Tian stood next to Zhao and Yi, Guqiu failed to recognize him since they had never met before. However, within the Guo Mansion, a dramatic realization dawned on Guai Li, a beautiful young woman with a full figure. Her face was pale, and her eyes were wide with shock and disbelief when she saw Duan Yen Tian next to Zhao and Yi. Duan Yen Tian, how could it be him? Where did he find such a powerhouse? Did he come to seek revenge from me? At this moment, Guai Li was overwhelmed with regret. Had she known Duan Yen Tian was capable of this, she would have killed him back then. "Sister, do you know him?" Next to Guai Li stood another young woman, similar in appearance but possessing a more graceful figure. She too was slightly pale. The aftereffects of the sound wave caused her eardrums to rupture and immense discomfort, disrupting her cultivation. This was Guo Yao Yao, the second daughter of Guqiu. "Yao Yao!" Just then, Yang Chun caught sight of Guo Yao Yao. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Yang Tian He, saying, "Father, she's the woman I love. What a coincidence that someone came looking for trouble with my future father-in-law and sister-in-law. Father, if you protect them, they'll definitely have a better impression of me." However, unlike his innocent son Yang Chun, when Yang Tian He looked at the people who were causing trouble for the Guo clan not far away, his gaze turned solemn. They did not restrain their divine consciousness, so he could sense they were level 7 Tao establishment powerhouses. Although they were weaker than him, they were definitely not ordinary people. To his knowledge, there was no one like them in Night Forest. In other words, these people were not from Night Forest. Shut up! Yang Tian, he scolded his son. Yang Chun. You foolish boy! What else is in your head besides women? Since 2 level 7 Tao establishment cultivators came to the Guo clan to cause trouble, there must be a reason behind it. You don't even know the background of these 2 people, yet you want to show off in front of that woman. You're simply too foolish. 2 level 7 Tao cultivators? Upon hearing his father's words, Yang Chun was shocked. He never expected that the people causing trouble for the Guo clan were so powerful. They were only a little weaker than his father. If they wanted to kill him, it would be as simple as stepping on an ant. On the other side, after learning the ins and outs of the matter from Duan Yentian, Guoqiu's face turned pale. He never expected that his daughter would provoke such powerful figures. In fact, he really did not know about this matter. It was the work of his daughter alone. Please, I wasn't aware of this matter. It was the work of my daughter, Gualili. I'll bring her here and hand her over to you. Once Guoqiu finished speaking, he hurriedly brought his daughter Gualili over, with Guoyao following behind. Guoqiu had many sons, but only 2 daughters, so he cherished his 2 daughters the most. However, now that his eldest daughter had caused such a huge disaster, he knew he could not protect her. Instead of both of them dying together, it would be better to send his eldest daughter away and let the other party deal with her. This way, he might still be able to survive. Father, what are you doing? Gualili's face turned pale. Her eyes were filled with terror as she looked at Duan Yentian. If she had known about Duan Yentian's background earlier, she would not have dared to provoke him. Even if she did provoke him, she would have killed him to avoid trouble. Guoqiu had already told Gualili about how powerful the people with Duan Yentian were. They were much more powerful than the leader of the Mountain Alliance. This meant that they were at least level 5 Tao establishment powerhouses. A hint of reluctance flashed in Guoqiu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He gritted his teeth and said, You made the mistake, so you have to bear the consequences. Don't involve your family. Upon hearing this, Gualili's pretty face turned deathly pale, and she trembled violently. Then, she looked at Guoyao and begged, Yao Yao, save me, you must save me. Didn't you tell me before that your lover is the son of the Grand Elder of the Carefree Tao sect? The Grand Elder of the Carefree Tao sect is a level 8 Tao establishment powerhouse, right? Guoyao looked helpless. Even if her lover's status was high in the Carefree Tao sect, so what? He was not here. Moreover, their relationship was uncertain and depended on his father's approval. She knew that his father would definitely want his son to marry someone with a suitable background. If his father was truly against them, she knew her lover would have no choice but to choose his family over her. This was reality. In this world where the strong was revered, feelings like love were insignificant in front of power. At this moment, Yang Tian he overheard Gualili's words and glared at his son. He said with a scoff, Didn't you say she was unaware of your identity? It's not just her. Even her sister is aware of your identity. Yang Chun was stunned. Then, he smiled sheepishly and said, Father, she really didn't know. I only told her later on. When we first met, she really didn't know. Coincidentally, at this time, Guoyao, who was looking around anxiously, suddenly spotted Yang Chun. Her eyes brightened, and she called out, Brother Chun! Yang Chun naturally could not ignore her. He excused himself and quickly flew over. Yang Tian he frowned slightly. Worried that his son would get hurt, he followed suit. Gualili, who had already lost hope, looked up when she heard her sister's voice. When she saw the 2 figures flying over, her eyes shone with hope. Is that Yao Yao's lover, Yang Chun, the son of the Grand Elder of the Carefree Tao sect? Is the person next to him his bodyguard? At the same time, Guoqiu also noticed Yang Tian he and Yang Chun. He knew that his second daughter had a lover and that his background was not bad. However, He did not think much of it since he was certain the other party's family would not approve of his daughter. Yao Yao, this is my father. After Yang Chun came over, he introduced Guo Yao Yao to Yang Tian He. Father, this is Yao Yao. Nice to meet you, uncle. Guo Yao Yao's eyes lit up when she saw Yang Tian He, and she quickly bowed to him. Guo Qiu was also taken aback and quickly bowed respectfully. I'm Guo Qiu, the vice leader of the Mountain Alliance. Greetings, Elder Yang. Yang Tian He, the Grand Elder of the Carefree Dao sect and a Level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse, was famous on Carefree Island. He was not someone Guo Qiu could easily meet. Even if Guo Qiu met him in the past, he would not have dared to speak to him. Guo Li was even more surprised and delighted when she found out that not only was Yang Chun here, but his father was here as well. With the presence of a Level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse, she now had a chance to survive. With this, Guo Li's gaze changed immediately. Instead of terror, there was only mockery when she looked at Duan Yen Tian. She even said to him provocatively through voice transmission, "So what if you brought these people here? Are they as strong as Elder Yang? Do you know who he is? He's the father of my future brother-in-law. His father is the Grand Elder of the Carefree Dao sect, a Level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse." Upon hearing the other party's words, Duan Yen Tian could not help but frown. A Level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse? He's much stronger than Uncle Zhao and the powerhouse from the royal family of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. Even if they join forces, they might not be a match for him. Although his father was a Dao merging powerhouse, his father was not present after all. He was not sure if he could deter the other party with his father's name and reputation alone. Brother Chun, our family is in trouble. You must help me. Guo Yao Yao did not dare to say this in front of Yang Tian He, so she could only transmit her voice to Yang Chun. Since childhood, my sister has always taken care of me and spoiled me very much. I can't bear to see her in trouble. I'm begging you, Brother Chun. Faced with Guo Yao Yao's pleading, Yang Chun had no resistance at all. He immediately pleaded with his father to save Guo Li. Although there might be very powerful forces behind these two Level 7 Dao establishment cultivators, as long as the forces behind them were on Carefree Island, it would not be a big problem. After all, the Carefree Dao sect was the strongest force on Carefree Island. Yang Chun believed that as long as these two were from Carefree Island, it would be quite easy to resolve the matter if his father asked for a favor. Yang Tian He frowned. He really did not want to get involved in this mess. But now his son was pleading with him for a woman. As a father, he truly could not bear to hurt his son's feelings. After all, this was his most beloved son. Excuse me, Yang Tian He finally spoke up. Looking at Zhao and Yi, and the Dao establishment powerhouse from the Surging River Divine Kingdom's royal family, he bowed slightly and said, I'm Yang Tian He, the Grand Elder of the Carefree Dao sect. Could you let go of this matter as a favor to me? As long as you spare her life, I'll owe you a favor. While saying this, although Yang Tian He's tone was gentle, he released his divine consciousness in the 8th stage of the Dao establishment realm, which was stronger than those of Zhao and Yi and his companion. This was to let Zhao and Yi and the other man know his strength. Level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse? Zhao and Yi frowned slightly. On the contrary, the Dao establishment powerhouse from the Surging River Divine Kingdom's royal family sneered. Yang Tian He, do you know the identity of young Master Duan Yen Tian? Seeing that the other party was still so fearless after knowing his strength, Yang Tian He was somewhat surprised and subconsciously looked at Duan Yen Tian. Before Yang Tian He could ask, the powerhouse from the Surging River Divine Kingdom's royal family said, he's the son of our Surging River Divine Kingdom's new Dao merging powerhouse, Lord Duan Ling Tian. I'm from the royal family of the Surging River Divine Kingdom, and I came on the order of the royal family's Dao merging powerhouse, Lord Jiang Tianzheng, to bring young Master Duan back. Yang Tian He's expression changed drastically as soon as he heard these words. Guo Qiu, who thought Guo Li would be saved, also turned pale. The son of the new Dao merging powerhouse from Surging River Divine Kingdom? Guo Qiu had only recently heard about the new Dao merging powerhouse from the Surging River Divine Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian, whose nickname was the God-defying sword. No wonder when he heard Duan Yen Tian's name just now, he felt it sounded somewhat familiar. As it turned out, Duan Yen Tian was Duan Ling Tian's son. It's over. Guiqiu knew that his eldest daughter, Guali Li, could no longer be saved. Even if Yang Tian he mobilized the entire Carefree Dao sect, they might not be able to save her. He panicked, hoping that the other party would only punish Guali Li and leave himself and the Gua clan alone. Dao merging powerhouse? Guiyao Yao's expression changed as well. Yang Chun, who was next to her, revealed a panicked expression. They never expected that this matter would involve a Dao merging powerhouse. And the young man was the son of the new Dao merging powerhouse in the Surging River Divine Kingdom. Yang Chun had also heard about the new Dao merging powerhouse from the Surging River Divine Kingdom. The other party was a prodigy from the world within the life creation chart. It was said that when he first arrived in the Divine Land a few decades ago, he was only a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. However, in less than 100 years, he had already entered the Dao merging realm. Many people believe that as long as he did not die prematurely, he would definitely step into the triple Dao merging realm, becoming a top powerhouse of the Divine Land. At this point, the Dao establishment powerhouse from the Surging River Divine Kingdom's royal family stared at Yang Tianhe and warned, "Yang Tianhe, you can choose to fight us. However, you might not be able to kill us if we join forces. Even if you can, are you going to kill everyone here, including the Gua clan? As long as one person survives, the news of what happened here will surely leak." After all, not many people would give up the opportunity to curry favor with a Dao merging powerhouse. Even if he did not say this, Yang Tianhe was deeply aware of this. As such, he did not hesitate to bring Yang Chun to his side before he looked at Duan Yen Tian and said apologetically, "Young Master Duan, I didn't know that you were the son of Lord Duan Ling Tian, and I've offended you. I hope you can forgive me. My son and I will not interfere in this matter. It's up to you to deal with the Gua clan. If you need me to take action on your behalf, please let me know." Yang Tianhe knew that the Carefree Dao sect could also ask a Dao merging powerhouse for help, but the powerhouse would not be from the sect. It was impossible for them to go all out for the sect. Even if the Carefree Dao sect had a Dao merging powerhouse of their own now, it was unlikely for the sect to offend another Dao merging powerhouse for the sake of his personal affairs. As such, Yang Tianhe was quick to admit defeat as soon as he found out about Duan Yen Tian's identity. He did not feel embarrassed at all. Duan Yen Tian and the others were naturally very satisfied with Yang Tianhe's wise decision. Meanwhile, Guiyao Yao's pretty face was pale. She originally thought that she could help her sister, Guali Li, but she did not expect the person her sister offended had such a powerful background. She felt powerless at this moment, knowing there was nothing she could do to save her sister. As for Yang Chun's father, Yang Tianhe, she had no complaints about his change of attitude at all. After all, if she put herself in his shoes, she would have made the same choice. "I hope this doesn't implicate me." Thinking of this, Guiyao Yao quickly looked at Yang Chun and said through voice transmission, "Brother Chun, I wasn't involved in my sister's matter. I didn't even know about it until now. I beg you to ask your father to save me. I'm afraid they'll vent their anger on me." Upon hearing this, Yang Chun looked at his father, only to find that his father's expression was unusually solemn. This was the first time in his life he had seen his father like this. For a moment he fell silent. Although Yang Chun liked Guiyao Yao and was willing to do things for her, it did not mean he would blindly sacrifice for her. If the other party really wanted to wipe out the Gua clan, even if he begged his father to intervene, his father would not be willing to do so. Most importantly, even if his father was willing, he did not want his father to offend a Dao merging powerhouse. There was no Dao merging powerhouse in the Carefree Dao sect now. According to what his father had told him in the past, if a Dao merging powerhouse took action against the Carefree Dao sect, even if all the level 9 and level 8 Dao establishment powerhouses in the sect joined forces, it would still be useless. They still would not be able to escape death. So, when he received Guiyao Yao's plea for help, he chose to remain silent. As for what she would think if she miraculously survived this, he did not care. He could always look for another lover after all. Moreover, if she survived, who was to say the son of the Dao merging powerhouse would not change his mind and return to kill the Gua clan and Gua Yaoyao? At that time, if he were still with her, he would definitely be implicated. Gua Li. Duan Yen Tian soared into the air, his gaze falling on Gua Li as a cruel smile appeared on his lips. There was no grudge between us, but you were too arrogant and overbearing, insisting on being my enemy. At this moment, Gua Li's face turned deathly pale. She hurriedly said, Duan Yen Tian, although I did some things to you, I didn't really make things difficult for you, did I? If I really wanted to make things difficult for you, would I have let you become a supervisor? If I really wanted to torture you, I would have crippled your cultivation long ago and made you a slave. Upon hearing this, Duan Yen Tian smiled icily. Gua Li, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You didn't kill me or cripple me because you wanted me to suffer on the mining island, hoping that I would change my mind and agree to be with you. Wasn't it your doing when Shui Ping made things difficult for me? He hinted to me more than once that if I didn't want to stay on the mining island, I could leave as long as I agreed to your demands. So, don't pretend to act like you were kind to me. No matter what, you have to die today. As soon as his words fell, Duan Yen Tian made a fierce move. Sword rays raged around him. Then they formed a giant dazzling sword. It slashed through the sky toward Gua Li, sending out terrifying waves of energy. At the same time, Zhao and Yi and the Dao establishment cultivator from the surging river divine kingdom also extended their divine consciousness toward Guqiu and the other members of the Gua clan. At the same time, they did not let down their guard against Yang Tian He and his son. Although Yang Tian He took a step back, who knew if he was telling the truth? It was still best to be cautious. Faced with Duan Yen Tian's thunderous attack, Gua Li instinctively fought back. However, she was soon restrained by Zhao and Yi. Her internal energy was sealed, and she could not even move. An expression of despair appeared on her face as she watched death approach. Am I really going to die? Is there no hope at all? Gua Li became more and more desperate. As though answering Gua Li's thoughts, a sudden explosion sounded in the sky, shaking the void with terrifying power. The clouds dispersed, and a figure descended from the sky like a streak of light, rushing toward Duan Yen Tian. No! The expressions of Zhao and Yi and the powerhouse from the surging river divine kingdom changed drastically, and they immediately took action. Alas, they could only barely withstand the terrifying attack descending from the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, followed by shockwaves spreading in all directions. Duan Yen Tian's attack was crushed by just the residual energy. At the same time, Gua Li was also freed from Zhao and Yi's restraint. She exclaimed, pleasantly surprised, a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse? Seeing Zhao and Yi and the other person struggling to resist the attacker, Yang Tianhe's eyes lit up. He knew his chance to perform had come and quickly took action, helping the two resist the attacker. Who are you? The powerhouse from the surging river divine kingdom glared at the newcomer as he said, I'm a member of the royal family of the surging river divine kingdom. I'm the subordinate of Lord Jiang Tianzheng, a Dao merging powerhouse. Do you know what you're doing? He's the son of the new Dao merging powerhouse in the surging river divine kingdom, Lord Duan Ling Tian. Before the newcomer could speak, Zhao and Yi shook his head helplessly. It's meaningless to tell him all this. He's an enemy of brother Ling Tian. At the same time, Zhao and Yi stared coldly at the newcomer. He said with a sneer, Lei Hong, you're really regressing more and more. At least you used to be a powerful supreme powerhouse in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. I know you have a feud with brother Ling Tian. If you're so capable, go find him to settle the score. Why are you here causing trouble for a child? I feel embarrassed for you. The newcomer was Lei Hong. After hearing the news of Duan Ling Tian becoming a Dao merging powerhouse, Lei Hong, perhaps under pressure and despair, managed to take a crucial step forward after a few nights of drinking. He had become a level 8 Dao powerhouse. After that, he had gone to the capital of the surging river divine kingdom, thinking that if Duan Ling Tian was not present, he would deal with Duan Ling Tian's family and friends. However, he learned that his family and friends had been relocated by him. Coincidentally, he saw Xianxia at the Duan residence at that time and learned about Duan Yen Tian. For this reason, he followed Zhao and Yi and Xianxia to Carefree Island. As a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse, Zhao and Yi, who was a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse, naturally could not detect his presence. Originally, he was prepared to take action on the mining island, but when he heard that Duan Yen Tian still wanted revenge, he thought that he would disrupt Duan Yen Tian's plan for revenge first before he killed Duan Yen Tian, swooping in for the kill at the last minute. He felt he could derive more satisfaction that way. However, Lei Hong did not expect there to be another level 8 Dao establishment present on the scene. Most importantly, the other party was helping Zhao and Yi. Lei Hong stared at Yang Tianhe and asked icily, "Who are you?" As a fellow level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse, I advise you not to interfere in my affairs. Otherwise, you'll be my enemy. Lei Hong had been hiding above the clouds. Although he had seen Yang Tianhe and his son from afar, he did not know their identities. Not only that, despite knowing Yang Tianhe was also a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse, he was unaware that Yang Tianhe was much more powerful than him, a new level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. Meanwhile, Zhao and Yi and the others continued to attack, but Lei Hong easily neutralized their attacks. It was because he had advanced to the 8th Dao establishment realm that he dared to think about causing trouble for Duan Ling Tian's family and friends again. Otherwise, if he were still a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse, Yu Xiao and Zhao and Yi from the Azure Cloud Mansion, who were in charge of protecting Duan residents, were enough to drive him away. Previously, he went to the capital of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. He was not aiming to defeat these two and redeem himself. He knew that after Duan Ling Tian advanced to the Dao Merging Realm, he must have had a profound friendship with the Surging River Divine Kingdom's royal family. Otherwise, the Duan residence and the Azure Cloud Mansion would not have relocated to the capital of the Surging River Divine Kingdom one after another. Duan Ling Tian definitely had a good relationship with the powerhouse of the royal family. If he were to take action against Yu Xiao and Zhao and Yi, the royal family's powerhouses would definitely intervene. At that time, he might really be stuck there forever. His plan was to assassinate. With his current strength, as long as there were no level 8 Dao establishment powerhouses or above, it would not be difficult for him to assassinate anyone. He could even kill Yu Xiao and Zhao and Yi. However, he did not expect that Duan Ling Tian's family and friends had moved. After finally getting news of Duan Ling Tian's son, Duan Yen Tian, he followed, thinking he was sure to succeed. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to defeat Zhao and Yi and the other level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse, a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse intervened, neutralizing his attack. It did not take long for him to realize his opponent was stronger than him. "So what if you're my enemy?" Faced with Lei Hong's threat, Yang Tianhe smiled domineeringly. It was completely different from his previous polite demeanor in front of Duan Yen Tian. It was as if he was two completely different people. And all of this was because he had just received a message from Zhao and Yi. "Elder Yang, this person is called Lei Hong. He's an enemy of Brother Ling Tian from the world within the life creation chart. Today, I ask for your help to drive him away and escort Yen Tian back to the Surging River Divine Kingdom. I'll repay this favor on behalf of Brother Ling Tian." Zhao and Yi did this naturally because he was worried that Yang Tianhe would only intervene briefly before leaving. He did not expect Lei Hong to become a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. With this, even if he and the royal family's powerhouse joined forces, they would not be Lei Hong's opponents. It would be impossible for them to protect Duan Yen Tian. Fortunately, there was still a strong level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse on the scene. In order to pull the other party to his side, Zhao and Yi quickly sent a message to Yang Tianhe. The implication of his message was that Lei Hong was from the world within the life creation chart and had no backing in the divine land. If Yang Tianhe helped them deal with him, he would obtain a favor from a Dao merging powerhouse. Zhao and Yi believed that Yang Tianhe would make the right choice. "Lei Hong, you won't be able to harm a single hair on this young lad as long as I'm here." With a flash, Yang Tianhe arrived in front of Duan Yen Tian and protected Duan Yen Tian behind him. Although Duan Yen Tian knew that the other party was definitely doing this out of consideration for his father, he still hurriedly thanked him and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Tian he was present. Otherwise, he would have died today. He did not expect that Lei Hong would become a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse after coming to the Divine Land. He also knew that it was no coincidence that Lei Hong was here. It was likely that Lei Hong had followed Zhao and Yi and the others here. "Let me see your skills," Lei Hong roared. In an instant, the air around his body surged. A terrifying force exploded, causing a rumbling sound. Then, he shot down like a cannonball. Boom! As Lei Hong moved, the wind blew violently, and the earth shook. Seeing this, Yang Tianhe's expression darkened. His energy surged, poised to confront Lei Hong. However, the next scene made Yang Tianhe freeze for a moment. He saw Lei Hong, who was rushing toward Zhao and Yi and the royal family's powerhouse, suddenly turned and rushed toward Guoli Li. Then he took her and flew toward the distance. Clearly, he had no intention of fighting Yang Tianhe. For a moment, Yang Tianhe could not help but feel angry and embarrassed. Damn it! How dare he play tricks on me? Without any hesitation, Yang Tianhe chased after him. However, because Lei Hong had long had a plan and had acted first, Yang Tianhe failed to stop him from escaping. Lei Hong disappeared without a trace under Yang Tianhe's divine consciousness. When Yang Tianhe returned, his expression was dark as he bowed at Duan Yen Tian and said, "Young Master Duan, it was my carelessness that allowed Lei Hong to rescue your enemy." "It's okay, Elder Yang." Duan Yen Tian shook his head and said, "Compared to that, I'm just happy I survived." Next, seeing that Guo and Guo Yaoyao were unaware of Guo Li's actions before, Duan Yen Tian did not hold them accountable. Moreover, Yang Tianhe had saved his life today. Zhao and Yi told him that without Yang Tianhe, it would be difficult to ensure his safety. "Young Master Duan, in fact, the matter between my son and Guo Yaoyao hasn't been settled at all, and I haven't agreed to this marriage. You don't have to spare her for my sake," Yang Tianhe said, slightly anxious that the other party would consider this repayment of his favor. For him, this favor was of no use at all. What he cared more about was the favor of the Dao merging powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Yen Tian had been wandering outside for many years. Although his strength was still average, he was very astute in social relationships. "Elder Yang, rest assured, I'll inform my father of this matter and let him know that you saved my life. Hopefully, in the future, he'll help you if you need it." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianhe's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. "Thank you, young Master Duan." Afterward, Yang Tianhe took his son and escorted Duan Yen Tian to the Surging River Divine Kingdom. Upon returning to the Surging River Divine Kingdom, they naturally met Duan Ling Tian, who had been waiting there for some time. Seeing the familiar and towering figure not far away with his handsome face, Duan Yen Tian excitedly rushed up. "Father!" Seeing his son tightly hugging him, with a height similar to his own, Duan Ling Tian reached out and patted his shoulder. "I'm glad that you're back. Welcome back. Later, I'll take you to your mother. She'll be very happy. She has been missing you for a long time and has been worried about your safety," Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at the unfamiliar faces standing with Zhao and Yi. He curiously asked, "Brother Zhao, who are these 4 people?" After returning to the Surging River Divine Kingdom, the Level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse returned to the royal family and reported back. The 4 people around Zhao and Yi were Yang Tianhe and his son, as well as Xianxia and Xueping, the 2 people who helped Duan Yen Tian. Xianxia and Xueping came with the others because they wanted to leave the Mountain Alliance and join the royal family of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. This was also promised by Zhao and Yi to them. Zhao and Yi was confident that the royal family would not refuse to accept them and would arrange a good job for them. Of course, Zhao and Yi knew well that the royal family would show courtesy to him simply because of Duan Ling Tian. However, when Xianxia and Xuepin learned that Duan Ling Tian happened to be at the Duan residence, they still wanted to see Duan Ling Tian first. "Brother Ling Tian, brother. This is..." Zhao and Yi introduced the 4 people one by one. When introducing Yang Tianhe, he openly stated that Yang Tianhe had helped a lot. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to bring Duan Tian back even though he had a powerhouse from the royal family helping him. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, Duan Tian's expression darkened. He did not expect Lei Hong to become a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse and that his son almost died because of Lei Hong. Elder Yang. Duan Tian looked at Yang Tianhe. His handsome face and refreshing smile surprised Yang Tianhe. After all, Duan Tian was rather easygoing for a Dao merging powerhouse, a top existence in the divine land. Lord Duan, you can just call me Yang Tianhe. Yang Tianhe said anxiously, bowing to Duan Tian. I'll call you Old Yang then. Duan Tian walked up and patted Yang Tianhe on the shoulder. I only have one son. I really can't imagine how sad it would be if something happened to him, and his mother, my wife, would surely be heartbroken. I Duan Tian owe you a great favor. In the future, as long as it's within my power and doesn't violate my principles, I'll definitely help you. Duan Tian's words were sincere. After all, Yang Tianhe had saved his son's life, which was a huge favor. Hearing this, Yang Tianhe's face turned red. Lord Duan, you're too kind. Duan Tian patted his shoulder again. You can stay in the capital of the Surging River Divine Kingdom and see if you have anything you need help with. If you haven't figured it out yet, when you need my help in the future, just look for me. You can also stroll around here and experience the local customs. With that said, he looked at Zhao and Yi again. Elder Zhao, I'll leave old Yang to you. Please take good care of him. Rest assured. Zhao and Yi nodded with a smile. I will definitely make Elder Yang feel at home. Then, Duan Tian exchanged a few words with Xue Ping and Xianxia, making the two of them feel flattered. When Duan Tian asked if they needed any help, they bluntly stated that Zhao and Yi had already helped them solve their problems. Upon hearing this, Duan Tian did not say much anymore. Yang Chun greets Lord Duan Tian. Meanwhile, Yang Chun stepped forward excitedly and paid his respects to Duan Tian. Before Duan Tian could respond, Yang Tianhe glanced at his son and said, Lord Duan, I've already figured out what I want to ask you for. Oh? You figured it out so soon? What is it? After nodding to Yang Chun, Duan Tian looked back at Yang Tianhe, slightly surprised. He felt that Yang Tianhe was a little impulsive, but he did not comment on it. However, Zhao and Yi frowned and said, Elder Yang, Brother Ling Tian is a powerful Dao merging powerhouse. You should consider it carefully before asking for a favor. Don't be anxious. He also felt that Yang Tianhe was too impulsive. How could the Grand Elder of the Carefree Dao sect, the strongest sect on Carefree Island, be so rash? Yang Tianhe smiled and said, I've made up my mind. Lord Duan, I hope you can accept my son as a disciple. Everyone including Duan Tian was stunned. Yang Chun, who was the first to come to his senses, was excited and filled with anticipation. If he could become a disciple of a Dao merging powerhouse, who would dare to provoke him in the future? However, his joy did not last long. After Duan Tian recovered his senses, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Old Yang, your request is not difficult. However, there are some things I have to tell you. I enter the Dao merging realm with the limitless sword Dao. I believe you must know that there is another cultivator who also cultivates the limitless sword Dao. Without needing to say more, Yang Tianhe's expression changed slightly. Limitless sword Dao? Lord Duan, are you serious? Although he had heard about Duan Tian ascending to the Dao merging realm, it was all hearsay, and he did not know what Das Duan Tian comprehended. However, as soon as he heard the words limitless sword Dao, he instantly thought of the Myriad Mountains Chun clan. The Chun clan had a triple Dao merging powerhouse, one of the top powerhouses in the divine land. They also had another Dao merging powerhouse who comprehended the limitless sword Dao. In the divine land, practicing the same Dao in the same era was taboo. However, upon further thought, he recalled that Duan Tian came from the life creation chart. Since Duan Tian could enter the Dao merging realm so quickly, it indicated that before he arrived in the divine land, the two strongest Daos he comprehended were probably the limitless Dao and the sword Dao. Under such circumstances, practicing the limitless sword Dao was only natural. Seeing Yang Tianhe's expression change, Duanling Tian continued, "Moreover, the two powerhouses from the Chun clan came to the surging river Divine Kingdom some time ago, wanting to cause trouble for me. That's why I moved my family and friends away to a place that only I know. Although I can retaliate against other members of the Chun clan for revenge, revenge is pointless once a tragedy occurs." Although Duanling Tian could not quite understand some of Duanling Tian's words, when he learned that Duanling Tian had to hide Li Fei to protect her, he realized things were still dangerous for Duanling Tian in the Divine Land, even though Duanling Tian was now a Dao merging powerhouse. Moreover, the danger was not from Duanling Tian's enemies from the world within the life creation chart such as Lei Hong and Yun Qingyan. Instead, the danger was from natives of the Divine Land. Not only that, but they were from a powerful force with two Dao merging powerhouses. Duanling Tian looked at Yang Tianhe and calmly said, "I've explained everything to you. It's entirely up to you to decide." Although Yang Tianhe was a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse, who was usually composed even under great pressure, he looked slightly embarrassed at this moment. He forced a smile and said, "Lord Duan, thank you for telling me this. If that's the case, it's indeed not very appropriate. After all, I'm not alone. I still have to consider the well-being of the Carefree Dao sect. It'll be bad if the Carefree Dao sect were targeted by the Myriad Mountains Chun clan." At the same time, Yang Chun was also drenched in cold sweat. The Myriad Mountains Chun clan was considered one of the top forces in the Divine Land after all. Even without Yang Tianhe's reminder, he knew he could not become Duanling Tian's disciple. With this, the farce came to an end. "Take your time and think carefully about the favor you want." Duanling Tian nodded at Yang Tianhe before he looked at Zhao and Yi beside him and said, "Please, Elder Zhao, please arrange accommodations for old Yang and his son. My son and I haven't seen each other for many years, and there are many private matters I wish to discuss with him." Zhao and Yi quickly led Yang Tianhe and Yang Chun away. Yang Tianhe kept apologizing to Duanling Tian, but Duanling Tian did not mind because if he were Yang Tianhe, he would have made the same choice. After all, the Myriad Mountains Chun clan was not an easy force to deal with. Even if he was a Dao merging realm powerhouse, he still could not do anything about them for the time being. After all, they also had Dao merging powerhouses, and most importantly, one of them was a triple Dao merging powerhouse. After Zhao and Yi, Yang Tianhe, and Yang Chun left, Duanling Tian could not help but ask worriedly, "Father, what did you mean earlier? I don't quite understand. Where's Mother? I miss her, and I want to see her." Duanling Tian smiled. "Nian Tian, calm down. I'll tell you about it. As for your mother, I'll take you to see her now. We'll talk on the way." Duanling Tian took Duanyen Tian and set off. On the way, after Duanling Tian learned the ins and outs of the matter, his expression darkened. "Father, isn't the Myriad Mountains Chun clan too overbearing? After all, it's not your fault. You came from the life creation chart and didn't even know about the existence of the Divine Land, let alone about the Dao merging realm. How could they cause trouble for you? What do they want? Do they want you to give up on the limitless sword Dao? That's ridiculous. Father, I wish I was strong enough to avenge you." Duanling Tian was livid. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian smiled. He knew that it would not be easy for Duanling Tian to obtain the strength to avenge him. It was not easy to break into the Dao merging realm after all, and Duanyen Tian had not even entered the Dao establishment realm yet. Soon, Duanling Tian and Duanyen Tian arrived at the place where their family was hiding. Everyone was naturally overjoyed to see Duanyen Tian and surrounded him. "Nyen Tian, you've grown darker. And you've also become stronger. Brother, you're finally back. Nyen Tian, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Duanling Tian stood at a distance with a smile on his face, watching everyone surrounding Duanyen Tian as if he were the center of the universe. Meanwhile, a figure had entered the surging river Divine Kingdom from the north. In a blink of an eye, "It's been decades since I arrived in the Divine Land. Little Tian has entered the Dao merging realm, and I finally reached the 9th Dao establishment stage. Feng Qingyang flew toward the surging river Divine Kingdom, feeling emotional. I never expected that the law of time, which is useless in the divine land, would enlighten me after I went to that place, transforming it into the time Tao. My law of time at the paramount stage has undergone considerable transformation and has reached the 6th stage. Feng Qingyang's sword Tao could reach the 9th stage so quickly thanks to his mastery of the time Tao. In the past, his sword Tao was greatly influenced by the law of time. After coming to the divine land, the law of time was rendered useless. Although his sword Tao did not regress, it was lacking. Now that he had mastered the time Tao, his sword Tao had once again gone through a transformation with a hint of time attribute. His progress had also become rapid ever since. A few days ago, his sword Tao successfully reached the 9th stage, and he also became a level 9 Tao establishment powerhouse. I need to find little Tian and tell him about this. If his law of space can also transform into the space Tao, he'll definitely grow stronger. With that, he'll be able to enter the triple Tao merging realm by merging the space Tao. In the divine land, the space Tao also existed. If Feng Qingyang could master the time Tao through the law of time, it stood to reason that Duanling Tian would be able to comprehend the space Tao through his law of space as well. Although Feng Qingyan had not been in the surging river Divine Kingdom, he had heard about Duanling Tian becoming a Tao merging powerhouse and knew that Duanling Tian had moved the Duan residence to the capital of the surging river Divine Kingdom. However, after arriving at the Duan residence, he found that Duanling Tian was not there. Even Yu Xiao, whom he was reluctant to meet, was not there either. As such, he had to go to the Azure Cloud Mansion to find Zhao and Yi. Elder Zhao. Zhao and Yi was surprised to see Feng Qingyang. After learning that Feng Qingyang came from the Duan residence, he told Feng Qingyang that Duanling Tian was in the Duan residence just half a day ago but had taken Duan Nian Tian, who had just been found, to meet his family and friends. They found Nian Tian? Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. He quite liked that clever Duan Nian Tian and had been worried about his safety. Now that he had returned, he breathed a sigh of relief. Why did they leave? Feng Qingyang asked. When he learned the ins and outs of the situation from Zhao and Yi, his expression gradually darkened. The Myriad Mountains Chun clan? Feng Qingyang had heard of Duanling Tian becoming a Tao merging powerhouse, but he was unaware that Duanling Tian was targeted by the 2 Tao merging powerhouses of the Myriad Mountains Chen clan. Although he had heard people mention that there were others in the Divine Land who also practiced the limitless sword Tao, he thought it was merely a coincidence. Moreover, he believed that since Duanling Tian was a Tao merging powerhouse, even if the other party was displeased with him, they would not resort to anything extreme. Alas, he never expected that they would cross the line and find fault with Duanling Tian. Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted coldly as he thought to himself, with the law of the time at the paramount stage serving as the foundation, my time Tao will soon reach the 7th stage and continue to progress rapidly. It won't take too long for me to reach the 9th stage. It's much faster than the other Taos I comprehended. Merging the time Tao with the sword Tao is the best choice for me. Before mastering the time Tao, Feng Qingyang doubted if he could merge the Taos. However, his confidence had returned, thinking that he could merge the sword Tao and the time Tao. He was eager to find Duanling Tian and take him to that mysterious place to see if Duanling Tian could comprehend the space Tao through the law of space. If Duanling Tian succeeded, it would not take long for him to comprehend the space Tao to the 9th stage. Duanling Tian's mastery Tao was rather high as well. Perhaps he could become the first quadruple Tao merging powerhouse in the Divine Land. What? Lei Hong almost killed Nian Tian. After learning from Zhao and Yi about what Lei Hong had done, Feng Qingyang's eyes shone murderously, and his expression turned frosty. Lei Hong became so arrogant just because he's a level 8 Tao establishment powerhouse now? You better watch out, otherwise, he'll definitely die if I see him. Now that Feng Qingyang was a level 9 establishment Tao powerhouse and even mastered the time Tao, he was confident in killing Lei Hong. If I also enter the Tao merging realm, it won't be difficult for me and little Tian to join forces and kill Chun Ming Hao. Feng Qingyang was confident about his time Tao. With its control effect, he could affect where time flowed around his opponent. Although it was not as powerful as the law of time at the paramount stage, it was definitely not to be underestimated. What are your plans? Are you going to wait for Brother Ling Tian here? Zhao Enyi asked. Feng Qingyang nodded. I'll wait here for little Tian to come back. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. He could only wait for Duan Ling Tian to return, as he did not know where Duan Ling Tian went. Alas, there was no way for them to communicate remotely like in the life creation chart. It did not take Feng Qingyang long to wait for Duan Ling Tian to return. Apart from spending time with his family, Duan Ling Tian spent time comprehending the Mastery Dao as well, hoping to reach the 9th stage as soon as possible. He wanted to merge the limitless Sword Dao with his Mastery Dao and become a triple Dao merging powerhouse. With that, the conflict between him and Chun Ming Hao would naturally cease to exist. Perhaps he could not kill Chun Ming Hao due to his grandfather, a triple Dao merging powerhouse, but he was determined to vent his anger and beat Chun Ming Hao into a pulp. Needless to say, his priority was to kill Yu Luohe and take over the life creation chart. He could see that his family and friends were not accustomed to life in the Divine Land. If they could, they would prefer to go back to their homeland. Even he himself felt the same. In the life creation chart, he could have multiple doppelgangers to accompany his family while he was cultivating. Most importantly, one could have eternal life in the life creation chart. As for the heavenly tribulations, as far as he knew, the rules in the life creation chart could be changed by its master. Otherwise, the rules in the era before the historical gap when the Void Elder was still alive would not be different from the rules after the gap in history. After accompanying his family and cultivating, Duan Ling Tian returned to the Duan residence to see if anyone he knew had gone there. To his pleasant surprise, Feng Qingyang was waiting for him at the mansion. Master, you're back? You've also become a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. He did not expect to see Feng Qingyang, and he quickly noticed Feng Qingyang's current cultivation level. Duan Ling Tian truly admired Feng Qingyang. If he had not inherited the memory of the Void Elder, it would have been difficult for him to catch up to Feng Qingyang's Sword Dao, let alone surpass it. Feng Qingyang smiled and said, I came across a fortuitous encounter, and this is also the reason why I came back in a hurry to find you. After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Despite already becoming a Dao merging powerhouse, he was still excited. Your law of time helped you comprehend the time Dao? What kind of place is it? How mysterious. Master, bring me there to have a look. Then, he briefly mentioned his own fortuitous encounter. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Even though he had become a Dao merging powerhouse, he was still somewhat excited at this moment. Duan Ling Tian could not wait any longer. If he could master the Space Dao through the law of space, his Space Dao's level would be quite high. Perhaps it might even surpass that of the Mastery Dao and reach the 9th stage first. All right. Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and set off immediately. On the way, Feng Qingyang asked about the matter regarding the Myriad Mountains Chun clan. Chen Ming Hao from the Myriad Mountains Chun clan had repeatedly interfered with my attempts to kill Yu Luohe, Duan Ling Tian said in a deep voice as his eyes glinted coldly. Feng Qingyang was surprised. Yu Luohe? Isn't he the owner of the life creation chart? He was also heaven in the past, right? That's him. Duan Ling Tian nodded. How did you find him? Feng Qingyang was perplexed. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to manage to track down Yu Luohe, whom the Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land were eager to kill. After I became a Dao merging power, I found that I had a connection with the life creation chart. Perhaps I was born there, so I could sense its whereabouts. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up, surprised. Is there such a good thing? Since Duan Ling Tian could track the life creation chart, as long as he had the ability to kill Yu Luohe or snatch the life creation chart from Yu Luohe, he would be able to become the next master of the life creation chart. With that, those who had been transported to the Divine Land might be able to return to the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Although Feng Qingyang did not think there was anything wrong with staying in the Divine Land, he still felt that he was more accustomed to life in the solitary destructive heaven. Perhaps it was because he had spent most of his time there in the past, Or maybe it was because he was getting older and starting to feel nostalgic, preparing for retirement. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Duan Tian nodded as his eyes glinted coldly. Then he sighed and added, actually, the first time I found you Luo, he was still seriously injured. At that time, I was more than 90% certain that I could kill him. However, Chun Ming Hao deliberately interfered, and I missed the chance to do so. After that, every time I went to find you Luo, his injuries were getting better. Because Chun Ming Hao kept interfering, Yu Luo he even recovered to the point where he wasn't afraid of me anymore. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Feng Qingyang's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with bone-chilling murderous intent. He silently committed Chun Ming Hao's name to his memory. Shortly after, Feng Qingyang brought Duan Tian to the place where he had run into a fortuitous encounter. It was a treacherous place where even level 7 Dao establishment powerhouses would not dare enter recklessly. The space inside contained various terrifying storms, including time storms and spatial storms. It was only after I ventured deeper that I comprehended the time Dao in the midst of the time storm. After that, I found that my law of time was very useful, allowing my comprehension of the time Dao to advance by leaps and bounds. You should try it too, Feng Qingyang said to Duan Tian. They were in a forbidden place called the Tyrannical Abyss. Although the storm was raging, they were mostly unaffected. When I first came here, I was only a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse and felt a lot of pressure. It wasn't until I became a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse that I could roam freely here. My time Dao was cultivated in the midst of the time storm here. Since there are also spatial storms here, I think you might be able to comprehend the space Dao here as well. Feng Qingyang glanced at the raging storm nearby. The storm that was fluctuating in a strange pattern was a time storm. As for space storms, there were spatial tiers and overlapping voids, creating phenomena similar to when one used the law of space. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Tian's eyes lit up. Then he began to wander around the tyrannical abyss, deliberately releasing his divine consciousness to sense the spatial storms here. Feng Qingyang followed closely beside him, continuing to comprehend the time Dao using his law of time as he watched Duan Tian. In a blink of an eye, 13 years had passed. On this day, Feng Qingyang, who was meditating, suddenly sensed a chilling wave of energy sweeping over from a distance. He opened his eyes and saw Duan Tian. Duan Tian was being attacked by various spatial storms in the tyrannical abyss. However, he was not affected. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up as he asked, "You've succeeded?" Duan Tian nodded and a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. He finally comprehended the space Dao through the spatial storms here after 13 years. The insights of the laws of space from the past indeed greatly helped with the comprehension of the space Dao. My space Dao was already at the 3rd stage when I first comprehended it. Duan Tian felt that there might still be a chance for his space Dao to surpass the progress of his mastery Dao. In terms of the mastery Dao, he had followed the path of the Void Elder because he was unsure of how to forge his own path. Perhaps it would have helped if he had a Dao merging tablet that contained the mastery Dao. However, Dao merging tablets were supreme treasures in the divine land. All forces with Dao merging powerhouses naturally would not give them up easily. In the past, Duan Tian had the opportunity to observe the Dao merging tablet of the Surging River Divine Kingdom, because he had helped obtain the Dao merging tablet from the Temple of Bitter Sea on behalf of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. During the competition for the Dao merging tablet, he was their trump card. To put it bluntly, without Duan Tian, the Surging River Divine Kingdom would have lost their Dao merging tablet to the Temple of Bitter Sea, let alone obtain another Dao merging tablet. Although the divine monk of the Temple of Bitter Sea did not say much after suffering the loss, occasionally, Duan Tian could still clearly sense his grudge, as if he had snatched away the divine monk's loved one. "Master, let's go back." Duan Tian looked at Feng Qingyang and said, "Now that I've already comprehended the space Dao, it's useless to stay here any longer. However, I've observed that besides the time storms and spatial storms, there are many other types of storms such as life storms and death storms, but there are no elemental storms here. This means that anyone who comprehended the four supreme laws will have the opportunity to comprehend the corresponding Taos as long as they come here. Among my family, there are those who comprehended the four supreme laws in the past, but they can't come here unless they're a level 8 Tao establishment powerhouse at least. Even if they can come here, they won't be able to comprehend the corresponding Tao with their cultivation level. To their surprise, when they returned to the surging river divine kingdom after 13 years, they ran into Xue Qingzhu. She was still beautiful and aloof like before, like an angel sent from heaven. Master's wife. Duanling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang, and seeing the gentle expression on Feng Qingyang's face, Duanling Tian smiled. Then, he tactfully left the couple, who had not seen each other for 100 years, alone. The return of Xue Qingzhu, though surprising, was not unexpected. With her strength, as long as nothing unexpected happened, she would definitely come to the surging river divine kingdom upon hearing the news of Duanling Tian becoming a Tao merging powerhouse. Duanling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Xue Qingzhu did not stay in the surging river divine kingdom for long, since people from the myriad mountains Chun clan might come looking for trouble. At this point, Duanling Tian was capable of escaping from the two major threats from the myriad mountains Chun clan, but it would be impossible for Feng Qingyang and Xue Qingzhu to escape from them. After all, Feng Qingyang had yet to enter the Tao merging realm, while Xue Qingzhu had just become a level 7 Tao establishment powerhouse. For this reason, the couple followed Duanling Tian to meet his family and friends. When they arrived, Duanling Tian could see how delighted Yu Xiao was. Although Yu Xiao was holding Xue Qingzhu's hands and chatting with Xue Qingzhu, her gaze would often fall on Feng Qingyang. Her feelings for Feng Qingyang were clear. Since this matter could only be solved by Yu Xiao, Duanling Tian did not intervene. In the following period, apart from spending time with his family, Duanling Tian used his comprehension of the law of space to comprehend his space Tao. As such, his space Tao was progressing rapidly day by day. He was confident that within a few decades, his space Tao would catch up with or surpass his mastery Tao. Although he was still trying to figure out how to break into the 9th stage, his mastery Tao at the 8th stage was not to be underestimated. Apart from cultivating, Duanling Tian also often traveled to almost every corner of the divine land incognito with his wives. During this time, they encountered some foolish people who looked for trouble with them. Needless to say, none of them ended well. This is Carefree Island. Nian Tian once said that he was trapped on a mining island east of the island called the Shall we take a look? Li Fei suggested when they arrived on Carefree Island. She was distressed when she heard about Nian Tian's suffering in the past, but she was grateful that he returned safe and sound. Li Fei sighed before she continued. It's a pity that the enemies were rescued by Lei Hong. Li Fei's eyes shone with killing intent when she said this. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with this. All right, let's go and have a look, Duanling Tian said with a nod. His face was expressionless when Li Fei mentioned Lei Hong, but he said, Lei Hong better stay hidden for the rest of his life. Otherwise, if I get my hands on him, I'll make sure he dies a torturous death. Duanling Tian did not expect Lei Hong to still hold a grudge even after coming to the divine land. Since Lei Hong refused to give up, he naturally would not show mercy. It did not take long for Duanling Tian and the others to arrive at the night forest. After asking for directions, they finally found that mining island. Looking at the island, Li Fei felt a pang of sorrow, reminded of Nian Tian's suffering. They did not stay for long before continuing their journey through the divine land. Duanling Tian continued to comprehend the space Tao while traveling. After all, whether he could deal with the myriad mountains Chun clan and snatch the life creation chart from Yu Luohe or not depended on his comprehension of the space Tao. He had a strong feeling that once his space Tao reached the 9th level, it would be easy for him to merge it with his limitless sword Tao. After all, back in the myriad world, he had practiced the space sword Tao. Since he had merged his limitless Tao and sword Tao into the limitless sword Tao, once he merged the space Tao with the limitless sword Tao, he would enter the triple Tao merging realm. The triple Tao merging realm. Duanling Tian's eyes shone with excitement when he thought about breaking into the triple Tao merging realm. He could only stand at the pinnacle of the divine land once. he became a triple Tao merging powerhouse. Based on his knowledge, there was no one in the history of the Divine Land who had comprehended the limitless space sword Tao. This meant that once he merged the limitless space sword Tao, he would be stronger than most, if not all, of the triple Tao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land. After all, the other triple Tao merging powerhouses had comprehended existing Taos. Most of them only successfully became triple Tao merging powerhouse by studying the Tao merging tablets their predecessors left behind. They killed the previous master of the life creation chart and did everything to kill Yu Luohe, but they definitely did not do it out of pity for humanity. They must be worried that Yu Luohe would successfully merge the sacrificial Tao with his other two Taos, cultivating a new triple Tao and becoming invincible in the Divine Land. If that happened, all of them would be negatively affected. The triple Tao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land comprehended Taos that already existed. As such, although they were stronger than ordinary Tao merging powerhouses, their strength was still limited. They might even have difficulty facing a truly powerful double Tao merging powerhouse. They might win, but it would be difficult for them to kill a truly powerful double Tao merging powerhouse. If the Chun clan's triple Tao merging powerhouse attacks me, while Chen Ming Hao interferes with my limitless sword Tao, I might not be able to escape from them. This was the drawback of comprehending and merging the same Taos. This was also the reason Chen Ming Hao was furious and determined to kill Duanling Tian as soon as he could. In the past, as soon as he had learned that Duanling Tian was in the surging river Divine Kingdom, he had brought his grandfather along to kill Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Almost all of Duanling Tian's acquaintances from the life creation chart, who were still alive, came to seek refuge at the Duan residence in the surging river Divine Kingdom when they heard about him. With this, the Duan residence became even livelier. However, Duanling Tian's family and close friends had yet to return to the residence. He feared that they would be targeted by the Chun clan or Lei Hong. Since Lei Hong failed to kill Duanyen Tian, he seemed to have vanished into thin air after escaping with Duanyen Tian's enemies. One more try. If I successfully break through, I'll successfully merge 3 Taos. Over the past 100 years, with his comprehension of the law of space, Duanling Tian had successfully comprehended the space Tao to the 9th stage. Subsequently, he began to merge it with this limitless sword Tao, but a few years had passed without success. Nonetheless, he was not discouraged. After all, if it were so easy to merge 3 Taos, there would not be so few triple Tao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land. Duanling Tian temporarily put Yu Luohe and Chun Ming Hao aside. He knew very well that, with his current strength, he could not do anything. Only after he merged his space Tao with his limitless sword Tao, merging 3 Taos together, would he be able to deal with Yu Luohe and snatch the life creation chart away. At that time, he could also settle scores with Chun Ming Hao, who had been deliberately looking for trouble with him. The space Tao was profound and mysterious. In the past few years, he had consulted the 2 Tao merging powerhouses from the surging river Divine Kingdom and Temple of Bitter Sea respectively, asking about the space Tao. According to the duo, the space Tao was among the strongest myriad Taos. It was said that the creator of the life creation chart had merged the space Tao and the time Tao in the past. There were rumors that he was among the very few powerhouses in the history of the Divine Land who had merged 4 Taos. However, according to Jiang Tianzhang and Yongyi the Divine Monk, the rumors were never verified. After all, the creator of the life creation chart was from ancient times. When the creator of the life creation chart passed away from old age, the chart was also buried along with him, vanishing from the world. It was only later when someone found it that it appeared in the world again. The person who found it was the former master of the life creation chart before Yu Luohe. He was also Heaven during the time the Void Elder was alive. When he was ambushed and killed, the life creation chart shattered, leading to the deaths of the lives in the life creation chart, who were not as lucky as Duanling Tian and the others. Even someone as powerful as the Void Elder did not survive. As for Yu Luohe, although he was also ambushed, he managed to survive. Although he was severely injured, the life creation chart was only slightly damaged. As long as I merge the space Tao with the limitless sword Tao, I won't have to fear anyone in the Divine Land, Duanling Tian muttered as his eyes burned with passion and longing. He was once invincible in the life creation chart, but after coming to the divine land, that changed. Although he was still considered powerful, there were still others stronger than him. Putting aside triple Dao merging powerhouses, Duanling Tian was in fact rather powerful among Dao merging powerhouses. Perhaps there were only a few who were stronger than him. However, due to Chen Minghao's interference, Duanling Tian's strength was now ranked at the bottom among Dao merging powerhouses. After all, each time Chen Minghao interfered, his strength would weaken considerably. While Duanling Tian tried to merge the Sword Dao with the limitless Sword Dao, Feng Qingyang was trying to merge the Time Dao and the Sword Dao. He had successfully comprehended his Time Dao to the 9th stage a few years ago. Once the merging was successful, he would successfully merge the Time Sword Dao. Although the Time Sword Dao was not a new Dao in the Divine Land, due to the extreme difficulty of comprehending the Time Dao, there were very few people in the history of the Divine Land who had comprehended the Time Sword Dao. As such, it could be considered a relatively new Dao. If Feng Qingyang successfully merged the Time Sword Dao, he would only be second to those few triple Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land. For example, even if Chen Minghao did not interfere, Duanling Tian's limitless Sword Dao still would not be a match for Feng Qingyang's Time Sword Dao. This was due to how new the Daos were. The older the Daos, the weaker they would be. Between the master and the disciple, in the end, it was Feng Qingyang who successfully merged the Daos first, bringing about an earth-shaking phenomenon. The phenomenon could be seen in distant places, and those who were knowledgeable were shocked. Someone successfully merged the Daos. Heavens! What Daos did that person merge? Based on the phenomenon, one of the Daos is the Sword Dao. However, I can't identify the other one. It's really mysterious, and it feels even more terrifying than the Sword Dao. At the same time, Duanling Tian and the others gathered and looked for Feng Qingyang after his breakthrough. Master, congratulations! Duanling Tian congratulated Feng Qingyang before the others followed suit. They were all Duanling Tian's family and close friends, and all of them naturally respected Feng Qingyang from the bottom of their hearts. Apart from feeling amazed, they were also delighted. After all, with the addition of another Dao merging powerhouse, they could gain a better foothold in the Divine Land. Perhaps they could come hiding. After all, previously the Chun clan was unscrupulous because only Duanling Tian alone was a Dao merging powerhouse. Perhaps with 2 Dao merging powerhouses, the Chun clan would have more scruples. Thank you, everyone, Feng Qingyang responded with a smile. Then, he could barely conceal his excitement as he looked at Duanling Tian and asked, "Little Tian, let's find a place to spar?" "Master, there's no need for that. I'm definitely not your opponent now," Duanling Tian said, shaking his head and looking somewhat helpless. "If I try to use the limitless Sword Dao now, Chen Minghao will likely interfere. Even if he doesn't interfere, the limitless Sword Dao is definitely not as powerful as the Time Dao. The former is not as new as the latter after all." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang's expression turned solemn and his gaze turned slightly cold as he said, "Little Tian, now that I've broken through, why don't we pay the Chun clan a visit and warn Chen Minghao? We're both Dao merging powerhouses now. We don't have to fear the Chun clan." Seeing how eager Feng Qingyang was to rush to the myriad mountains, Duanling Tian shook his head and said, "Master, there's no point. Although nothing will happen to us, there's also not much we can do. After all, the clan has a triple Dao merging powerhouse. Let's wait until I merge all 3 Daos before we visit them." Seeing how effortlessly Feng Qingyang merged the Dao, apart from feeling happy for Feng Qingyang, Duanling Tian also felt greatly motivated and continued to focus on the Space Dao. "As long as I can merge the Space Dao with the limitless Sword Dao, turning it into the limitless Space Sword Dao, no one will dare to provoke me and my master in the Divine Land. At that time, even the myriad mountains Chun clan won't be a threat to us." According to Divine Monk Yongyi, that old man from the Chun clan merged 3 Daos that many had comprehended in the past. Among the 5 strongest triple Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land, he's the weakest. Over the years, Duanling Tian occasionally visited the surging river Divine Kingdom and the Temple of the Bitter Sea to look for Jiang Tianzhang and Yongyi respectively. Apart from discussing the Tao, he also learned a lot about the divine land from them. From then, he learned about the 5 strongest triple Tao merging powerhouses and that Chun Jiushao from the Myriad Mountains Chun clan was the weakest among them. If Duanling Tian successfully merged the Space Tao with the Limitless Sword Tao, not only would he be stronger than Chun Jiushao, but he might also possibly be stronger than the other 4 triple Tao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land. At that time, with Feng Qingyang, who had merged the Time Sword Tao by his side, they might even be able to kill a triple Tao merging powerhouse. Once I break through, I'll kill you Luo He first and snatch the life creation chart away. After that, I'll visit the Myriad Mountains Chun clan and kill Chun Ming Hao. If Chun Jiushao dares to stand in our way, I'll kill him as well. Duanling Tian's eyes glinted coldly when he thought about this matter. Initially, he did not plan to look for trouble with the Chun clan, but the Chun clan intended on killing him. With this, how could he let them go? I should continue to cultivate. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and immersed himself in cultivating once again, trying to merge the Space Tao and the Limitless Sword Tao. His merging of the Space Tao and the Sword Tao was progressing rapidly, but the merging of the Space Tao and the Limitless was a little slower. However, he was confident that with enough time, he would be able to successfully merge all 3 Taos. After Feng Qingyang successfully merged the Taos, all of them left because the place they were staying in had been exposed. Although no one came looking for them now, it was inevitable that Tao merging powerhouse would come looking for them soon to greet the new Tao merging powerhouse, Feng Qingyang. With Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang's current strength, even the 2 Tao merging powerhouses of the Chun clan would have to think twice before they act. However, Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang did not want to be disturbed, so they moved after finding a hidden place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. After merging the Taos, Feng Qingyang became more relaxed. In his opinion, it was much too soon for him to try merging the 3rd Tao, so he was not in a rush. He was content to watch his disciple merge the 3 Taos for now. He occasionally went out with Xue Qingzhu and Yu Shao, and during that time he felt rather uneasy. After all, due to Xue Qingzhu's matchmaking efforts, Yu Shao had become his second wife. Time moved like sand slipping through fingers, constantly flowing away. The seasons came and went, and 1,000 years passed in just a blink of an eye. In the past 1,000 years, Yu Luo he had completely recovered from his injuries. At this moment, he stood on the peak of a mountain, dressed in a white robe. A cold smile and hint of wickedness could be seen on his face as he gazed into the distance and muttered, "Over the past 1,000 years, Duanling Tian didn't come looking for me again. It seems like he has given up." However, Yu Luo he frowned when he recalled how Duanling Tian could sense the life creation chart. This was out of his expectations. After all, he did not create the life creation chart, so he was not privy to some of its secrets. Over the past 1,000 years, he had diligently studied the life creation chart, which had also been restored to its original state. The worlds within the chart had also stabilized. However, until now, he still could not figure out why an inhabitant from that world, who had become Tao merging powerhouse, could sense the chart. Based on the current situation, it's clear that Duanling Tian has no intention of joining forces with other Tao merging powerhouses to deal with me. Otherwise, he would have come looking for me a long time ago. Yu Luo he had always kept the life creation chart close to him because it was the core of his 3rd Tao, the sacrificial Tao. Once he was successful with his merging of the sacrificial Tao, he would successfully merge a trio of Tao that had never been seen before in the history of the Divine Land, a completely new Tao. With that, even if the triple Tao merging powerhouses of the Divine Land joined forces to deal with him, he would still be able to escape safely even if he was not a match for them. It seems like Duanling Tian doesn't want others to know the location of the life creation chart. Is he worried that others might steal it? Yu Luo he sighed in relief. In all honesty, he had been worried that Duanling Tian would bring a group of Tao merging powerhouses to deal with him. After all, he had already used his life-saving charm previously. If he was found again, he would undoubtedly die. The most important thing is to merge the sacrificial Tao with other Taos as soon as possible. Once I succeed, no one, including Duanling Tian, will be able to snatch the life creation chart away from me. After years and years of work, Yuluo he had not only repaired the damage to the life creation chart, but he had also comprehended the sacrificial Dao to the 9th stage. Currently, he was in the process of merging 3 Daos to create a completely new Dao. All of a sudden, Yuluo he sensed something with his divine consciousness, and his expression changed immediately. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the distance, the void rippled, and in just a moment, 2 figures appeared near Yuluo he, easily passing through his divine consciousness. The duo hovered near Yuluo he and stared at him. They looked like young men, and one was dressed in purple while the other was dressed in green. Duan Ling Tian. Feng Qingyang. As the owner of the life creation chart, although Yuluo he could not directly intervene in the life and death of the people in the worlds within the chart, he could easily monitor them. As such, he knew what Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang looked like long before he saw them in person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recognize Duan Ling Tian so quickly when they met for the first time. Feng Qingyang he. Yuluo he would not be afraid if Duan Ling Tian was alone. Now that his strength had returned to the peak, it would be easy for him to deal with Duan Ling Tian. After all, the 2 Daos he merged were considered relatively new. Among the Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land, he was among the most powerful ones. This was also the reason he had been able to escape death the last time he was ambushed. It would not have been enough for him to rely on his life-saving charm alone. When Yuluo he's divine consciousness briefly swept past Feng Qingyang, Yuluo he's expression changed drastically. How's this possible? He's broken into the Dao merging realm. When did merging the Daos become so easy? Is this a joke? The existence of an anomaly like Duan Ling Tian in the world of the life creation chart shocked Yuluo he. After all, the inhabitants of the world within the chart were seen as nourishments by him, the owner of the life creation chart. It was as though he was watching an ant suddenly becoming as powerful as him. Today, when he saw the 2 Dao merging powerhouses in front of him, he could not help but shiver. In the world within the life creation chart, Feng Qingyang was powerful and extraordinarily talented as well, second only to Duan Ling Tian. Yuluo he was also further shocked when he realized that Feng Qingyang had successfully merged the Daos after coming to the Divine Land. In short, the master and disciple duo were truly heaven-defying. Yuluo he forced himself to calm down, hoping to hide his surprise from Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. He scoffed disdainfully and said to Duan Ling Tian mockingly with an arrogant expression, "Do you think you'll be able to defeat me by bringing your master here? My injuries have completely healed. Your master has just recently broken through. Even if you join forces with him, you won't be able to defeat me. Let alone the both of you, even if the 2 Dao merging powerhouses from the Chun clan were here today, it would be difficult for them to defeat me. Perhaps I'm no match for both of you, but it won't be easy for you to capture me." Yuluo he was among the most powerful Dao merging powerhouses, and this was the source of his confidence. Swoosh! The next moment, Yuluo he flew in the air, causing his robe to flutter. He stood across from Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang with a disdainful smirk on his face. Duan Ling Tian smirked when he saw how confident Yuluo he was. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, "The Chun clan? Yuluo he, you dare to compare my master with the 2 Dao merging powerhouses from the Chun clan? Are they even worthy? Perhaps if it were another Dao merging powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian would not have spoken so rudely about them. However, the 2 Dao merging powerhouses from the Chun clan were his enemies. Why would he be polite to them?" Yuluo he laughed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He said, "Duan Ling Tian, based on your words, it seems like you think you and your master are stronger than those 2 from the Chun clan? Ridiculous. As soon as you make a move, Chun Ming Hao will definitely interfere. How powerful will you be at that time? If you didn't bring your master here today, would you have dared to confront me today? Trash." Yuluo he's smile was contemptuous. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian posed no threat to him. After all, with Chun Ming Hao's interference, Duan Ling Tian's strength was just like that of the weakest Dao merging powerhouse in the Divine Land. How could someone like that be so arrogant in front of me? Ridiculous. Chun Ming Hao's interference? Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned by those words. When he recovered his senses, He laughed and said, "Who told you that I'm still using the same Dao as Chun Minghao?" Yu Luo he frowned. He did not react immediately. However, when realization finally dawned on him in the next second, he felt as though he had been struck by a lightning bolt. However, he thought to himself in denial, "Impossible! It's absolutely impossible. How could he have successfully merged the third Dao so quickly?" Yu Luo he naturally understood the meaning of Duan Ling Tian's words, but he believed that Duan Ling Tian was just trying to intimidate him. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to merge the third Dao in such a short time. It was not easy to merge three Daos after all. Otherwise, there would not be so few triple Dao merging powerhouses in the divine land. Duan Ling Tian silently raised his hand, and the power of his Daos swept out. The terrifying force of the Daos shook heaven and earth. The sky, which was bright just a moment ago, darkened. Sword chi raged in the sky, and the void rippled before tiny spatial cracks appeared. This was the divine land, where the stability of space was extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, even when a triple Dao merging powerhouse made a move, it would be incredibly difficult for them to cause spatial tears. However, it was different if one of the Daos they comprehended was the space Dao. After Duan Ling Tian made a move, Yu Luo he was forced to face the reality that Duan Ling Tian had indeed merged the third Dao, the space Dao. Subsequently, a thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that the law of space in the life creation chart is the space Dao here? Apart from this, he could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian managed to comprehend the space Dao to the 9th stage and merged it with the limitless sword Dao in such a short time. Yu Luo he knew Duan Ling Tian very well. Before coming to the divine land, Duan Ling Tian did not comprehend the space Dao. Instead, Duan Ling Tian comprehended the law of space in the world within the life creation chart to the paramount stage. "I have to flee." After finding out that Duan Ling Tian had truly merged the third Dao, Yu Luo he was filled with fear. His only thought was to leave this place. However, Feng Qingyang, who had been keeping a close eye on Yu Luo he, made a move as soon as Yu Luo he moved. The power he had mobilized swept out. With the time sword Dao, countless sword rays appeared, covering the entire place. The entire place seemed to freeze, and Yu Luo he's movements became significantly slower in just an instant. With this, Yu Luo he also discovered the Dao that Feng Qingyang merged was the time sword Dao. This also confirmed his theory that some laws from the world within the life creation chart existed as Daos in the divine land. "Get lost!" Yu Luo he roared angrily. He released his energy and it surged out. However, he soon discovered that his Dao was affected by Feng Qingyang's time Dao and that he only managed to stop the sword rays slightly. Upon seeing this, chills ran down Yu Luo he's spine, and a sense of despair filled his heart. How could he escape now? Yu Luo he gritted his teeth before he said decisively, "Duan Ling Tian, I'll give you the life creation chart. That's what you want, right? We have no grudges between us, so there's no need for you to kill me if I give you what you want, right? Moreover, killing me doesn't benefit you in any way at all. No grudges between us?" Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air, surrounded by a terrifying force as he stared at Yu Luo he and smiled coldly. "In your eyes, the inhabitants of the world of the life creation chart are nourishments for you to comprehend the sacrificial Dao. How could you say there are no grudges between us? My family and I were separated and suffered in the divine land. My son almost died in this place. How dare you say there are no grudges between us?" Following that, Duan Ling Tian made a move. He used his limitless space sword Dao and formed a giant sword that descended from the sky with a terrifying force. The force shook the space, carrying an infinite might. It looked as though it could crush everything in its path as it swept toward Yu Luo he. Yu Luo he could not escape even if he wanted to. Feng Qingyang had controlled the flow of time. Although Feng Qingyang could not stop him completely, his movements had slowed down considerably. For this reason, he could only face the terrifying attack directly. Although his speed was very slow now, he still tried to resist the attack. After all, not doing anything was tantamount to waiting for death. Alas, despite Yu Luo he mobilizing all the strength, he was still no match for Duan Ling Tian, who had merged three Daos. After a brief stalemate, Yu Luo He's resistance shattered before Duan Ling Tian's attack continued forward. Yu Luo He did not die immediately. After all, he was rather powerful. Although he was heavily injured and on the verge of losing consciousness, he resisted desperately and survived. He pleaded, "Duan Ling Tian, spare my life. I'll do anything as long as you spare my life." Yu Luo He's current injuries were much worse than those he sustained when he was ambushed by a group of Dao merging powerhouses in the past. He knew that he could not escape and that Duan Ling Tian could easily end his life now. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Duan Ling Tian refused indifferently. He moved decisively and killed Yu Luo He. Yu Luo He, the owner of the life creation chart and the heaven of the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, did not expect that he would die at the hands of someone from the world within the life creation chart. After all, the inhabitants were just nourishments and resources in his eyes, ants to be used in his comprehension of the sacrificial Tao. After killing Yu Luo He, Duan Ling Tian found the life creation chart from the former spatial ring. With this, he finally achieved his goal today. He could not wait to study the life creation chart, hoping to find a way to send those who were willing home. "It doesn't seem that difficult to kill a Dao merging powerhouse," Feng Qingyang remarked with a smile before he approached Duan Ling Tian and looked at the life creation chart. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. After all, if possible, he wanted to return to the solitary destructive heaven and retire there. "If it weren't for your help, Master, I wouldn't have been able to kill him," Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh. After all, Dao merging powerhouses were very powerful. Yu Luo He, who had comprehended and merged a relatively new Dao, was even more powerful. For Duan Ling Tian, the three Daos he had merged could easily defeat his opponent, but his strength mainly lay in the offensive. His speed was not much faster than that of his opponent. In conclusion, without Feng Qingyang and his time Dao, which slowed down the opponent, it would have been difficult for Duan Ling Tian to kill his opponent so easily. Nonetheless, he was confident that as a triple Dao merging powerhouse now, very few people could gain an advantage over him in a fight. "Let's return first before we study the chart," Feng Qingyang said. "Master, we've only left for a short time, but you're already missing your wives? Brat, you're becoming more and more impudent." Duan Ling Tian came looking for Yu Luo He again after so long because he had finally merged three Daos, turning them into the limitless space sword Dao. After familiarizing himself with his new powers, he could not wait to look for Yu Luo He with Feng Qingyang, who could also sense the life creation chart after his breakthrough. With this, it was confirmed that inhabitants of the world within the life creation chart could sense the chart after they became a Dao merging powerhouse. This was perhaps due to their connection to the world within the chart. After returning, Duan Ling Tian claimed ownership of the life creation chart and began to study it. It's fully repaired. As time passed, Duan Ling Tian gained a new understanding of the various rules of the life creation chart, and some of the things he learned made him gasp. For example, one of the rules prevented the owner of the life creation chart from understanding all of its rules before the owner merged three Daos. The owner also could not utilize the full power of the chart until they had merged three Daos. Until then, some abilities would be hidden from them. The owner also could not directly kill the inhabitants of the world within the life creation chart if the inhabitants were still in that world. The owner also could not enter the world within the chart. Doing so would cause the destruction of the world within the chart. However, if the owner of the chart has already merged three Daos, they would be able to break this rule and enter the world within the chart. Duan Ling Tian laughed, thinking that it was fortunate that he had already merged three Daos. Otherwise, if his family and friends returned to the world within the life creation chart, he would be left alone in the divine land. Feng Qingyang was also surprised when he learned about the rules from Duan Ling Tian. "I didn't expect there to be such rules. This means that if I were the owner of the chart, I wouldn't be able to return to the solitary destructive heaven until I've merged three Daos." "That's right. After merging three Daos, you'll also have full access to the chart's abilities. For example, there's an ability that can help us locate anyone from the world within the chart through their residual aura. This means that I can sense them no matter where they are in the divine land, just like how I could sense the life creation chart after becoming a Dao merging powerhouse." Duanling Tian continued to explain. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up with excitement, and he could not help but exclaim, "This means that no matter where Lei Hong or Yun Qingyan are hiding, you'll be able to find them?" "That's right," Duanling Tian responded with a nod. "I remember their auras. As long as I find their auras in the chart, I'll be able to sense their whereabouts." "Great! This time, they won't be able to escape." Feng Qingyang laughed happily. After a moment, Feng Qingyang's gaze turned cold as he said, "We can finally kill Lei Hong, who almost killed Nian Tian previously." Duanling Tian nodded, and his gaze also turned cold as he said, "This time, we can finally settle old and new scores." Subsequently, Duanling Tian began searching for Lei Hong and Yun Qingyan's residual auras in the life creation chart, which he was familiar with. After finding the auras, he only needed to merge them with his souls to sense their whereabouts. After all, he was now the owner and the master of the life creation chart, and the others were natives of the world within the life creation chart. He was, in other words, the new heaven of the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. While Duanling Tian was busy searching the life creation chart, Feng Qingyang looked at the turbulent phenomenon in the sky before he muttered to himself, "It's been so long, but it has yet to disappear?" After Duanling Tian killed Yu Luo He, a phenomenon appeared in the sky, heralding the death of a Tao merging powerhouse. Through the phenomenon, one could discern the identity of the dead Tao merging powerhouse and the Taos that the dead Tao merging powerhouse had comprehended. Initially, Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang assumed that the phenomenon would disappear soon after that. It was only visible in the vicinity of the area where Yu Luo He was killed, just like the phenomenon that appeared when they broke into the Tao merging realm. Unexpectedly, even after they returned to their family and friends, they found that not only did the phenomenon not disappear, but it was also visible from where they were. In the sky, the path of the Tao that Yu Luo He merged seemed to be broken. One could vaguely see illusory figures in the sky that disappear soon after. This process repeated over and over again. In the end, the phenomenon lasted for a full day and night. During that time, the entire divine land broke out in an uproar. The phenomenon that heralded the death of a Tao merging powerhouse was distinct from the phenomenon of a breakthrough, after all. As such, everyone who saw the phenomenon knew that a Tao merging powerhouse had died. Not only that, due to the path of the merged Taos that was reflected in the sky, they also knew the identity of the dead Tao merging powerhouse. "It's Yu Luo He. He's dead. Heavens! Who killed Yu Luo He?" Previously, so many Tao merging powerhouses joined forces to kill him, but they failed. However, someone managed to silently kill him now. Did those few triple Tao merging powerhouses join forces to deal with him? At the same time, after discovering the phenomenon, Chun Ming Hao of the Myriad Mountains Chun clan looked for his grandfather, Chun Jiushao, immediately. "Grandfather, you've been in the clan recently. Does this mean that those few people made a move on Yu Luo He?" Chun Ming Hao was aware that many people now assumed that the few triple Tao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land had killed Yu Luo He. Whether it was true or not, Chun Ming Hao knew that his grandfather was not a part of it. His grandfather had not left the clan recently. Even if his grandfather did not participate, he knew that if the few triple Tao merging powerhouses wanted to make a move, they would surely contact his grandfather. After all, his grandfather was also a triple Tao merging powerhouse. Who else could it be but them? Chun Jiushao said coldly with a scoff. "They must have noticed that my strength is waning, so they didn't even bother to contact me to deal with Yu Luo He. Damn it!" The other triple Tao merging powerhouses were naturally unaware of Chun Jiushao's thoughts. If they were aware of it, they would have felt wronged. After all, they had nothing to do with Yu Luo He's death. When they, including Chun Jiushao, gathered and discovered that none of them had acted against Yu Luo He, they were perplexed. What's going on? What happened? Was he killed by the backlash from the life creation chart because he violated some rules? But I've never heard of such instances. The life creation chart was forced by a powerhouse who merged 4 Taos. It wouldn't be surprising if the chart could kill a triple Tao merging powerhouse, let alone an ordinary Tao merging powerhouse. Does that mean the chart is like a cursed object? While they speculated among themselves, Chun Zhou's earlier resentment had already vanished. After all, he finally found out that he was not excluded and that Yu Luo he was killed by someone else. In a magnificent hall, a pretty young woman approached a bald and burly man. She looked at him with a seductive gaze as she asked, "Sir, are you sure you don't need my service? I promise you that you'll like it once you try it." However, the bald and burly man only glanced at her indifferently as he said, "Get lost." The man had long lost interest in women. All he was interested in now was to grow stronger. If she's not the enemy of Duanling Tian's son, and if it weren't for the fact that keeping her alive would annoy Duanling Tian, I would have already killed her. "Sir, get lost. Otherwise you'll die." "Yes, sir. I'll leave now, I'll leave now." Gualili just turned to leave when she suddenly froze. When she saw one of the two figures nearby, her face paled immediately. Duan Yen Tian? Not long after, Gualili finally noticed the man next to Duan Yen Tian. He looked like Duan Yen Tian, but he was more mature and calm. She guessed the man's identity immediately. The man was Duanling Tian, a powerhouse from the surging river Divine Kingdom. Thud! Gualili let out a cry of surprise before she fell to the ground, trembling. Her eyes shone with despair. She could not figure out how the duo had found this place. She knew it was impossible for Lei Hong to expose their whereabouts. After all, Duanling Tian was a Dao merging powerhouse. As soon as they were found, Duanling Tian would definitely kill them. Ha! Lei Hong, whose eyes were closed, did not detect anything unusual. Although he had released his divine consciousness, he did not find anything wrong. After all, the divine consciousness of a triple Dao merging powerhouse was much more powerful than that of an ordinary Dao merging powerhouse. It was easy for a triple Dao merging like Duanling Tian to hide his and Duan Yen Tian's presence from Lei Hong, an ordinary Dao merging powerhouse. For this reason, Lei Hong did not notice anything until he heard Gualili's cry of surprise. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw two familiar faces. Duan Yen Tian, whom he considered trash, and Duanling Tian, who almost killed him in the past and was now a Dao merging powerhouse. Duanling Tian. How did he find this place? Lei Hong's expression changed immediately. Without any hesitation, he jumped up and fled. However, he soon found himself unable to move further. It was as though an invisible wall had been erected in front of him. His face turned ashen immediately. What's this? The law of space? And oh, it's the Space Dao. While Lei Hong panicked and fell into despair, Duanling Tian said indifferently, "Lei Hong, it's been a while. Don't you think it's rude to run away without saying hello?" Lei Hong's face turned pale, and he broke out in cold sweat. However, his gaze was still filled with unwillingness as he looked at Duanling Tian and asked, "Duanling Tian, how did you find your way here?" In Lei Hong's opinion, his whereabouts were very well hidden, so it should have been impossible for Duanling Tian to find him. Moreover, after saving Gualili, he had always kept her under his surveillance, which made it impossible for her to act without him knowing. There was no way she could have leaked his whereabouts to Duanling Tian. Not only that, but she had no reason to leak his whereabouts to Duanling Tian. After all, she was also among Duanling Tian's enemies now, and doing such a thing was tantamount to seeking death. "I know I'm not a match for you, but I hope that even if you kill me, you'll at least let me die with clarity." Lei Hong was very aware of the difference in strength between himself and Duanling Tian. He had no doubt that he would die today. However, he felt that he would not be able to rest in peace if he did not clear up his doubts today. "To show you my sincerity, I'll kill this woman who harmed your son." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Hong struck Gualili, killing her in an instant. She fell to the ground with her eyes wide open. Even in death, she did not understand why the person who saved her previously would help Duanling Tian to kill her. Lei Hong looked at Duanling Tian with bloodshot eyes and said in a lowered voice, "I'm begging you." Duanling Tian looked at Lei Hong indifferently as he said, "Based on my character, I wouldn't bother explaining myself to you before your death." After a brief pause, Duanling Tian continued to say, "However, today, I'm willing to clear some of your doubts for you. Before becoming the new owner of the life creation chart, Duanling Tian would not have bothered with an explanation. He would have killed Lei Hong directly. Whether Lei Hong died with clarity or not was none of his concern. However, after becoming the owner of the life creation chart, his perspective and outlook on life had changed completely. Lei Hong was no longer his enemy, but he was just a tiny living being in the world under his control. I killed you, Luo He, and I'm now the master of the life creation chart. After breaking into the Triple Tao merging realm, I'm able to control the life creation chart better than you, Luo He, could. I managed to track you through your remnant aura in the chart. Lei Hong's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He looked at Duanling Tian with a frightened expression on his face, as though he was looking at a terrible monster. Duanling Tian is now a Triple Tao merging powerhouse? Although it sounded absurd, Lei Hong knew Duanling Tian had no reason to lie to him. At this moment, he felt regretful. If he had known Duanling Tian's ability was so heaven-defying, he would have backed down the first time they had a conflict. Why did he underestimate Duanling Tian just because Duanling Tian was younger than him? Do you have any more questions? Otherwise, I'll send you on your way, Duanling Tian said nonchalantly. No more, Lei Hong replied with a bitter smile. Following that, a streak of light shot out of Lei Hong's body. He knew he was no match for Duanling Tian and that resistance was futile, but he was still unwilling to wait for death without doing anything. Lei Hong was only a level 8 Tao establishment powerhouse, after all. It was not surprising that Duanling Tian, a Triple Tao merging powerhouse, easily deflected Lei Hong's attack with a casual wave of his hand. In the next moment, Duanling Tian attacked, crushing Lei Hong's body and soul with a terrifying energy. Just like that, an enemy who had been at odds with Duanling Tian for many years died. At the beginning, Lei Hong could still resist, but now he was like an ant facing a giant. At this moment, Duanyen Tian said, Father, now that Gualili and Lei Hong are dead, please send me back. I also want to comprehend the space Tao. I want to go back to the world within the life creation chart to build my foundation first. After that, I'll return to the divine land to comprehend the space Tao. Duanyen Tian was shocked by Duanling Tian's strength. Lei Hong, a top powerhouse in the myriad worlds, could easily kill him, but Lei Hong was no match for Duanling Tian at all. Although he knew it would be difficult for him to surpass Duanling Tian, he still wanted to try his best. He did not want others to look down on him or think that he only relied on his father. He wanted to become stronger too. Duanling Tian nodded before he sent Duanyen Tian into the life creation chart. Previously, after he had familiarized himself with the chart and found the remnant auras of Lei Hong and Yun Qingyan, he had a discussion with his family and friends. All of them agreed to return to the world within the life creation chart. They were all happy to return. Although the divine land was not bad, they still preferred their hometowns in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Now that the life creation chart had been restored, the myriad worlds and the outer boundary had also been restored to their original state. The only thing was that many buildings had been destroyed and remained in ruins. Needless to say, this was not a problem since they could easily rebuild the buildings. After dealing with Yun Qingyan, I'll visit the Surging River Divine Kingdom. If those from the Duan residence and the Azure Cloud Mansion agree, I'll send them back to the myriad worlds and the outer boundary as well. Subsequently, Duanling Tian vanished into thin air. When Yun Qingyan saw Duanling Tian, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Then, his expression changed drastically before he tried to escape. However, his attempt was quickly thwarted. After all, he had not even reached the 4th level of the Tao establishment realm. Even Lei Hong could easily deal with him, let alone Duanling Tian. It's been a long time, Yun Qingyan. Duanling Tian looked at Yun Qingyan. Although Yun Qingyan's physical appearance had changed due to the fusion of his soul with a member of the Soul Imprisonment clan, he still retained some of his features. His eyes, in particular, did not change. In just an instant, Duanling Tian's thoughts seemed to return to the past when he was still in the mundane realm. At that time, Yun Qingyan had arrogantly trampled on him. Back then, Yun Qingyan had been invincible in his eyes. After all, at that time, Yun Qingyan could kill him with just a finger. However, now the tables had turned. Duan. Duan Ling Tian. How did you find me? Yun Qingyan was shocked. He had deliberately found a remote and hidden place so that no one would be able to find him. Not only that, but he had also kept a low profile, hiding his identity. He could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian had found him. I know you're curious, Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. However, I'm not obliged to answer your question. Take this question with you to your grave. Yun Qingyang was petrified. His eyes widened as he watched Duan Ling Tian make a move. Without wasting any words, Duan Ling Tian attacked. After all, his hatred toward Yun Qingyan ran deeper compared to his hatred toward Lei Hong. It's done. After visiting the surging river divine kingdom and sending everyone back, it's time for me to visit the Cheng clan. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he made his way to the surging river divine kingdom. A few days ago, Feng Qingyang had asked Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian would visit the Cheng clan, seeming even more impatient than Duan Ling Tian. Now, the time was fast approaching. The myriad mountains Chun clan occupied a vast land surrounded by mountains and clear rivers, which made for a picturesque scenery. As one of the top forces in the divine land, apart from ordinary Dao merging powerhouses, it also had a triple Dao merging powerhouse, who cemented the Chun clan's place in the divine land. In the past, even when the Chun clan only had 2 ordinary Dao merging powerhouses, no one dared to provoke the clan, let alone now when one of them had become a triple Dao merging powerhouse. If anyone were to tell members of the Chun clan that someone was going to look for trouble with the Chun clan, they would have laughed dismissively and said, "Those who look for trouble with the Chun clan will die. Do you think our 2 ancestors are easy to deal with?" Unexpectedly, 2 guests showed up at the Chun clan today. Swoosh! A terrifying divine consciousness swept out, enveloping the entire Chun clan. It quickly overwhelmed the members of the Chun clan, making them feel suffocated. Those with lower cultivation bases fell to the ground, trembling in fear. D-Dao merging powerhouse? Many Dao establishment powerhouses were shocked and puzzled. They could not figure out which Dao merging powerhouse was so bold as to stir up trouble in the Chun clan. After all, one of their ancestors was a triple Dao merging powerhouse. Which Dao merging powerhouse dares to provoke our Chun clan? Humph! The more arrogant and domineering they are now, the more embarrassed they will be later. The Chun clan fears no one in the divine land. Most of the members of the Chun clan remained fearless and calm. After all, they knew they had the protection of 2 Dao merging powerhouses. They knew their 2 ancestors would take action soon and drive the intruders away, forcing the intruders to flee in embarrassment. The Time Sword Dao? A voice tinged with anger echoed in the Chun clan. Not long after that, a figure appeared near the 2 visitors. The figure belonged to a green-clad old man who looked rather young for his age. He was none other than Chun Jiuxiao, the Chun clan's triple Dao merging powerhouse. His expression was unsightly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. After a moment, his gaze rested on Feng Qingyang, and he said icily, "It seems like you're the mysterious person who became a Dao merging powerhouse 1,000 years ago." After a pause, Chun Jiuxiao continued to say, "The Time Sword Dao is indeed formidable. However, that alone isn't enough for you to stir up trouble in the Chun clan." Before Feng Qingyang could respond, Chun Minghao arrived. He was the one who had comprehended the limitless sword Dao like Duan Ling Tian did in the past. He also stared at Feng Qingyang with an icy gaze as soon as he arrived. The divine consciousness that enveloped the Chun clan belonged to Feng Qingyang. He had unleashed it earlier, fueled by the anger that arose in his heart when he recalled what Chen Minghao had done to Duan Ling Tian in the past. "You're just a new Dao merging powerhouse, but you dare to act arrogantly in the Chun clan? Do you think we're pushovers? Since you're so brave, don't run away later. Let's fight till death," Chun Minghao said with a sneer. "Fight till death," Feng Qingyang said with a smile as he looked at Chun Minghao disdainfully. "Chun Minghao, right? With your limitless sword Dao alone, you actually dared to say that. If it weren't for Chun Jiuxiao, I wonder if you'd dare to say such words." Feng Qingyang's words struck a nerve. and Chen Minghao's expression darkened immediately. He glared at Feng Qingyang murderously. At this time, the purple-clad Duanling Tian, who had been silent until now, calmly said, "Master, since he wants to fight to death, let's fulfill his wish." As he spoke, Duanling Tian released his energy, which seemed like a primordial beast that had crossed through time and space from ancient times. Whoosh! The divine consciousness of a triple Tao merging powerhouse swept out in all directions. It caused Chun Zhou's divine consciousness, which had dispelled Feng Qingyang's divine consciousness, to shake violently. A triple Tao merging powerhouse? Chun Zhou's expression changed dramatically. As a triple Tao merging powerhouse himself, he was naturally quick to identify the three Daos that Duanling Tian had merged. In just a moment, he knew that the merged Dao, the limitless space sword Dao, was a newly merged Dao that had never existed in the history of the Divine Land before. "You're Duanling Tian?" In the next moment, Chun Zhou immediately guessed the purple-clad young man in front of him was Duanling Tian from the world within the life creation chart who had been forcefully transported to the Divine Land in the past. Previously, Duanling Tian had comprehended the limitless sword Dao, which conflicted with his grandson, Chun Minghao. For that reason, they had gone to the Surging River Divine Kingdom to deal with Duanling Tian. It was from then that their grudge began. Although Chun Zhou did not want to believe it, he knew that the other party, a triple Dao merging powerhouse who had mastered the limitless space sword Dao, had to be Duanling Tian. Otherwise, there was no reason for the other party to come looking for trouble. "Duanling Tian?" Chen Minghao's expression changed as soon as he heard his grandfather's words. "How's this possible? You only broke into the Dao merging realm over 1,000 years ago. How could you have merged your third Dao so quickly?" Chun Minghao hated Duanling Tian to the bones, wishing he could crush Duanling Tian into pieces. Previously, he could not do anything because Duanling Tian had gone into hiding. Unexpectedly, Duanling Tian came to the Chun clan. Not only that, but Duanling Tian was now among the few triple Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land. Most importantly, his merged Dao, the limitless space sword Dao, was a new Dao. Chen Minghao's divine consciousness was mercilessly crushed by Duanling Tian's divine consciousness. Even Chen Zhou's divine consciousness seemed feeble and vulnerable in front of Duanling Tian's domineering divine consciousness. "Duanling Tian, I was wrong regarding what happened in the past. I'm willing to apologize to you." Although reluctant, Chen Minghao set his pride aside and spoke humbly after being urged by Chun Zhou through voice transmission. Chun Zhou knew they had to give in since they were no match for Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Chun Minghao's limitless sword Dao was no match for Feng Qingyang's time sword Dao. As for Chun Zhou, he knew his Dao was no match for a new Dao like the limitless space sword Dao. At the same time, Chun Zhou cursed inwardly, thinking that Duanling Tian must have found a remote place before breaking into the triple Dao merging realm. Otherwise, even if he missed the phenomenon, he would have heard about it. After all, such news would spread very quickly in the Divine Land. The range of the phenomenon of a breakthrough for a triple Dao merging powerhouse was similar to that of an ordinary Dao merging powerhouse, but they looked different. Meanwhile, after hearing Chun Minghao's words, Duanling Tian sneered and said, "If it were useful to apologize, why would I have worked so hard to merge the third Dao back then?" Chun Minghao and Chun Zhou's expressions changed upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian moved at lightning speed. A terrifying sword chi swept out above the Qin clan, and in just an instant, a raging spatial storm appeared, raising a large area of the Chun clan to the ground. A few mountains nearby were leveled and the rivers overflowed. In the sky, the power of the limitless space sword Dao rained down like a terrifying meteor shower. With this, one could see how terrifying the strength of a new Dao was. Boom! A series of explosions rang in the air before desperate cries echoed within the Chun clan's stronghold. The Dao establishment powerhouses and some who had yet to enter the Dao establishment but were slightly stronger managed to escape. However, the weaker members struggled to flee and were killed immediately, buried under the rubble. "Duanling Tian, you've crossed the line," Chun Zhou roared, unleashing his own triple Dao. Alas, his triple Tao was no match for that of Duanling Tian. Swoosh! At the same time, Feng Qingyang and Chun Minghao made a move as well. Chun Minghao's expression was fierce, but he could not hide the fear in his eyes. After all, he was not confident about defeating his opponent, who had comprehended the Time Sword Tao. Nonetheless, he was confident about his ability to escape, especially now that Duanling Tian no longer comprehended the limitless sword Tao like him. This thought did not bring him joy like he thought it would. If anything, he wished that Duanling Tian did not break through and that Duanling Tian still comprehended the limitless sword Tao. Damn it! How can Duanling Tian be so heaven-defying? In just over 1,000 years, he broke into the Tao merging realm and became a triple Tao merging powerhouse. Not only that, but he also comprehended a new Tao. Since when did merging 3 Taos become so easy? Does he have some sort of secret? Chun Minghao felt both resentful and jealous when he thought about Duanling Tian's good fortune. At this time, Duanling Tian and Chun Jiushao were in the midst of a confrontation. The collision of their powers reduced a large area near them into ruins. Feng Qingyang and Chun Minghao, who were engrossed in their own confrontation, were the only ones who were unaffected by the 2 triple Tao merging powerhouses confrontation. After a brief exchange, Duanling Tian quickly gained the upper hand. Chun Jiuxiao's expression turned grim, and his hands trembled slightly. Clearly, it had been easy for him to resist the previous strike. On the contrary, Duanling Tian was calm and composed. The disparity in strength was obvious. The power of a new triple Tao is truly terrifying, Chun Jiuxiao thought to himself. Then, he quickly made up his mind to retreat, confident that Duanling Tian would not be able to stop him. Chun Jiuxiao quickly said through voice transmission, "Minghao, let's retreat. We won't gain anything by continuing to fight." Chun Minghao naturally had no objections. He was being pressured by Feng Qingyang. The Time Sword Tao was much stronger than his limitless sword Tao, rendering him helpless and powerless. Due to the difference in their strength, he could barely defend against Feng Qingyang's attacks. However, he did not think it would be easy for Feng Qingyang to kill him. In short, Chun Jiuxiao and Chun Minghao were both confident about escaping unscathed. However, what if Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang joined forces to deal with Chun Minghao first? Boom! A ground-shaking explosion rang in the air as Duanling Tian released a burst of energy without any warning. However, instead of Chun Jiuxiao, who was standing across from him, it was directed at Chun Minghao. Countless sword rays swept out in the sky, merging into a sword before it flew toward Chun Minghao and left spatial tears in its wake. At the same time, Feng Qingyang also made his move. The Time Sword Tao restrained Chun Minghao, who was about to give up fighting and escape, slowing down Chun Minghao's speed significantly. Minghao! Chen Jiuxiao did not expect Duanling Tian to suddenly attack Chun Minghao, especially when he had just told Chun Minghao to retreat. No! Chun Jiuxiao roared as he desperately tried to save Chun Minghao. Alas, it was too late. With Feng Qingyang slowing down Chun Minghao, Duanling Tian went all out. In terms of strength, the limitless space sword Tao was peerless in the divine land. Boom! A deafening explosion rang in the air. Although Chun Minghao mustered up all his strength to resist, he was, unsurprisingly, no match for Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, he was blasted away. After all, he was not even as powerful as Yu Luohe. How could he withstand Duanling Tian's attack? With just a strike, Chun Minghao was killed by Duanling Tian. It had to be said that it was all thanks to Feng Qingyang that Duanling Tian was able to kill Chun Minghao so quickly. Without Feng Qingyang, it would have taken a little longer. Boom! 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 After a few moments, dark and crimson clouds converged in the air before blood rained down on the Chun clan, which was now in ruins. The dark and crimson clouds soon spread further in the divine land, causing an uproar. What's this? Another Tao merging powerhouse died. Goodness! It's only been a few days since Yu Luohe, who comprehended the sacrificial Tao, died. But now, another Tao merging powerhouse died. This is the limitless sword Tao. Did Duanling Tian, who broke through 1,000 years ago, die? Was he killed by the two powerhouses from the Chun clan? Currently, in the Divine Land, many people knew that there were two individuals who cultivated the limitless sword Dao. One was Chun Ming Hao, a native of the Divine Land from the Myriad Mountains Chun clan, and the other was Duan Ling Tian, a foreign being from the world within the life creation chart. After coming to the Divine Land, Duan Ling Tian became a Dao merging powerhouse. Coincidentally, he also comprehended the limitless Dao sword, making him directly oppose Chun Ming Hao. Perhaps if it was just Chun Ming Hao, it would not have been an issue. After all, it would have been difficult for him to deal with Duan Ling Tian with his strength alone. However, Chun Ming Hao's grandfather was one of the few top powerhouses in the Divine Land, a triple Dao merging powerhouse. For this reason, many people thought that Duan Ling Tian was in deep trouble. Moreover, they had heard about Chun Ming Hao and his grandfather, Chun Jiushao, going to the Surging River Divine Kingdom to look for Duan Ling Tian previously. Clearly, they were planning to get rid of Duan Ling Tian and did not intend to let him go so easily. For this reason, when everyone saw the phenomenon that heralded the death of a Dao merging powerhouse who cultivated the limitless sword Dao, they assumed that Chun Ming Hao, not Duan Ling Tian, had died. After all, Chun Ming Hao had the support of Chun Jiushao. Run! Although Chun Jiushao was enraged by Chun Ming Hao's death, he knew there was nothing he could do about it. As such, he decisively chose to escape, fearing that he would die if he stayed any longer. Although the Dao Chun Jiushao comprehended was not new, he was still a triple Dao merging powerhouse after all. Naturally, Feng Qingyang's time sword Dao did not affect him due to the disparity in their strength. The triple Dao was naturally superior to the double Dao. Unsurprisingly, Feng Qingyang found it difficult to restrain him, and as a result, despite being stronger than Chun Jiushao, Duan Ling Tian had a difficult time stopping Chun Jiushao and killing Chun Jiushao. What a pity that he got away, Feng Qingyang said with a regretful sigh. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian, who had anticipated this, smiled and said, "It's not surprising that he got away. After all, he's a triple Dao merging powerhouse. If we want to kill him, we'll have to wait until you become a triple Dao powerhouse or I become a quadruple Dao merging powerhouse." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang quickly chimed in, "I'll definitely become a triple Dao merging powerhouse first." "That might not necessarily be the case," Duan Ling Tian said with a grin. "Master, after gaining control of the life creation chart and understanding its rules, I've made some progress in my mastery Dao. My mastery Dao is now at the 9th stage, and I plan to try and use the life creation chart to break into the quadruple Dao merging realm." Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian would truly be invincible once he became a quadruple Dao merging powerhouse. At that time, even if all the Dao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land joined forces and attacked Duan Ling Tian, they still would not stand a chance against him. It would not be difficult for him to escape unscathed, and he might even be able to kill a few ordinary double Dao merging powerhouses like Chun Ming Hao. Feng Qingyang fell silent upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Send me back to the solitary destructive heaven. Master, why don't you leave your doppelganger in the solitary destructive heaven while you continue to stay in the Divine Land? Don't you want to challenge the various Dao merging powerhouses here?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. After returning to the world within the life creation chart, they were naturally able to use the laws again to create doppelgangers. "Perhaps another time. I'm a little tired now." "You really know how to dampen a person's spirits," Feng Qingyang said with a wave of his hand as he shook his head. With this, Duan Ling Tian no longer persuaded Feng Qingyang and sent Feng Qingyang back to the world within the life creation chart. As for himself, he rarely returned. He had left multiple doppelgangers back in the world within the life creation chart to accompany his family. After killing Chun Ming Hao, Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of emptiness. He had also killed his two old enemies, Lei Hong and Yun Qingyan. As for Chun Jiushao, he would go after Chun Jiushao after becoming a quadruple Dao merging powerhouse. For a moment, he felt like he had lost his sense of purpose. "I'll look for a few triple Dao merging powerhouses to spar with." In fact, Duan Ling Tian was confident that he was stronger than the other few triple Dao merging powerhouses even if they were stronger than Chun Jiushao. He only wanted to see what they were capable of. After Duanling Tian went to various forces to challenge the Triple Tao merging powerhouses and defeat them, it stirred up a huge commotion in the Divine Land. Everyone was in an uproar when they learned that he had already become a Triple Tao merging powerhouse. So the Tao merging powerhouse, who comprehended the limitless sword Tao and died, isn't Duanling Tian. Since Duanling Tian is now a Triple Tao merging powerhouse, then it must have been Chun Ming Hao who died. Didn't he just break into the Tao merging realm about 1,000 years ago? How did he manage to become a Triple Tao merging powerhouse in such a short time? Do you think it's possible that Duanling Tian was the one who killed Yu Luohe? If so, doesn't it mean that the life creation chart is in his hands now? Many speculated that the life creation chart was in Duanling Tian's possession now, and some Tao merging powerhouses even considered joining forces against Duanling Tian. However, they were not confident about that, so they quickly dismissed the idea. Do you think that Duanling Tian might have killed Yu Luohe, the master of the creation life chart? If he did, then the creation life chart must be in his hands now, right? Another 3,000 years had passed when they saw a phenomenon that heralded the death of Chun Jiushao, the Triple Tao merging powerhouse from the Myriad Mountains Chun clan. Those who considered dealing with Duanling Tian in the past could not help but feel relieved that they did not provoke Duanling Tian. At the same time, Duanling Tian did not need to say anything, but the Tao merging powerhouses in the Divine Land had already guessed the significance behind Chun Jiushao's death. He managed to kill Chun Jiushao? Does it mean that he's now a quadruple Tao merging powerhouse? He could only kill Chun Jiushao if he was a quadruple Tao merging powerhouse. In the surging river Divine Kingdom, Jiang Tianzhang and the divine monk from the Temple of Bitter Sea exchanged a look. Their expressions were rather complicated. Unbelievable! He actually became a quadruple Tao merging powerhouse in such a short time. Jiang Tianzhang, the surging river Divine Kingdom's Tao merging powerhouse, sighed. He really did not expect Duanling Tian to become a quadruple Tao merging powerhouse. He was already very shocked when he learned that Duanling Tian had become a triple Tao merging powerhouse 3,000 years ago. At this moment, he felt as though he had lived in vain for so many years. That's right. In just a few thousand years, he went from a Tao establishment cultivator to becoming invincible in the Divine Land. The divine monk said with a sigh as well. After becoming a quadruple Tao merging powerhouse, Duanling Tian spent most of his time with his wives, and later on, he even had a few more children. Feng Qingyang's wives also gave birth to a son and a daughter respectively. The master and disciple enjoyed their lives with their families, gradually forgetting about the Divine Land.